Just to say what a great result last night was. Order. Questions to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Minister of the Cabinet Office. I call Alan Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Question 1, please.
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you quite rightly point out, football is indeed coming home, and I cannot possibly understand why attendance is so scanty on government benches this morning. But nevertheless, I'll take questions 1 and 2 together with your permission. The government regularly commissions research across the United Kingdom to understand public attitudes in order to inform and help deliver relevant policies and to ensure that we have strong UK-wide cross-government communication campaigns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the First-Tier Tribunal on Information Rights ruled that the Cabinet Office must release polling information it has gathered on attitudes to the Union in Scotland within a month. Can the Minister confirm he will be releasing that information as ordered to do so, and if he will also release the information about how much that information costs to collect? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman refers, of course, to a case that was brought to the First-Tier Tribunal by the member for Edinburgh East, and we are reviewing, of course, how we can comply with the First-Tier Tribunal's judgment.
Mr. Speaker. All right, thank you. In the Chamber last month, the member for the Forest of Dean astutely summarised, speaking of his own Tory UK government, that when the government doesn't publish something, it's normally because it's bad news and they're trying to hide it away. Now, can the Minister say if this holds true for his department's intended to be secret polling on the Union? And if it does not, and the Union is indeed as strong as he and his ministerial colleagues agree, what reason does the government have for fighting its release for years?
Well, the honourable lady refers to my right honourable friend, the member for the Forest of Dean. He's a former chief whip, and as a member of that Broederbond, I know that there can sometimes be a tendency to prefer discretion rather than to transparency. But in this current role, I'm all in favour of transparency, and indeed, we don't need to look anywhere else other than the current public opinion polls that show that support for independence is declining and support for the United Kingdom is increasing.
SNP spokesperson Stuart Hosey.
A High Court ruling by Justice O'Farrell concluded that the Minister for the Cabinet Office and Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster acted with apparent bias in the unlawful action when he awarded contracts to his chums at Public First, who'd previously worked as advisers to him, to the Prime Minister, and of course for Dominic Cummings. How can the Minister justify siphoning off many tens of thousands of pounds from COVID recovery work to fund this highly political research, obviously designed to inform the No campaign in the next independence referendum?
Well, I hesitate to correct the honourable gentleman, but Lady Justice O'Farrell did not find that I had operated with any form of bias, apparent, actual, or otherwise. That's a misreading of the court judgment, I have to say. But secondly, the Scottish Government has received more than £180 million from the UK Government in COVID recovery funds, and it is not yet the case that the Scottish Government has published how a penny of that money has been spent. So before asking for greater transparency from this Government, I think it would be appropriate if he were to ask his colleagues in the Scottish Government to publish accounts for every single penny that has been received and how it's been spent, so that we can be assured, as I'm sure will be the case, the Scottish Government has used its resources appropriately to fight COVID.
Stuart Hosey.
The question was about the Minister's actions, not about anyone else. It'd be better if he paid attention to his own work. Given we already know attitudes and that over time support for independence has risen considerably and support for the Union has declined, isn't it more than passing strange the Minister was so desperate to hand Public First these contracts without competitive tender, were there not to be a second independence referendum? But more importantly, given the contract was not restricted to immediately required work, is it not hugely suspicious such subterfuge was used to funnel taxpayers' money so quickly to Public First, effectively using taxpayers' cash as a bottomless unionist slush fund?
Well, a bottomless union slush fund sounds like a great thing, but unfortunately it doesn't exist, and I'm afraid I would refer the honourable gentleman again to the judgment. The contract was not awarded by me, and it is not the case that I was found to have acted with any actual or apparent bias, because I didn't award the contract. And I would recommend that he has a close look at what Lady Justice O'Farrell actually concluded.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Lopez. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we set out in the Declaration on Government Reform last month, we're deeply committed to investing in training across the whole civil service, as we have to do better at providing public servants with the skills they need to serve others and tackle future challenges. Our new Government Skills and Curriculum Unit is in the process of establishing a campus for government skills, and will be focusing on creating a cross-civil service induction, a data masterclass for senior civil servants, and transforming the fast stream so that it remains amongst the best graduate schemes in the world.
Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the answer that she's given. Clearly, there's a time and a place for employing contractors and other consultants. But does she agree with me that alongside that, we've got to provide better training for civil servants, better recruitment of individuals with the skills that are needed by the civil service so they can be retained within the civil service as a preference to it spending considerable sums of money on outside consultants on communication and communication firms?
Minister Lopez.
I thank my honourable friend for his important and incisive question. Now, the civil service, as he acknowledged, has historically used contractors to provide specialist skills and to manage short-term requirements. We really want to drive that down by improving our own capability, and we're developing a pipeline of secondments into major organisations through a new secondments unit. We're building an in-house consultancy. We're creating a civilian reserve. And we're also working with the Civil Service Commission to review how we attract entrants with specific high-demand skills, particularly scientists and engineers.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Gove.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll take the questions from the members for Basingstoke, Redcar, Clacton and Bexley Heath and Crayford together. Levelling up is at the heart of the Government's COVID recovery agenda, and I'm in daily contact with Cabinet colleagues. And through the Levelling Up Fund, we've already committed £4.8 billion of support for local projects that will spur regional growth and improve the lives of local people across the whole United Kingdom. And later this year, we'll be publishing a Levelling Up white paper.
Let's go to Maria Miller. Maria.
Mr. Speaker, if you're in a low-paid job in our country, you're still more likely to be a woman than a man. And that's no good for a country that values aspiration, no good for productivity, and no good for our economy. So given the focus on equal opportunity for women at work at the G7, will the government's white paper on levelling up recognise this problem and focus on levelling up for women throughout the United Kingdom?
Well, as a distinguished former Equalities Minister and former Chair of the Equalities Select Committee, the Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right. More must be done as part of Levelling Up in order to ensure that women have the opportunities that they deserve, are paid fairly, and that we make use of everyone's talents across the whole United Kingdom.
Mr. Speaker, the Tees Valley is already beginning to see the government's Levelling Up agenda in action through its plans for the Northern Economic Campus in Darlington, the UK's largest free port in Redcar, and the continued work and collaboration between the UK Government and Tees Valley Mayor Ben Houchin. But can the Minister indicate when we will start to see those civil service jobs relocated to the Tees Valley? And does he agree with me that it would be wrong to cut train services between Teesside and London at a time when our area is growing again?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and he's right to mention Ben Houchin, the Gareth Southgate of local government. I think it's also appropriate that as the Treasury are recruiting new roles, and the Department of International Trade are recruiting new roles in Darlington, and there is more investment in Teesside, we must make sure that we have proper connectivity, including first-class rail travel, as well as improved digital connectivity.
Let's go to Giles Watling. Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my rather honourable friend for his earlier answer. The government's levelling up agenda is laudable, and in Clacton some progress has been made. And I'm doing the best I can to inform residents in the area of what the government's doing. So there is a feeling of being left behind locally, however. So what is the government doing to communicate more widely what it has been and will be doing for the people of Clacton and other left behind communities? And will my right honourable friend come back to the Sunshine Coast and join me to raise awareness of the government's important work?
I absolutely will. There is nothing left behind about Clacton and Frinton and the communities that he so ably represents, and I look forward to visiting them. I understand there is a fantastic local community theatre, which he has played a part in championing, among many other local endeavours. Levelling Up is about culture as well as connectivity, so I look forward to coming to Clacton and making sure that it is firmly on the map and at the centre of our Levelling Up plans.
Let's go to Sir David Evanet. David.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the government's ambitious plans for levelling up are for the whole of the UK, including London and its economy, which has been especially badly hit by the pandemic?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. He's a brilliant advocate for South East London and for business, and I look forward to working with him to ensure that there is improved connectivity and that London, which has suffered particularly badly as a result of the pandemic, is at the heart of our plans for economic recovery.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Cat Smith. Cat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour believes that it should be explicit priority of this government that when it comes to public procurement, we should be buying more from British companies. In the government's National Infrastructure and Construction Procurement Pipeline document for 2020-21, the procurement contracts in the pipeline are worth £37 billion. So can the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster tell the House how much of this was awarded to British companies? And if not, what does that say about the government's priorities for British business?
Well, I'm delighted beyond words that the Honourable Lady believes that we should procure more, buy more and invest more in Britain. All of that is now possible as a result of our departure from the European Union, our liberation from its procurement rules, and the procurement green paper brought forward by my friend Lord Agnew will ensure that more UK businesses, more Scottish businesses, Welsh businesses and Ulster businesses get government pounds to do even better for all our citizens.
Neil Hanby.
Question 13.
Lopez.
Accounting officers' system statements already set out which public bodies a department is responsible for, and their spending is set out in each department's annual report and accounts. Public bodies data is also published through the Public Bodies Directory. The recent Declaration on Government Reform reasserts our commitment to transparency in government. The declaration includes specific commitments on public bodies, including increasing the effectiveness of departmental sponsorship of arm's-length bodies.
Neil Hanby.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer. As legislators, we have an important, indeed a necessary, relationship with upholding the spirit and the letter of the law. However, in my experience, honourable members seem more likely to be sacked for their attempts to uphold such a principle. What message does the continued opacity, prevarication, law-breaking of this government's most senior ministers and advisers give to our children, public bodies and industry? Or does the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster simply have no shame over his own unlawful conduct?
Minister. So, just a minute. We do need to be just try and keep it calm and more temperate in our language. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your comments on language in this House. I'm afraid I disagree with the characterisation that the honourable member has given to this government. And as the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster has already set out, there is a nuanced judgment from the Public First case in particular that does not account for the way in which he has characterised how this government conducts itself.
We now come to Shadow Minister Claire Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, it would appear that my lack of donations to the Conservative Party make my chances of becoming a government non-executive director rather slim. But my question to the Minister today is this. How many non-executive directors currently in post on those government department boards to scrutinise ministers were appointed by ministers, and will the Minister commit to overhauling that current system for appointing non-executive directors, so these roles stop just being cushy jobs for friends of ministers who are being paid over £1,000 a day each of taxpayers' money?
Minister Lopez.
Thank you. I can speak for the Cabinet Office non-executive directors we have a fantastic team who are drawn across party political affiliations. She'll be aware that we have Baroness Stewart, who is a former Labour member. We also have people with no political affiliation whatsoever, including people like Anand Ital. We have Henry de Zoot. We have the Lord Hogan Howe, who is a former Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. And they were appointed because of their merit, not because of their party political affiliation.
I think that made my point for me. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last month an information tribunal said that there is a profound lack of transparency about the operation of the Freedom of Information Clearinghouse. Can the Minister confirm categorically that every single Freedom of Information request received has been treated in exactly the same way, with no approach that's different for certain journalists or campaigners?
Ms. Lopez.
I can confirm that we treat those information requests on a case-by-case basis, and the background of who is asking is not a criteria for how we treat that request.
We now come to Clive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry, do.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear because of the mask. Right, carry on.
The placement of security cameras in departments is a matter for each individual department.
Clive Efford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this came to light because of a bit of kiss and tell, and that I'm not really interested in that. But this does bring to light the question: well, just exactly who has access to this sort of surveillance, and the security of government. So, when can we expect some sort of response from the government to explain just exactly what's been going on?
Right.
Well, the honourable gentleman does raise an important and serious issue, and it is the case that the Permanent Secretary, the Cabinet Office, and the head of the Government Security Group are looking at precisely this question, because, as he quite rightly points out, it has a bearing on the security of government business, and indeed the possibility of malicious actors abroad or elsewhere who may wish to use information garnered in that way to work against the interests of all our citizens.
Substantive question to Minister Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We regularly assess contingency plans and preparedness for major risks, including pandemics. In December 2020, we updated the National Risk Register to include new risks, and we are currently reviewing the Government's National Risk Assessment methodology with external partners ahead of refreshing the internal National Security Risk Assessment early next year.
Let's go to Ellie Reeves. Ellie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Exercise Cygnus, carried out in 2016, found that the UK's preparedness and response in terms of its plans, policies and capability is currently not sufficient to cope with the extreme demands of a severe pandemic. Key recommendations from the exercise on surge capacity, school closures and protecting care homes were not acted upon, which ultimately led to the government's chaotic handling of COVID-19. Given the warning signs had been identified in this report, why did the government handle the pandemic so woefully? What is being done now to prevent this from ever happening again?
Well, the flaw with the exercise Cygnus was with regard to the risk methodology that sat behind it, and I've given evidence to a number of select committees on that basis. She will know that we have rectified that now by changing the methodology. So rather than just focus on high-risk situations that would have incredible detrimental impact and are likely to happen, we also look at situations which would have that impact but are less likely to happen. And it's not just pandemics we have to prepare for, it's a whole raft of possible events. And I think that methodology and the new risk register puts us in a much stronger position.
Substantive question to Minister Gove.
Cabinet Office ministers regularly engage with the Welsh Government and all of the devolved administrations as part of the Government's continued collaborative working arrangements. And I've had recent discussions with Welsh Government ministers on subjects such as COVID-19, the G7 summit, and of course elections. And since 2021, all ministerial engagements between the governments of the United Kingdom are published in quarterly reports.
Let's go to Alan Kearns. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Welsh Government recently proposed the most radical constitutional change for the whole of the United Kingdom, seeking to change our Union of Four Nations to a federal structure. Can my right honourable friend tell me, was he part of those discussions in any way in view of the impact they would have for every part of the United Kingdom? And does he share my dismay that the Welsh Government is focusing on constitutional change during a COVID pandemic, when our focus must be on recovering healthcare, improving education standards and creating jobs, and that our Union of Four Nations and constitutional stability offers the best prospect of delivering those outcomes?
Yes, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. I've got the highest regard for the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, and I enjoy working with him, and I don't doubt his commitment to public service. But we do disagree on this question, and I do think that he's absolutely right that the Welsh Government's focus, as the UK Government's focus is, should be wholly on the COVID crisis and on economic recovery at this time.
Oh, great. Question number 21, please, Mr. Speaker.
The Department continues to work with the Health Secretary on these issues, and when we set out details, step 4, regarding those who are immunosuppressed, there will be new guidance that GPs will be able to use when working with those patients.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Sue Gresham, is a tireless campaigner for all of those who are immunosuppressed, and she's raised this many times. But it was highlighted just last week for those with blood cancer. They feel that there is little information being given that the immunosuppressed, that the efficacy of the vaccine is lower for them. So it would be very reassuring if my right honourable friend can tell me that the government will write urgently to everyone in the UK whose medical condition requires immunosuppression to advise that they may not be protected and what precautions that they can take themselves as we unlock.
Minister.
Well, first of all, can I thank his constituent for all the work that she has done on these matters. I can say to him that we are in a much better position because of the work that we have previously done on shielding and gathering data on people that potentially might need further protections, and that in addition to the new guidance I announced for GPs, there is obviously work going on with the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisation, particularly focused on that group to make sure that they are a priority for receiving booster injections.
Substantive question to Minister Gove.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll take questions 22 and 23 together. The Government is committed to relocating 22,000 civil service roles from London by the end of the decade. Our Places for Growth portfolio is a vehicle to ensure that between now and 2030, the civil service becomes better connected with the people and communities it serves. A number of departments have already made announcements about relocation, and further announcements will be made in due course.
Peter Gibson. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for that answer? Whether it's 750 civil service jobs in the Treasury, 500 senior civil servants from the Department for International Trade, or 100 BEARS officials, Westminster-on-Tees's new economic campus is set to be a busy place. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that moving civil service jobs outside of London is vital to ensuring that communities across the country are reflected in national policy decisions?
100%, as they say in Love Island. He's completely right. And one of the things that we do need to do is to make sure that we make use of the fantastic local talent that there is in the North East and in County Durham in order to make sure that people whose voice hasn't been heard loudly enough in the corridors of power are properly represented.
Richard Holden.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the moves to my honourable friend for Darlington's constituency. But the new joint administration just up the road in County Durham has been left high and dry with a £50 million county hall bequeathed to them by the previous Labour administration to prevent it becoming an enormous white elephant, a totem to Labour's hubris in their administration of County Durham for over 100 years. Would my right honourable friend commit to working with the new joint administration in DCC to explore all the possibilities that this new facility might have?
I absolutely will. It's horrific that so much public money has been misused by the former Labour administration in Durham County Council, and the people of that county have been so poorly served. I will, of course, absolutely investigate that. But I should also say that if it was a choice between Durham and Consett for the relocation of government jobs, I would choose Consett every time.
Let's now go to Minister Lopez with a substantive question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK spends £290 billion on public procurement each year. Now that we've left the EU transition period, we want to make it simpler, quicker and cheaper for SMEs and social enterprises to bid for government contracts, as set out in our ambitious Procurement Green Paper. We've already introduced a policy which will allow below-threshold contracts to be reserved for smaller UK suppliers, and we hope our new approach to social value will secure wider public benefit, allowing us to contract with firms that deliver more apprenticeships, local growth opportunities and environmental benefits.
Let's go to Henry Smith. Henry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Many Crawley companies and across the UK have been forced to adapt due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Does my honourable friend agree with me that they should have greater opportunity and access to bidding for government contracts over outside competition?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I agree with him. We want to see a much greater variety of companies, including those in Crawley, deliver government contracts from every corner of our country, not just because it benefits local economies and communities, but because it actually helps us diversify our risk, create a more resilient supplier base and deliver some of our critical priorities. And we're going to be requiring contracts to be divided into smaller lots, publishing contract pipelines more transparently, and also improving our guidance to small businesses who are looking to bid.
We now go to Minister Chloe Smith with a substantive question.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I will take the questions for the Honourable Member for Luton South and that for West Lancashire together. Voter fraud is a crime that we cannot allow room for, and we must stamp out any potential for it to take place in elections. Strengthening the integrity of our system will give the public confidence that our elections remain secure well into the future, and everybody who is eligible to vote will be able to continue doing so.
Let's go to Rachel Hopkins. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the last general election, 14 million people who registered to vote didn't do so. And the Electoral Commission also estimates there were 9 million eligible citizens who were not registered to vote. So does the government believe that higher turnouts of eligible voters in elections is a good sign for democracy? And if so, why are ministers putting their energy into making voting harder by introducing voter ID?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do agree that turnout is incredibly important. And what's more, this policy will not affect it. And that evidence is shown in the record from Northern Ireland, which Labour members opposite appear to be forgetting in their memory. Let me say, the measures will tackle electoral abuse effectively without disadvantaging honest voters. The government has no intention of taking away people's democratic right to vote. If we believe that thousands of voters would not be able to vote because of this measure, we would not be introducing it at this time. Not my words, Mr. Speaker, but that of the Labour minister in 2003, introducing photo ID into Northern Ireland.
Let us go to Rosie Cooper. Rosie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Minister, in spite of all the data, is determined that our elections would be made more secure by voter ID, does she not accept that the government should provide ID for free to all citizens of voting age, or is she quite content to price some people out of democracy?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is a long-standing member of this House, and I'm looking forward to debating with her enormously, but she simply hasn't read the papers. That is exactly what we are doing, her proposal. And I'd like to make it absolutely clear here, Mr. Speaker, at the dispatch box, there will be a free local voter card. It will be free, it will be local, it will make sure that if there is anybody who doesn't have photographic identification, they can still vote, and I welcome that.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Cat Smith. Cat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has previously advised the House and myself that polling staff will be given appropriate training regarding to the checking of photo IDs for individuals who wear headscarves or face coverings. So whilst the government have apparently guaranteed the use of privacy screens at polling stations to facilitate private ID checks, and many voters won't feel comfortable and indeed may not vote at the prospect of having to show their face or hair to a polling clerk of the opposite sex. So can the Minister confirm if her plans include provisions to ensure that there are both male and female staff all day on every polling station, every one of the 35,500 polling stations across the country, to ensure that voters will not be placed in an inappropriate position? And how much would she expect that to cost?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady picks up on a very important point here, which is that we intend to do this properly. We are making sure that there is the right provision of training in polling stations, as she's already acknowledged, and with that, the right provision of communication to help voters be aware of this very reasonable and proportionate new requirement. All of that together is detailed in the documents that we've put before the House this week, and I look forward to debates on this because we're being very honest and straightforward in this approach. We've put the documents there, we've done the research, we've done the pilots, we've done the modelling, we've done the evaluation, we've done the equality impact assessment. All of that together will show how this policy is the right thing to do, and the Elections Integrity Bill together protects our democracy, keeping it secure and modern and fair and transparent, as we would all expect it to be.
Substantive question to Minister Gove, number 33.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister has already confirmed, the public inquiry into COVID-19 will be established under the Inquiries Act 2005, with formal powers to compel the production of relevant material and to take evidence in public under oath. The Government will, of course, cooperate with the inquiry fully.
Let's go to Andrew Gwynn. Andrew.
Thank you, but can the Chancellor confirm if using private email accounts to discuss sensitive government business is in breach of the Freedom of Information Act, Official Secrets Act, Data Protection Act or Public Records Act, which make requirements on the use of government information? And will he guarantee today that all ministers' private email accounts will be available to that public inquiry into the government's mishandling of the COVID pandemic?
Any information that the inquiry needs, it will receive.
Right, Daniel Zane.
Number 34, please.
Minister Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Verify continues to work well and supports 18 services. More than 8 million Verify accounts have been created, with over 2.6 million added since the start of the pandemic as citizens access critical online services. Building on the lessons and experiences of Verify, and as we announced in last year's spending review, the Government Digital Service is collaborating with other departments to develop a new login and identity assurance system that will make it much easier for more people to use online services safely. While this new system is being developed, users and connected services will continue to rely on gov.uk Verify, so that means that the government has therefore decided to extend the current service until April 2022.
Daniel Zane.
It's actually been a shambles, a huge waste of public money, an absolute Conservative failure. But in the light of the recent report from the so-called Regulatory Reform Task Force sponsored by Number 10, which recommends reducing the protections to citizens under GDPR, can the Minister assure the House today that there will be no use of government data that's been given, personal data that's been given, for any use other than that which it has been explicitly given?
Minister.
I thank him for his question, and how we use citizens' data is going to be absolutely critical to building trust in the new system that we're building. And that new system will reuse parts of Verify, but we have to have an open conversation about what we're going to do to protect people's data. There won't be any data lakes, for instance, and we'll be building a new government data exchange that will be looking at these areas very carefully, because as I say, any new system, it has to be based on trust between government and citizen, and that will be key to its success.
Very good.
35, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers are personally responsible for deciding how to act and conduct themselves in the light of the Code and for justifying their actions and conduct to Parliament and the public. The Prime Minister is the ultimate judge of the standards required and the appropriate consequences of a breach of those standards.
Mary Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, sadly the government have shown time and time again that they can't be trusted to work within the system as it stands. Will the government commit to place the ministerial code on a statutory footing and give the advisor on interest powers to instigate his own investigations?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we think it's the right thing in the context of our constitution that the ministerial code and its enforcement and expectations do sit with the Prime Minister, because he is appropriately the appointer of the executive and is accountable to the sovereign for that. That is the constitutional setup that we're talking about here. So we think it is the right thing for the code to reflect that and be based, therefore, not in a statutory system. But what I can add is that the Prime Minister appointed Lord Geit very recently as the independent advisor on ministers' interests and spoke with him about the second point that she raised of whether there might be initiation for that advisor, and the Prime Minister has set out his response to the recommendation that there might be the ability to advise the PM on the initiation of an.
We now come to topicals.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My department, along with the Leader of the House, have been reviewing the English votes for English law's procedure. The procedure has been suspended since April 2020, and having reflected on the procedure, the Government believes that it has not served our Parliament well and that removing it would simplify the legislative process. It's a fundamental principle that all constituent parts of the United Kingdom should be equally represented in Parliament. Any changes, of course, would be for the House to decide, and will bring forward a motion in due course.
Let's go to Steve McCabe. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How would the right honourable gentleman reassure a member of the public who thinks a minister using a personal mobile phone to conduct government business is trying to evade scrutiny because they have something to hide?
I'd reassure him by saying that all government business is transacted through civil service colleagues, that in order to ensure that a single penny of taxpayers' money is spent, or that a single decision is taken which might infringe or enhance anyone's liberty, that it has to go through the process of review, legislation and action, which civil servants and ministers do together in a way that is always clear, transparent and publicly accountable.
William Bragg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs inquiry into the collapse of Greensill Capital, many of our witnesses so far have prayed in aid of the advice given to them by Sue Gray, who at the time was Director General of Propriety and Ethics at the Cabinet Office. She was invited to attend committee on Tuesday, and her office initially accepted that invitation. But she has now, I'm told, declined that on the advice of those more senior at the Cabinet Office. It is vital that the committee is able to hear from Ms Gray, given that she was mentioned so many times by others. So therefore, can I ask my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, to ensure that she will attend as planned on Tuesday?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend, I should say, chairs the committee brilliantly, but there are rules, the Osmobile rules, and they stress that serving civil servants act only in accordance with the wishes of ministers, and therefore it's rarely appropriate for them to appear to be questioned in the way which he would like. So I'm ready, willing and able to appear in front of the committee, but it is my view that it would be inappropriate for a serving civil servant to appear in the way that he requests.
We now come to Shadow Secretary Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, football is coming home, but I also think the chickens are coming home to roost for this government. The government spokesperson said last week that there was no high priority lane for testing suppliers and there was no separate fast-track process. So can the Cabinet Secretary tell me what exactly was the role of the consultant to the testing procurement programme, who described himself as leading the VIP stakeholder engagement along with Lord Bethell, who is still somehow a minister? And if there was no fast track, Mr. Speaker, why did his own procurement director order officials to mark bids that came from ministers' emails addressed as fast track?
Well, lots of interesting questions there. The first thing I should say is that Lord Bethell is doing a fantastic job in the Department of Health and Social Care, and I think it's quite wrong for the Honourable Lady to cast aspersions on his dedicated public service and the work that he has done as Minister for Innovation. The second thing that I should say is that every single procurement decision went through an 8-stage process in order to ensure that every single piece of PPE or everything Useful commentary there from the Alan Hansen of politics. But the truth is, actually, we've always been in compliance with the rules, unlike the Scottish Government. Audit Scotland have pointed out to the Scottish Government that they need to do better, and indeed they must.
Angela Rayner.
Well, Mr Speaker, I listened to the Cabinet Secretary's answer there, and I can tell you that Lord Bethell is no Sterling. And the Prime Minister's official spokesperson last week stated that no ministers had used private emails to conduct government business. Surely he now accepts that this is untrue, and so can he tell us when the Prime Minister will correct the record? Now, I also listened to the Honourable Gentleman's response to my members from Denton and Reddish and Birmingham Sally Oak, and we have already submitted FOI requests to seek the publication of emails. But will the Minister agree now to publish every such email about government contracts, and can he make a guarantee to this House today that bereaved families, including the Honourable Member for Slough, who made a very passionate speech at PMQs yesterday, that every single one of these emails is secured for the public inquiry?
Well, the Honourable really quite rightly refers to the very powerful intervention from the Honourable Member for Slough, and I think all of us deeply sympathise with the family loss that he has had to endure, as so many others have had. And it's precisely because we take these things seriously that we took steps in order to ensure that we could source personal protective equipment as quickly as possible, and of course we did so in a way that was entirely consistent with good procurement practice, and we used the measures that were used by the Labour government in Wales and by the SNP government in Scotland in order to ensure that we could get things to the front line as effectively as possible and in accordance with fair procedure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was pleased to see the Elections Bill introduced to the House earlier this week. Like many of those who voted to leave the European Union in 2016, I was concerned by the actions taken by the Electoral Commission following the referendum and the malicious way it treated individuals, completely casting into doubt its impartiality. Does my right honourable friend share these concerns, and can he outline how the reforms in the bill will seek to address this?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and if we reflect on how public-spirited individuals like Alan Halsall and Darren Grimes were treated, then I think it's quite right for the new head of the Electoral Commission to issue an apology. The Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission is a means by which parties across this House can ensure that the Electoral Commission does its important job, and the Elections Bill will ensure that the Speaker's Commission and others play an important role in making sure the Electoral Commission does its job properly.
Let's go to Ruth Jones. Ruth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've heard from a number of HGV drivers in Newport West who are deeply concerned about the shortage of drivers and the impact this shortage has on the movement of food and goods from Europe to the UK. The government's now announced it will extend driving rules from the 12th of July, so this will mean overworked drivers can now work even longer and get even more tired, which is no help at all. So I would ask, what discussions has the Minister had with our European neighbours and his colleagues across government about how to get this very serious driver shortage sorted?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises an important question, and action is being taken by the Transport Secretary. This issue was discussed earlier this week at Cabinet, and I'm also working with Lord Frost in order to ensure that we can have free-flowing freight and that we get the goods that we need to consumers in a timely fashion.
Let's get to Henry Smith. Henry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that alongside civil service reform in terms of places and personnel, ensuring digital and data reforms are also at the heart of government's agenda to drive real improvements and deliver on the government's priorities which transform our communities?
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely correct. In a former life, he was a distinguished leader of West Sussex County Council, and as such, he knows how important it is in the delivery of public services to make sure that one has appropriate metrics, that one shares data, and that one uses digital innovation in order to improve service delivery. And I look forward to working with him to improve government delivery in just that way.
Speaker, a simple question. Could the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster tell us how many government ministers have been using personal email addresses for government business?
Yeah.
Well, it's not my job to monitor the personal emails of all of my colleagues. If I did, I suspect it might be quite interesting, actually, quite entertaining. But no, the key thing is you cannot conduct government business from private email to private email. The only way you can conduct government business is through civil servants.
Let's go to Paul Howell. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the relocation of government departments is a key part of levelling up? And could I ask him to encourage his friends in Bays to consider placing ARIA in the new county hall being built in Durham that the new administration are reviewing the options for, as stated by the member of North West Durham earlier today? This could be the perfect location linking Durham University and the innovative businesses on Net Park in Sedgefield. And doing this could then encourage the local team to share more of their staff around places like Bishop Auckland, Consett, Crook, Newton Aycliffe, and of course, Sedgefield.
And indeed Peter Lee. He makes a very, very important point. As we heard earlier from the member for North West Durham, it's been a pity that the Labour administration in County Durham has squandered County Durham taxpayers' money in the way that they have. But the point that he makes about the advanced research agency's potential location in the North East and in Durham is a very good one, and I'll discuss it with the Business Secretary.
Let's go to Rosie Cooper. Rosie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government tells us that voter ID secures our elections against apparently rampant voter fraud. And that's a worrying claim indeed. So, as a matter of urgency, would the Minister bring the government's data to how many ballots have been confirmed to be fraudulently cast in recent elections?
Minister.
Well, we're only following what the Labour Party does. It was the Labour Party that introduced the requirement for voter ID in Northern Ireland, as the Minister for the Constitution and Devolution pointed out earlier. And it's also the case that one can only vote in internal Labour elections using voter ID. I don't know if there's an internal Labour election coming up soon. Perhaps the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is better informed on this question than me. Sorry. But anyway, yeah, to vote in a Labour election, you need voter ID.
I know that my right honourable friend and his colleagues are all passionate feminists, and I'm sure that he would agree with me that it is very difficult to justify that an eighth of the seats in the upper house are reserved effectively for men because of the laws of primogeniture and the hereditary peers. Does he have plans to reform that anomaly?
My right honourable friend makes a very, very good point. We don't currently have plans to do it, but I think that the point that she makes is a very fair one, that as everyone knows, there are by-elections for the remaining hereditary peerages in the House of Lords. When an hereditary peer in any one of the party groups or crossbench groups passes away, then there is a by-election amongst those who are eligible. But at the moment, I think in nearly every case, the franchise is restricted to and the candidacy is restricted to men, and I think this is something we should definitely look at.
Let's go to Kate Osmore. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With many lacking ID, the government's voter ID plans are set to systematically exclude Gypsy, Roma and traveller people. Instead of working to improve accessibility, why are ministers putting their energy into creating barriers to voting for this already marginalised community?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a very important point. There's much that we need to do in order to ensure the more effective inclusion in civic life of Gypsy, Roma and traveller individuals, starting, first of all, with making sure that they receive a higher quality of education than is currently the case. Gypsy, Roma and traveller children are amongst those with the worst educational outcomes. We need to address that in order to make sure that they play their full part in public life. But there's absolutely no evidence that the requirement for voter ID will do anything to discriminate against Gypsy, Roma and traveller individuals.
Let's go to Douglas Ross. Douglas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister would probably have heard on his recent visit to Scotland concerns that the Scottish Government have not made full use of the additional funding provided by the UK Government to support businesses, individuals and communities through this pandemic. I wonder if you can outline what mechanisms are available to the UK Government to ensure that the Scottish Government does make full use of this support.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very, very important point. When I was in the North East and when I was in the Western Isles recently, it was the case that I had individuals and businesses crying out for economic support. And when I explained that it was the case that the UK Government had given significant sums to the Scottish Government in the COVID crisis in order to deal with the emergency, the question was, how has it been spent? Because there's been no accountability and no transparency on the part of the Scottish Government. We have no idea how that money has been spent. The Scottish Parliament does not yet have the powers necessary in order to get to that. However, it is the case that Her Majesty's Treasury can ask tough questions and require information to be shared. And unless the Scottish Government is more transparent, then I will have to consider how I can work with ministers and with him in order to make sure that Scottish taxpayers know where their money has gone.
Let's go to Kenny McCaskill. Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cold public attitudes towards the Union may be hidden, but the private attitude of the Prime Minister towards devolution is clearly known and is hostile, as shown by Dominic Cummings, his former senior advisor. Doesn't that confirm that the choice for Scotland is between an integrating Union under the Tories or independence?
No, it is the case that this government is committed to devolution. Like the Labour Party, like the Liberal Democrats, we believe in a United Kingdom which gets the best of both worlds. A strong Westminster government working with strong devolved institutions. But of course, I recognise that in the spirit of providing the Scottish people with a choice, he decided to leave the Scottish National Party in order to set up with Mr Salmon the Halba Party. And of course, one of the reasons he did so is because he believed that the Scottish government was doing a poor job, that it was not making the case effectively for independence, and indeed that the way in which it was discharging its responsibilities actually corroded the case for independence. On the final point, he and I are as one.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, please, can the Minister outline what collective approach has been taken by BEES and also by the Cabinet Office to address some issues affecting small businesses with regards to imports hundreds of products to Northern Ireland? I know the Duchy of Lancaster has particular interest in this issue. Businesses are being prevented from normal trade pre-December the 31st of 2020. They are under stress, and this has reduced their levels of income. So would the Duchy of Lancaster agree to grant funding for a loss of income as businesses are impacted through no fault of their own?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point. Businesses in Strangford and elsewhere, as a result of the particular interpretation of the Northern Ireland Protocol upon which some in the European Commission have insisted, have faced additional costs. It is the case that we've already devoted money through the Trader Support Service and other means to support businesses. But I will talk both to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, to the Treasury and to Lord Frost to see what we can do in order to ensure that businesses in Strangford and elsewhere in Northern Ireland are not further disadvantaged.
I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. obviously I think many members will want to congratulate the great team last night, England, and we look forward to Sunday when we wish them well. So let's start off business questions. I call Shadow Leader of the House, Tangan Debada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader please give us the forthcoming business?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the business for the week commencing the 12th of July will include Monday, the 12th of July, the second reading of the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill. Tuesday, the 13th of July, the remaining stages of the Armed Forces Bill, followed by a motion to approve the Draft Health and Social Care Act 2008 Regulated Activities Amendment Coronavirus Regulations 2021, followed by a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to terrorism, followed by a motion relating to English votes for English laws, followed by a motion relating to the appointment of the Chairman of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. Wednesday, the 14th of July, the second reading of the Health and Care Bill. Thursday, the 15th of July, a debate on a motion relating to the Northern Ireland Protocol, followed by a debate on a motion relating to the Peking Winter Olympics and Chinese government sanctions. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday, the 16th of July, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 19th of July will include Monday, the 19th of July, the second reading of the Nationality and Borders Bill, Day 1. Tuesday, the 20th of July, conclusion of the second reading of the Nationality and Borders Bill, Day 2. Wednesday, the 21st of July, the second reading of the Building Safety Bill. Thursday, the 22nd of July, a debate on a motion relating to the fifth report of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee entitled A Public Inquiry into the Government's Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic, followed by matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee and the Liaison Committee. At the conclusion of business on Thursday, the 22nd of July, the House will rise for the summer recess and return on Monday, the 6th of September.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader for the business and look forward to our debate on ending all evil next week. Mr. Speaker, Gareth Southgate inspires his players to be the best they can be and to do it for their country. He backs them in their campaigning for social and racial justice, even under criticism. He instills relentless focus on hard work. He inspires them to be gracious in victory as well as learn from experience. And he's rightly identified these values as patriotism. I would love us all to learn from the Gareth Southgate model of patriotic leadership. We all congratulate England on their amazing success last night. We cheer them on for Sunday. And yes, it will probably be just my parents listening to me on the Westminster Hour on Sunday evening then. Mr. Speaker, he probably will. Mr. Speaker, caring about the world's poorest is a British value. People's support for an England team proud of its belief in social justice shows that's true. So will the government honour them and grant a proper debate and a vote on international aid? Thank you. Caring about the NHS is a British value. People showed that as they marked its birthday this week. Yesterday, my honourable friend for Slough spoke movingly for so many who've had the pain of not being with a loved one at the end of life because of COVID rules. So will the Leader ask the Health Secretary to reward dedicated NHS and care staff who stepped up for their country to care for people's loved ones with a pay rise we know they deserve? Mr. Speaker, building a better world for our children is also a British value. British people care deeply about protecting animals, nature and the planet. Yet, in spite of recent warnings, such as the devastating heatwaves in the Pacific Northwest, the Prime Minister's 10-point plan for climate change, announced 7 months ago, appears to be just talk and is nowhere on the order paper or the forthcoming business. He talked of home insulation, so when will we have a replacement for the government's failed Green Homes grant? He talked of his plan creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. How many jobs has it created so far? The Committee on Climate Change says this is a defining year for the UK's climate credentials and has been marred by uncertainty and delay. And they warn, with every month of inaction, it's harder for the UK to get on track. The Leader said a few years ago he would rather his constituents had cheap energy than windmills. Is it possible that his failure to notice the value of wind energy is connected in any way to any investments his company may or may not have in fossil fuels? But does he understand that an ambitious heat and building strategy due last year would make his constituents' homes warmer and cheaper? The committee said only 5 of the 34 sectors have shown notable progress in the past 2 years, none is performing highly, and they said we should be learning from the COVID-19 response, something the government said they wanted to do to the Environmental Audit Committee. But, Mr Speaker, how can the government do this when they refuse even to examine the COVID-19 response? When will the British public get our public inquiry? Shining leadership is another proud British value exemplified by Gareth Southgate. And, Mr Speaker, the UK has a unique position this year when world leaders come to Glasgow to discuss climate change. We have the chance to shine. If the UK showcases strong policies to cut emissions and improve lives, it could set the standard globally. But if government is unable to follow through on its own commitments, they're letting us down and other countries may falter. And, Mr Speaker, fairness is also a defining British value. There is a motion from Labour on the order paper to sort out the unfair loophole that allows the MP found to have sexually harassed staff to avoid recall from his constituents. Everyone knows this needs sorting. I know the news is just reporting he's been warned to stay away, but there's actually nothing to stop him returning. Staff have concerns. Things can be done retrospectively and quickly when the government wants to, as they showed this week with the Building Safety Bill and the regulations for late pub licensing. So why should the people of Delyn be denied the right to the value of democracy because of a technicality we know we're going to fix? As I said last week, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister consistently doesn't do his homework. Yesterday, he couldn't answer vital questions from the Leader of the Opposition, later at the Liaison Committee, about critical COVID data. So could the Leader ask the Prime Minister to be frank with the British public and show his working for such life-changing decisions? And in contrast to the Prime Minister, Gareth Southgate and the England team value hard work, discipline and preparation. And the British people seem to appreciate those qualities. So, for the sake of our country and the wonderful people who live and work here, I hope the Prime Minister can spend some time over the next few days studying at the Gareth Southgate School of Leadership. The British people will be asking themselves who they want to lead them. Do they want someone who works hard and has a relentless focus on embodying British values? Or do they want the current Prime Minister? I know what I think, and I'm pretty sure the British people will be telling us that soon. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Everyone, I think, is rejoicing at the football success. And I think the line to take, Mr Speaker, is from Mr Barnes. You've got to hold and give, but do it at the right time. You can be slow or fast, but you must get to the line. And can I reassure you, Mr Speaker, that we ain't no hooligans. This ain't a football song. 3 lions on my chest. I know we can't go wrong. Or as another John put it, John Dryden, for they can conquer who believe they can. And I think, for the record, that Dryden was translating Virgil in those comments. But the point is exactly the same, and it is indeed the excellent leadership of Mr Southgate which led to such a good triumph yesterday against Denmark, and let's hope for the same on Sunday. But I would say to members of the House, right honourable members, that they can always listen to the Westminster Hour on playback, and they can enjoy listening to the honourable lady's dulcet tones and on that unmissable and particularly well hosted programme. But to come to the honourable lady's points, I think everyone was impressed and moved by what the honourable member for Slough said yesterday. It was a very powerful intervention, and it is what the nation has endured for the last 15 months. It's a reminder of why it has been endured, and that it was to protect lives. Unfortunately, the vaccine is now protecting lives, which allows us to reopen, but that doesn't lift the sorrow, doesn't begin to lift the sorrow from the families who have been affected. And the honourable gentleman, the member for Slough, was so right to raise that in the House yesterday. As regards the recognition of the NHS, and the NHS is recognised across the country. The award of the George Cross was a symbolic recognition of that. And of course, pay is a difficult issue because we have spent as a nation £407 billion on protecting the economy. And so it's trying to ensure that the recognition is there within the resources that we have as a country and the amounts that taxpayers have. The Honourable Lady mentions the government's efforts on the environment. Well, the Environment Bill is still in the House of Lords. This bill that was passed from the Commons and carried over to the Lords into this session is being debated, every detail, every line. I think they were debating it last night when others were watching the football. Their lordships were carrying on diligently doing their bit for the nation. And that bill will come back to us, and it is a really important piece of legislation that will have fundamental effect in helping us to meet the commitment to net zero. And this is important, and it is something where the government can be very proud of what it's done so far. The Honourable Lady quotes me as saying, I want cheap energy rather than windmills a few years ago, but now we're getting both. And that is much, much better. This is a huge success for British people. Since 1990, we've driven down emissions by 44%, the fastest reduction in any G7 country, and grown the economy by 78%. This is what we want to do. We want economic growth and cleaner growth. What we don't want to do is trash the economy and live in a cave. What we want is prosperity for the British people, and that is what we're getting. The Honourable Lady said jobs. She wants jobs. She wants environmentally friendly jobs, and so do I, and we're getting them. Nissan and Vauxhall, Mr. Speaker, Nissan and Vauxhall, that's where we're getting the jobs from, because we're doing it successfully and we're doing it in an economically intelligent way. And the Prime Minister has set out a 10-point plan as to how we achieve net zero, how we ensure that the economy grows and we become more environmentally friendly. And point 2 is on hydrogen, I believe. The opportunities from hydrogen to have clean energy where the emission is merely water is fantastic, and then we can all get back in our motor cars. Because what comes out at the end will be clean. So it'll be good for the motorist and good for the environment, and I think this is very exciting. As regards the inquiry on COVID, that's been promised by the end of the session, and that's been made clear by the Prime Minister, and we're actually having a debate on a report done by one of our most distinguished select committees, announced in backbench business time, coming up before the end of this particular part of Parliament, before the recess. As regards fairness and the member for Delin, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the motion that she has tabled. The first two-thirds of it, of course, being the motion that I asked to be shared with her for discussion at the Commission and, of course, discussion with the employees of the House of Commons and with Sir Stephen Irwin. It's very important that this is done on a consensual basis, but I think her motion is a helpful contribution to this debate. And, of course, it is open to the opposition to bring forward their motion on an opposition day. And the Honourable Lady says they haven't had one. They've had 3 or 4, actually, since this issue arose. So they decide to bring forward the motion at the point at which they are waiting for one, but they will get more. There is a commitment, obviously, in standing orders to opposition days, so they will get one. But I think it is a helpful contribution to the debate. It's very important to maintain the independence of the ICGS scheme, but the motion put forward is one that originated with the clerks of this House and is a very useful contribution to the debate. As regards the PM and statistics, well, Mr. Speaker, some of us will recall a former Prime Minister who used to reel off statistics from this great dispatch box, which wasn't then covered by Perspex. So let me model myself on that great lady and remind the Honourable Lady of some of the statistics over what's happened in the last year. £407 billion taxpayers' money supporting the economy, families and businesses, 14.5 million jobs and people through the furlough and self-employed scheme at a cost of £91.1 billion cost the taxpayer, protected the most vulnerable with £8 billion for the welfare system, protected thousands of businesses with over £100 billion of support, extending furlough and self-employment schemes until the end of September, restart grants of up to £18,000 for retail, hospitality, leisure and personal care business. But the Honourable Lady just sits there trunching. She doesn't want to hear the facts. And the facts are that the figures stack up and the government has done an amazing amount to keep the economy going.
Let's go to Andrew Mitchell.
Speaker, isn't it wonderful that the entire country today is talking about football and not about COVID or Brexit? Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, is a great and distinguished Democrat, and he's a stalwart supporter of the rights of this House and of Parliament. So can he explain why, having announced the business today, he is sending the House off for the summer without a vote on the point 7? Can I ask the Leader of the House for how much longer he is going to continue to disrespect this House and run away from a vote on this matter, and also to disobey Mr. Speaker's specific injunction at 3:30 on Monday the 14th of June?
Just to say, Nobody said we're not having a vote yet.
Mr. Speaker, it's even better than that. We had a vote, or an opportunity for a vote, which the Honourable my right honourable friend passed up. Now, he is a very experienced parliamentarian. He's been here much longer than I have, and he is well aware that estimates are, in fact, the foundation of the power of the House of Commons to approve the expenditure of the government. And estimates are votable on. And the failure to pass an estimate would have been a major problem for the government, which would have had to have brought back a new estimate. The fact that my honourable friend has not studied Erskine May carefully enough and therefore missed this opportunity is not my problem, but his.
Let's come to SNP spokesperson Pete Wishart.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course it would be churlish not to recognise the great sporting success of the last 24 hours. And I'm sure the whole House would like to congratulate Surrey for finishing 7 not out to deny Hampshire victory. I'm sure that's much more up Houses Street. Mr. Speaker, football may or may not be coming home in the next few days, but I will certainly be going home when this business question session concludes. But there is one place where there has been a massive defeat, though, and that is the government and its English votes for English laws procedure. We will finally bury this appalling, time-wasting mess next week. Now, I don't know whether it was dividing the membership of this House into 2 different and distinct classes of member, or the ridiculous attempts to have some sort of quasi-English Parliament squat here in the national Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that convinced the government to back down. But this is a massive victory for the Scottish National Party, and our campaign of ridicule and disparagement of the whole nonsense is won. We don't often get victories in this place, but we will be celebrating next Tuesday, Mr. Speaker. And can I also support the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield? The House simply must have the opportunity to vote on this government's overseas aid cuts, and this vote must be before the recess. All that rubbish about estimates is not good enough. It has to be a dedicated vote. Now, it's not often that members of opposition parties say that the government must uphold its manifesto commitments, but that's what this government must do, and we must have that vote before the recess comes. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, we rise in a couple of weeks, and all the provisions for virtual participation and proxy voting will fall. Infections and hospitalisations are rising exponentially with the Johnson variant, and we don't know where we will be in September. So what provision will the Leader of the House put in place if this House needs to review its arrangements and require some of the facilities that we've come to rely on in the course of the past year?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to hear from the honourable gentleman when he's not feeling churlish. I hate to think what he would sound like when he is feeling churlish. As regards plans for this House, plans for this House can always be made swiftly if necessary. On evil, well, I'm delighted to suggest it's a victory for the SNP, but it's also a victory for people of my way of thinking about our constitution. And this is important because within this House, we are the Parliament of the whole of the United Kingdom. It is why on occasions, though not as a general practice, of course, laws will be passed without legislative consent motions, as with powers that came back from the European Union, in the UKIM bill, for example, where the Scottish Parliament was not willing to give legislative consent motions. This is part of an overall package of the restoration of powers to the United Kingdom Parliament from the European Union, and we are the nation's Parliament, and I'm delighted that the honourable gentleman recognises that. As regards the 0.7%, I would point out that we remain one of the world's largest donors at 0.5%, and this is an impost on British taxpayers, and it is Her Majesty's Government being charitable on behalf of British taxpayers. But I will go back to my constitutional lecture, because I think people are simply failing to understand the importance of estimates, which are fundamental to the powers of this House. The ability to approve expenditure is what historically gave this House its power over the executive. And the ability to vote down an estimate is one that is rarely used because of its very profound consequence. And what I am saying to this House and to those who are supporting the honourable gentleman is, if you feel as strongly about this as you say, why did you not use the tool available to you? Let me just go into this in a little more detail. Had the estimate been voted down, the Foreign Office and overseas aid would have run out of money after the initial estimate, which is done earlier in the year, had expired. A proportionate amount of money is agreed before the beginning of the financial year and then runs out if the final estimate were not to be approved. In that event, the government has to come forward with a new estimate, and that would then have to be an estimate that it thought it could get through the House. So as a matter of simple constitutional fact, had the House chosen to vote on estimates, it would have left the government in a position where it would have had to have brought forward a new motion for expenditure for overseas aid in the Foreign Office. Otherwise, all our embassies would have run out of money. They wouldn't have been able to pay their water bills. And it is a failure of those who stand up and chunter about this not to use the tools to hand. And it is really not my fault if they haven't studied Erskine May carefully enough.
I think we might just get a passage from Erskine May now. David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend recommended reading Erskine May. I happen to have the 25th edition of Erskine May with me. And, of course, what it makes clear is quite how difficult it is to amend an estimate. So much so, the last time it was successfully amended was 1 century ago. You may remember it was 1921. And what it makes very clear is the Crown's prerogative on the monopoly of financial initiative means the only thing we can do in this House, unless the Crown acts differently, is to cut the bill, not increase the bill. So his argument to this House is that we should do away with all the aid in order to get more aid. I'm not quite sure the public, or indeed the ambassadors with the redundancy notices, would have quite understood that. So I have to say it's rather sad that the government is playing such games with this very, very important issue. Now, my honourable friend's a kindly man, and he will know that unlike most of the debates he's asked for, this debate, every day that goes by without it, means that more people go without aid. And in the words, and particularly in places like Yemen, where there is a famine in place right now, and in the words of the United Nations Secretary General, the ex-Prime Minister of Portugal, Antonio Guterres, under famine conditions, cutting aid is a death sentence. Can we please have this debate as soon as possible so we can change the government's policy for the better?
Mr. Speaker, the problem with pre-prepared questions is that they miss out what has been said before, so I will reiterate it. That had the estimate been voted down, not amended, I didn't mention amending, had it been voted down, the government would have had to have come forward with a new estimate. And it would have had to have done it by early August, because otherwise the money runs out. So it is a very straightforward mechanism that my right honourable friend failed to use. And that's rather surprising when he's such an experienced parliamentarian. He's been in the House much longer than I have, like my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield. But our overseas aid budget must be what we as a nation can afford. We have our largest peacetime deficit this year, or the last financial year, because of the COVID crisis. We cannot afford to be as generous as we once were, but we must ensure that the money we spend is spent as wisely as possible and is spent on the alleviation of disasters, and that is a fundamentally important part of our overseas aid budget.
Let's go to the Chair of the Backbench Committee, Ian Mearns.
As always, very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and could I thank the Leader for announcing the business up to the recess, and could I also thank the Leader for protecting the time for the Backbench Business Committee debate this afternoon. And I hope the Leader of the House can ensure that we have some time for backbench business debates in the first week back following the summer recess. We would, of course, be very, very grateful if you could facilitate that. Mr. Speaker, could we have a statement from the Secretary of State for Transport prior to the summer recess about what his department will be doing to address the huge shortage in heavy goods vehicle drivers in the road haulage industry? I've been contacted by representatives of the road haulage industry in my constituency of Gateshead who've really pressing concerns about the current situation. Implications for the industry, but also, and more importantly, for the reopening of the economy over the next few months, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, you might know I'm chair of the all-party group for football supporters, and being a Newcastle United fan, I've come to expect nothing, so anything that we get is a bonus. But congratulations to England. Getting to the final is a great achievement. They are in the final. Go on and win it.
To the House.
Mr. Speaker, I seem to remember that the late Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, Cardinal Hume, was a supporter of Newcastle as well, so I imagine there is some heavenly support for his team currently. I hear, of course, the honourable gentleman's appeal for backbench business time, and we do always do our best on behalf of the government to facilitate that. As regards the HGV driver shortage, the government is obviously aware of this, and steps have been taken to implement several long-term solutions across government, including the development of an LGV apprenticeship programme by DFT and DFE, aimed at addressing long-term driver skills shortages and improved labour supply. There is consideration about extending delivery hours, but the food industry is very well versed at dealing with delivery requirements and necessities. And there is a statement from the Secretary of State coming up. But I think, Mr. Speaker, you may get a bit worried if it goes from overseas travel on to... I thought you would, yes.
Let's go to Jeremy Wright. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Returning to the issue of overseas aid and the target, isn't it the case that the government is doing one of two things? Either it's seeking to change that statutory target without parliamentary approval, in which case, although I'd be the last person to ask the government to disclose its own legal advice, it will have to explain why legal opinions that say that is unlawful are wrong, as I, for one, don't believe they are. Or alternatively, the government is making use of provisions in the Act that set that target in statute, which allow the target to be missed in exceptional circumstances. Mr. Speaker, those are two different things. And I'm not clear from the pronouncements of various ministers which of the two is government policy. Surely my right honourable friend accepts that the House is entitled to absolute clarity on which of the two it is. And if the government is really proposing to change primary legislation, isn't it incumbent on the government to seek parliamentary support for that, rather than expect Parliament to use a device such as estimates in order to discuss it? If, on the other hand, the government is missing the target but not changing it, don't we need a statement in order to explore how compliance with the target will be restored?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable and learned friend will be aware of the law that relates to the 0.7% target, which requires that at the end of the financial year where the target is missed, a statement should be laid before Parliament. The law will be followed.
The Leader of the House referred to distinguished select committees, but when through the future relationship with the EU committee wrote to him about its untimely and premature demise, our plea fell on deaf ears, and the same applies to international aid. Not only no vote, but no committee. And at a time when we've got a diminishing contribution, diminishing percentage of a shrinking pot, surely scrutiny now is needed more than ever. Gaza's in ruins, we've got a global pandemic on. So he was an assiduous committee member as a backbencher. Can he prove that accountability still matters and that with his new lofty position, the power hasn't just gone to his head now?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Overseas Aid Committee has been retained, so I'm slightly puzzled that the Honourable Lady thinks that it's abolished. It was kept under its very distinguished chairman. As regards the Brexit Select Committee, Brexit had happened, therefore its purpose had come to an end. But I'm glad to say that there is an excellent committee that does its role much better, actually, than the Brexit Committee ever did it, which is the European Scrutiny Committee, chaired by my honourable friend, the member for Stone.
Sir David.
Whilst I am absolutely delighted that football and the summer adjournment debate are coming home, will my right honourable friend please find time for a debate on what appears to be the inappropriate application of do not resuscitate orders by certain hospitals without the express consent of the patient and their loved ones? I do understand that during the height of the pandemic, these orders were made on an individual needs basis, but I do think on such a sensitive subject, everyone involved should be consulted.
Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with my honourable friend. It is quite wrong for do not attempt CPR decisions to be applied in a blanket fashion to any group of people. Those decisions should only be made when the person involved has been consulted and their carers and their families. We do not want to see efforts to introduce euthanasia by the back door by not reviving people who ought to be revived. And I will, of course, pass on my honourable friend's concerns to my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary.
Justin Mapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our high streets have been struggling for many years now, and COVID, of course, has accelerated the challenges it faces. And another example of this is sadly last week when Neston Post Office closed its doors for the last time. Now, I understand there is interest from some potential new operators, but experience has shown us that it can actually take many, many months for these interests to come to fruition. And for a town of Neston's size to have no post office for any period of time is simply unacceptable. So can we have a debate, please, on what we can do to have more statutory obligations on the post office to ensure vital public services are not left from towns for any length of time?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the government certainly recognises the difficulties that town centres are facing, and hence the Towns Fund, which is £2 billion funding, offering town deals to 86 places across England, which includes accelerating funding provided to places last year. The Towns Fund will mainly spend taxpayers' money of £25 million in each town, though in exceptional circumstances more is available. The ability to get to the post office or to banks and to other essential services is of course of great importance, and the post office has to ensure that it provides as much service as possible within the budget that it's got.
Let's go to Ben Bradley. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the East Midlands, we have a huge amount of potential, but have consistently been at the bottom of the tables for both public and private sector investment. Now, I sense your concern about that, Mr. Speaker, and I know you wish to see us play a key part in the government's levelling up agenda. So you'll be pleased to hear that we've all sorts of plans in place, from our Freeport Development Corporation to plans around HS2 or fusion energy, as well as bids to the Towns and Levelling Up funds. So could my right honourable friend find time to debate these key priorities in the House ahead of the Levelling Up White Paper and spending review in the autumn?
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend in his determined representation of his county and his constituency. And I think he has raised this at a much higher level. He has recently met the Prime Minister to discuss the East Midlands Freeport and HS2 and how it might benefit his area. So his campaigning is proving very effective, and his voice is being heard throughout the land, and particularly in Downing Street. The Prime Minister will publish the landmark Levelling Up White Paper later this year, which will include our plans for strengthening local accountable leadership. But in total, Mr. Speaker, we have committed nearly £3.5 billion of taxpayers' money for councils and businesses in the East Midlands. So may I suggest to my old friend he might want to raise this further either in Westminster Hall debate or at the end of term adjournment debate.
Let's go to Jamie Stone. Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House may well recall that I am my wife's carer. And a year ago, at the height of the pandemic, I found myself in an extremely difficult situation, carrying out my parliamentary duties, voting, making speeches and contributions, etc. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to go on the record in terms of thanking the Leader of the House and everyone else who managed to sort this out. It's been a great benefit to me, and my family are truly grateful. Can I ask the Leader of the House to cast his eye to September and what may or may not happen in terms of how the House conducts its business? Could I ask the Leader of the House to give earnest consideration to consulting people like me in my situation, or indeed disabled people or people who might have a health condition, as to how we might try and enable all of us to participate as much as possible if the capricious COVID virus does something we don't expect in the months ahead?
Mr. Speaker, may I say I'm touched by the honourable gentleman's thanks. I'm not sure I deserve them as fully as he's given them, but I'm nonetheless very, very grateful. I'm always open to listening to honourable and right honourable members who have suggestions about how the House is operating and what we may or may not need to do in future in relation to COVID. As I know is the Chairman of the Procedure Committee, and indeed you, Mr. Speaker, we are obviously hoping that everything will be back to normal, and that's the basis on which plans are being made. But man proposes and God disposes.
Jacob.
Mr. Speaker, can we have a debate in government time to discuss the proposed May 22 train timetable changes, which cut the number of Darlington to London trains by a third? Delaying this timetable change would allow a proper assessment of the impact of coronavirus on the trains, but also the massive government investment going into Teesside with our new Freeport and Treasury North. And crucially, the delay will provide more time to develop the business case to introduce a direct red car to London service, which I'm sure the Leader agrees would be a great addition to the network.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that having a red car coming straight to London, a fast service, would benefit the nation and lift spirits. As the Prime Minister, I believe, said, red car has become blue car, and that's probably Thomas Tank Engine, who I seem to remember is the blue train. I completely understand the difficulties that train timetable alterations create. Obviously, there's been great pressure on the train timetables during the course of the pandemic, and the losses that the railways are making have required some changes, but I will take up his point with the Secretary of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone can see the rank hypocrisy that there is for a UK government which seeks to deny a future referendum on Scottish independence, yet simultaneously and unlawfully misdirects money towards carrying out opinion polling on Scottish attitudes to the Union from money that was intended to go to the public health efforts against COVID. So could I ask the Leader of the House, why, if now is not the time, was that polling activity being undertaken? And secondly, would he use his good offices to prevail upon his colleagues to place the outcomes and the findings of that research in the library of this House, so that the public might better understand exactly what it was that they got for their money?
Mr. Speaker, when important communications have to be sent to the country at large around something such as COVID, it is important to understand how people feel and how they will respond to the messages. The honourable gentleman raises the question of governments listening. I recall that the Shetland Islands last September asked if it could look at ways of having more independence, possibly including becoming a Crown dependency. As President of the Council, I'm particularly interested in this question of it becoming a Crown dependency, because that activity would then come through the Privy Council. And of course the Shetland Islands would be one of the richest sets of islands almost anywhere in the world if it were able to have the oil revenues that would accrue to it. So I wonder what the Scottish Government is doing in response to Shetland Islands, because it's so keen always to have votes and so on and so forth. Perhaps it will have a vote on independence for Shetland.
Let's go to Alicia Kearns. Alicia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, what assessment has my right honourable friend made of whether football is finally coming home? And does he agree with me that levelling up and the Cities for Growth agenda must not be limited to cities alone? And therefore, will he visit Melton Mowbray to see why I'm campaigning for a DEFRA office to open in the rural capital of food? Because if DEFRA can't open an office in a rural town and prove we care for our rural areas, then what department will?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, as England could win against New Zealand in the 50-over World Championship, there is hope for all our sporting heroes, and therefore let us be cautiously optimistic about what will happen on Sunday, but I think it's possibly unwise of a non-expert in this area to make a forecast. Not that we think much of experts as a general rule, but leaving that to one side. As regards the levelling up agenda, of course it mustn't be limited to cities alone. I represent a rural constituency, and I feel it's really important that the whole of our country is levelled up. That's the point of levelling up. As regards DEFRA moving to her constituency and improving, therefore, the consumption of pork pies, which I believe is a great delicacy from Melton Mowbray, which I'm grateful for the opportunity to visit, I think she's right to campaign for this. I would encourage her to do so, but I can't promise what the answer will be from my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State.
Brisbane.
Speaker, another business questions, and still no movement on government's plans to eradicate the practice of fire and rehire. Continuing the football theme, it's like a minister taking the ball into the corner to run down the clock until we get to recess, without actually having to do anything. It's months now since the ACAS report was received by government, so can we have a statement before recess outlining the government's position and outlining what they plan to do to stop this scourge and this inhuman practice?
Mr. Speaker, we did have a statement on fire and rehire in response to the ACAS report and the complexities of that report and the way in which it would best be implemented. And the government's clear recognition that fire and rehire as a tactic is a bad practice, but there may be circumstances when the best protection of jobs involves an element of it, and therefore the straightforward banning of it altogether would not necessarily improve employment opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks, I've met with several of my parish and town councils, and they have all led on a rise in antisocial behaviours that is affecting their communities and their residents. Some of these residents are living in fear, and more often than not, it is a small group of people, sometimes even one family, that is causing chaos for those around them. I know I have the full support of my new Police and Crime Commissioner in Derbyshire, but can I ask for a debate in government time on the powers that our police and that our district councils, our county councils and indeed our parish councils have to ensure that these residents that are causing so much trouble for other residents, can we look at the powers that these bodies have to make sure that our communities do not suffer the blight of antisocial behaviour?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I sympathise with my honourable friend. I think every one of us as a constituents MP has come across instances of antisocial behaviour caused by a very small number of people. And my experience is that the powers are there, and our role as members of Parliament is coordinating them and getting them actually to use the powers that they've got. And when they are used, very often these problems are solved. I remind my old friend the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act of 2014 provides the police, local authorities and other local agencies with a range of tools and powers, and that they can respond quickly and effectively to antisocial behaviour. But sometimes it doesn't register with the relevant authorities early enough, and this is where I think we as MPs play a very useful role in bringing the focus of attention onto it and encouraging them to use the powers that they've got. But my honourable friend may want to raise this with Home Office questions on Monday.
Ian Lavery.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the dream of transforming the Northumberland economy and leading the way in the green industrial revolution with 8,000 new local, well-paid, scale-secure jobs in my constituency of Wansbeck actually became a step closer this week with the plans being approved for the British Volt Gigafactory in Camas. The plans are to manufacture 300,000 lithium-ion electric car batteries annually. And isn't it ironic, Mr. Speaker, that my constituency, which was hugely dependent on coal mining, now have this unmissable opportunity to greatly assist the UK in its zero carbon objectives. But you know, like Ellesmere Port and like Nissan, government assistance will be absolutely essential. Can we have a debate in government time to discuss how and what assistance can be given to ensure that local people are at the front of the queue and will be adequately trained and scaled up in employment for day one of the plant construction?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman is a great parliamentarian. I fear it must have pained him to praise a Conservative government so much. And I'm all the more grateful for the fact that he has done it and the sincerity in which he has done it with. I'm very tempted to exceed my remit and simply grant the debate he's asked for, because he's asked for it so charmingly. But I think I may leave the suggestion that it should be for an adjournment debate. But I'm very grateful for his support and the cooperation, showing that we can work to get zero carbon, to improve technology, to improve people's standard of living on a cross-party basis. And if the two of us can be cross-party, Mr. Speaker, almost anybody can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that my right honourable friend was watching the England game last evening and would join me in congratulating the team on their fantastic victory and in wishing them success and luck for the final on Sunday. The team have united the nation, and I'm sure that our success will spur on a new generation of budding Harry Kanes. The fan-led review of football governance will consider all parts of our national game, and it is important that this also examines how we can continue to nurture young talent as well. Will my right honourable friend look to hold a debate in government time on the review when it reports back its findings?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My own friend is right about the uniting force of success, and football is the most popular game in this country. Amazingly, it's more popular than cricket, which always surprises me, but nonetheless, it is. And I did indeed watch it last night with any number of my children, who were some of them staying up rather later than is perhaps advisable for children of their young years, but never mind. As regards the fan-led review, that's an independent review being led by our honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford. This was announced by the Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, on the 19th of April 2021, and will explore ways of improving the governance, ownership and financial sustainability of clubs in English football, building on the strengths of the football pyramid. Rather than immediately having a debate, may I suggest my honourable friend seeks to speak to our right honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford, because I think that's a very good way of starting conversation and being involved in the process.
Let us go to Geraint Davis. Geraint.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to move safely out of the lockdown, but now we may see the emergence of a new vaccine-resistant variant from those people who've had one jab of being infected. And indeed, the level of infection for the Delta variant may rise to 100,000 a day. So can the government ensure that in the event that Parliament is recalled in the summer, that hybrid online facilities for MP participation will continue in order that all voters can be safely represented?
Mr. Speaker, the Labour spokesman and members seem to come on and say that they want the lockdown to end, and then they try and stop it ending. There seems to be a great desire not to end the lockdown, and I think we want to get on the 19th of July and get back to as normal as possible, including in this House. This is really important. But the House has shown in the past that it can act swiftly if necessary.
Matt Vickers.
Mr. Speaker, there is an unprecedented national shortage of building materials, including timber and cement. Across the country, builders are struggling to get the materials they need, and the prices are spiralling out of control. Will my right honourable friend grant a debate on how we ensure that our Britain's builders get the bricks and mortar they need to build back better?
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that there are inflationary pressures in some areas of the economy, and I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue. The government is aware of the current shortage of building materials owing to global demand outstripping supply, and material prices are increasing significantly. This is having a particular impact on small and medium-sized enterprises. The government is working with the Construction Leadership Council's Product Availability Group to identify and resolve these challenges, but my honourable friend could raise this at the end-of-term adjournment debate if he seeks further discussion on it.
Patrick Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think he's really addressed this adequately. If a member of this House, if the Leader of the House tests positive for COVID ID on the 5th of September and are required by the government to self-isolate for 10 days, how are their voices and the voices of their constituents and the votes of their constituents to be represented in this House?
Mr. Speaker, the government speaks with one voice, and therefore if I were not able to be here, my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, the Deputy Chief Whip would appear for me, as he did once before, and I'm sorry to say he did it extraordinarily well, which rather made me nervous, thinking that perhaps he might take this role on a more permanent basis. So there are always opportunities for government ministers to be replaced by other ministers speaking with the one voice of the government. As regards the more general concern, the question is, are we getting to the stage where we live with COVID, and therefore it is like other diseases, and therefore members of the House will be affected in the same way as if they had another illness, and that's something we've coped with over hundreds of years, that there's a pairing system that works very well, there are means of getting questions raised on your behalf, but that this has been an exceptional period and exceptional practices because of the widespread, all-encompassing nature of the pandemic. Assuming that is not going to continue to be the case permanently, we ought to return to normal as soon as possible.
Let's go to Sir Greg Knight. Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we all welcome the progress towards getting back to normal, is the Leader of the House aware that the COVID emergency did result in some innovations being put in place which were widely welcomed and popular? One in particular was the option given to local councils to hold virtual meetings, which has now lapsed. Now, I know that my right honourable friend prefers to embrace tradition before innovation, but will he and other ministers note that there's a widespread desire for this option to be made permanently available. Will the government therefore respond positively to this suggestion and bring forward legislation on this matter sooner rather than later?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right that it would require primary legislation. I'm not convinced of the strength of argument for it in ordinary time. I think that meetings are best when held together, and there's better democratic accountability when people are together and able to have the informal as well as the formal conversations that take place in council meetings. I think much the same is true for councils as is true for this House.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the people in Northern Ireland, and the vast majority of them anyway, and my constituent Strangford, I'd like to offer my congratulations to the English team. We're very pleased from Northern Ireland supporters, and I am one of those, to let them use our song Sweet Caroline. And we do rejoice in the singing of it at Wembley or wherever it may be, so we can join in the singing of this anthem on behalf of England. We look forward to many glorious times, perhaps on Sunday if all goes well. According to Open Doors, Christians in the DRC, Democratic Republic, despite making up more than 95% of the population, are facing soaring violence in that country. In fact, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, rose 17 places this year on the Open Doors World Watch list of countries where Christians are the most persecuted. DRC Christian population and churches are said to be under a huge risk of violence in the east of the country, where Islamic terrorists groups the ADR and the NALU operate. 1 million people are displaced internally, and Christians have been targeted for killings, for kidnapping, for forced labour, for torture, and even Christian women are particularly vulnerable to rape and sexual slavery. It's an absolute tragedy happening as we sit in this chamber. Would the Leader of the House agree to a debate or an urgent statement on this matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank both the honourable gentleman for bringing this matter to the attention of the House, and also to Open Doors for the incredible work that it does as an organisation. They are both important voices for the rights of persecuted Christians. The UK and Her Majesty's Government is concerned about violence against all communities, whatever their religion or belief, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The violence is symptomatic of a broader picture of instability in eastern DRC. Her Majesty's Government continues to urge the DRC Government and the United Nations to work together to protect civilians from continuing violence and to address the root causes of conflict. We are committed to ensuring the UN peacekeeping mission remains focused on delivering its mandate to protect civilians, and that vulnerable communities remain central to the United Nations work in the DRC. My honourable friend is probably more adept at using the House's procedures than any other member, so I hardly need him to remind him that there are Foreign Office questions on the 20th of July, but I will in the meantime pass on the honourable gentleman's concerns to the Foreign Office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September, I'll be running the Montaigne Dragon's Back race while attempting to run 230 miles over twice the ascent of Everest. And I'm very happy for my right honourable friend to join me on the world's toughest mountain race from Conway Castle to Cardiff Castle along the spine of Wales. But on a serious note, I'm doing it for two amazing organisations. The first is the Wolves Foundation, that does so much work across Wolverhampton, particularly for the most vulnerable, and also Elysium Memorial. Now, they are raising awareness for veterans' suicide. I have personally lost friends I served with. Would my right honourable friend commit more time in this House to discuss such an important topic?
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is considerably more energetic than I am. I think I'd find it hard put to do 2.3 miles, let alone 230 miles, and I might need the resuscitation that our honourable friend was raising earlier. But to come to his very serious point, may I wish him well in his fundraising efforts for both the foundations. And as regards the issue of veteran suicide, this is a matter of the greatest responsibility for the government and parliamentarians, that we ask people to put their lives on the line for the safety of our nation, for the security and peace of our nation, and we have a duty to them for the rest of their lives for what they have given or have been prepared to sacrifice on behalf of the nation. So I'm grateful to him for the work he is doing and can assure him that it's an issue the government takes with the utmost seriousness.
Go to Andrew Gwynn. Andrew.
Thank you. The proof of the levelling up pudding is in the eating for a community like Denton and Reddish, my home, which I proudly represent. I've submitted bids to the government for both the Restoring Your Railways Fund to provide important rail links for Reddish South and Denton stations, currently served by just one train a week, and also to the Levelling Up Fund to restore the old library, fire station and swimming baths complex in Reddish into a mixed community, leisure and employment growth hub for start-up businesses. As another conduit from Parliament to the Executive, can the Leader of the House please use his good offices to ensure that both of these bids get a fair consideration from ministers?
Mr Speaker, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for the effort that he is making and for ensuring that all sources available for his community are explored. Again, it shows an element of desire for cross-party working, and I think that is beneficial to our public life. Yes, I can assure him that all bids will be fairly considered, but I will pass on the comments he has made to the relevant Secretary of State.
Let's go to James Daly. James.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Would my right honourable friend make time for a debate on Places for Everyone and its relationship to individual council local plans in the Greater Manchester area? Bury MBC have not had an updated local plan since 1997 and are ignoring recent government guidance on the protection of Green Belt, which would safeguard precious areas of countryside at Elton Reservoir, Tottington and Walshaw within my constituency. Councils like Bury should be required to have updated local plans before entering into joint development strategies like Places for Everyone to ensure a localised planning system that responds to the concerns of local residents.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend makes a really important point about the need to involve residents in the creation of local development plans, and I can assure him this principle is the heart of what my right honourable friend, the Housing Secretary, is achieving. National policy is clear that our planning system should be genuinely plan-led. Succinct and up-to-date plans should provide a positive vision for the future of each area. And the planning bill will create a simpler, faster and more modern planning system, ensuring homes and infrastructure can be delivered more quickly across England. I would say that not updating a plan since 1997 seems to me to be an example of bureaucratic treacle, and the treacle should be baked away.
David Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware of the huge increase in scammers and fraudsters targeting our constituents. Now, they are advised by the police to contact Action Fraud. Action Fraud can't investigate, so it goes back to the police anyway, and the end result is too often that constituents don't hear any more. I appreciate there's a volume problem, but could we have a debate about how we can better protect our constituents from these fraudsters?
Mr Speaker, I think this is an issue every member of this House will be concerned about, and all of us will have had raised in our constituency surgeries. Reports submitted to Action Fraud are considered by the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau and evaluated to assess the information available which could assist in investigation. Data matching allows reports from different parts of the country to be linked through analysis. The hope is that this can lead to trends being identified and action taken to address these threats. However, I agree with my honourable friend that more needs to be done, and one often finds that constituents' cases are not investigated in the way that they would like.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure that the Leader of the House, like myself, will have had many contacts from constituents who have asthma during the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Respiratory Health produced a report and recommendations on asthma outcomes. But does the Leader know that, in fact, we haven't had a debate in this House on asthma since 2006, and that was an adjournment debate? So can we have a debate in government time on asthma outcomes in the UK to discuss the recommendations of the report and how we can support our constituents who suffer from asthma?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Honourable Lady raises an important subject that many in this House will be concerned about. I must confess I'm surprised there hasn't been a debate on this since 2006, though I do think it's more an issue for the Backbench Business Committee or indeed for a Westminster Hall debate rather than she will have heard earlier, as I read out the business, a very full government programme between now and the recess.
Mr Buchan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many residents in Kensington work in financial services and other professional services. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that financial services are a vital industry, contributing 11% of our total tax take? And does he agree that we need to prioritise services when we are negotiating future trade agreements? And would he consider a debate on the importance of financial services, not only to London, but also to Scotland, to Leeds, to Bristol and many other places?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely well aware of the importance of financial services, as I spent a number of decades working in financial services in the investment management field, and I'm well aware of the importance particularly of Edinburgh as a financial capital. So my honourable friend is right to raise this issue. Financial services are very strong and vibrant and flexible, and that is what has led to their success. And the ability to attract business from around the world has in reality been more to do with their efficiency and their competitiveness and the collection of skills that they bring together, rather than particular agreements with other countries. So though of course we must discuss them with foreign nations, actually the city will do best if it is fleet of foot and capable and competitive.
Final question, Jill Furness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A group of my constituents have reported their employer, Horizon Care Homes Limited, to the pensions regulator for allegedly failing to pay their pension contributions into the government's Nest pension scheme. I have contacted the regulator and they inform me they are legally unable to give me any information about their investigation, even with my constituents' consent. This makes it extremely hard for me to assist them. Would the Leader of the House support me in allowing a debate in this chamber to ensure that MPs can gain appropriate access to the information needed to assist our constituents facing problems with their pensions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to answer this slightly tentatively because I'm calling on memory of what I think the law says about giving information to members. But my understanding and memory is that businesses are not obliged to give information to members, but there is an exemption in the data protection rules that allows them to give information if they choose to do so. So my understanding is that it is a refusal of the organisation to give information under its own procedures, not one by law, and that therefore I would encourage the Honourable Lady, and I would support the Honourable Lady in continuing to put pressure on them not to be obstructive of members of Parliament doing their job. I did come across this once on behalf of a constituent of my own, where a particular bank refused to give information, even with the support of the constituent, erroneously quoting data protection rules. So if that is the case, I think the Honourable Lady is in a strong position with the pensions regulator. I think it is their rules rather than our laws. But I will check this, and if I'm not correct, I will write and put the letter in the library.
I'm now suspending the House for 2 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order.
Order. Order. Statement, Secretary of State for Transport, Grant Shapps.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't underestimate for a second just how difficult the last 16 months have been for those who've not been able to travel to see their families, and for travel tourism, and for the aviation sector itself, of course. And no minister, let alone the Transport Secretary, would want to ever curtail our freedom and ask people not to travel. But protecting public health has rightly been, and will continue to be, our overriding priority of this government. And that's why we introduced some of the toughest border measures in the world. But we are now, thanks to our brilliant vaccination programme, in a position where we can start to think about how we live with coronavirus, while returning life to a sense of normality. And last week I said at this dispatch box that the government intended to ease restrictions on fully vaccinated travellers returning from amber list countries. Well, now I'm pleased to be able to provide more detail. As one of the world's most vaccinated countries, we must use these advantages to restore many of the freedoms that have been necessarily lost over recent months. So I can confirm today that from the 19th of July, UK residents who are fully vaccinated through the UK vaccine rollout will no longer have to self-isolate when they return to England. They'll still be required to take a test 3 days before returning, the pre-departure test, demonstrating they're negative before they travel, and a PCR test on or before day 2, but they will no longer be required to take a day 8 test. In essence, this means that for fully vaccinated travellers, the requirements for green and amber list countries are the same. To be clear, a full vaccination means 14 days have passed since your final dose of the vaccine. And it's also important to note that health matters are devolved. So decision-making and implementation may differ across UK administrations, and we'll continue to work with the devolved administrations to ensure we achieve our shared objectives of safe, sustainable, robust return to international travel. Madam Deputy Speaker, the change I'm announcing today will prioritise those vaccinated in the United Kingdom. However, as I made clear last week, we want to welcome international visitors back to the UK and are working to extend our approach to vaccinated passengers from important markets and holiday destinations later this summer, such as the United States and the EU. And I'll update the House in due course on how we approach vaccinated individuals from other countries. When I highlighted the potential policy to the House last week, I explained that we needed to take some additional time to look at how children and the evidence around children who will not, of course, have been able to benefit from vaccines would be treated. I can tell the House today that children under 18 returning from amber list countries will not have to isolate on their return nor take a day 8 test. Children between the ages of 5 and 10 will only need to take a day 2 test, and as before, children 4 and under will be exempt from all testing and isolation requirements. I know this was a big concern of families, and after working with the scientists and public health experts, I'm delighted to be able to offer that reassurance today. The success of our vaccine programme has been aided by those selflessly creating the great benefits for society and the rest of the world by being a part of those clinical trials, without which we wouldn't have this vaccine programme. We're committed to ensuring that they are not disadvantaged as a result of being part of those trials, and I'm delighted to announce that those on approved clinical trials in the UK will also not need to self-isolate or take that day 8 test from an amber list country. Passengers will need to, of course, be able to prove their vaccination status, and they'll do that either through the COVID Pass. Now, that's available on the main NHS app, not the COVID app, or via the accessible letter, which can be obtained by calling 119 for those without access to smartphones. Passengers returning to England will be asked to include their vaccination status on their passenger locator form if they wish to benefit from the exemption to self-isolate. And transport operators and carriers will be required to check passengers' proof of being fully vaccinated before they are able to get on the form of transport. The government's been working closely with international partners on restarting international travel safely through certification. I'm pleased to announce to the House today that more than 30 countries and territories are now recognising vaccine certification as part of entry requirements and either accepting proof of vaccination letter or the NHS app itself. And we'll continue to increase that number so that the NHS app becomes the natural default. Passengers should, of course, check with the Foreign Office travel advice to understand the latest entry requirements and COVID-19 rules at their destination. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that travel is important, that many people have not been able to travel, of course, for the last year and a half. This is not just, of course, about holidays, eager as we are, I'm sure, for time in the sun, but this is also about reuniting families who've been apart throughout this pandemic. It's about helping businesses to trade and grow, and it's about supporting aviation, a sector which hundreds of thousands of jobs rely on. An industry which this government has backed through £7 billion of support through this pandemic. And as the industry tell me, the support is, of course, very welcome. But the only way to actually recover is to allow them to fly and for travel to resume again. Which is why I'm pleased to also announce today that from the 19th of July, we'll remove the guidance that people should not travel to countries on the amber list. And this means that people will be able to travel for leisure, for business, and see family to amber list countries. Now, I'm sure the whole House will welcome this development and approach to international travel. However, I want to be clear that as we begin to ease restrictions, travel will not be the same as it was before in, say, 2019. People should continue to check Foreign Office travel advice, travel where possible outside of busy weekend times, and importantly, they should expect that their experience at the border will, of course, be different because longer waiting times will be necessitated by risks, even as we introduce and expand the range of e-gates available to read the passenger locator forms. I must also make clear that public health remains our key priority, and that's why we'll not make any changes to requirements applying to those arriving from countries on the red list, even where they are fully vaccinated. The measures I've announced today have been designed in close cooperation with my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, along with medical and scientific experts, to ensure we can continue to minimise the risk of new variants. And as many of us know from personal travel experience, the government won't hesitate to act if required, and the data suggests that needs to happen. In other words, to put this on the record, an amber list country could still turn red, necessitating a change in behaviour when we return to the UK, and indeed, if a country goes into red, mandatory hotel quarantine. The UK has achieved many hard-won gains through our successful vaccination programme, through the continued spirit and determination of the British people. We continue to encourage people to take up the vaccine when offered, not only to protect themselves, but also to restore previous freedoms more safely. 19th of July will mark the next step of this cautious reopening of international travel. And thanks to this government's incredible success with the vaccine programme, people in England will be able to travel more easily, visit their family and friends who they've not seen for such a long time, and also get business moving again, kick-starting our economy while keeping the UK safe and supporting a wide range of jobs and industries in the process. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
We now go to the Shadow Secretary of State, Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for advance-sight of the statement this morning? Madam Deputy Speaker, when I questioned the Secretary of State on publishing the data, he said, the JCVI and Public Health England do indeed publish their methodology, and the data behind it for each of these countries is already published. However, the assessment to the 15th of June only has published limited data on 22 countries. And even with this very limited data, it shows absolutely no data for incoming passenger testing, no data for new variant testing for some of the countries that were moved to the green list, including the Balearics. The debate last time focused on India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, yet none of those countries have had the data published. Nor have the countries which are critical to our economy, including the US, Canada and the vast majority of the EU. When the full data is published, Will he ensure that it shows a very clear direction of travel for each and every country to instill travel confidence once more? And will he finally allow a full review of the delay in adding India to the red list alongside Pakistan and Bangladesh, which led to the rapid spread of the Johnson variant, which he knows has delayed restrictions being eased here in the UK? It's also noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in just a week, the government has effectively taken our suggestion to effectively scrap the confused amber list. But it isn't clear if some of the countries that are currently on the amber list should in fact be moved to the red list. Can he confirm that a country-by-country assessment was carried out ahead of the statement being made today? Madam Deputy Speaker, as he'll know, Labour has been calling for the introduction of an international vaccine passport. He states that an agreement has been reached with 30 countries to accept UK vaccination status. So far, that list hasn't been published, and it's not clear what pre-testing and arrival testing will be needed. I welcome a common sense approach which will allow children to travel with their vaccinated parents and carers. And he confirmed that all of the 30 countries which he says will now accept the NHS vaccination status, that every single one of them will allow children to travel without additional restrictions. He will know that in addition to the uncertainty around the travel list, that the cost of testing is turning away would-be travellers. PCR tests often cost over £100 a person. The government could stop the rip-off we see with private testing companies, instead using spare capacity in the NHS testing sites, supported by an updated NHS app, which will also confirm testing status alongside vaccination status. We know that testing is a critical element of protecting the spread of COVID, so will he take forward these suggestions and finally make meaningful progress? Madam Deputy Speaker, when I asked the Secretary of State what action was being taken to open up transatlantic routes, he said that a US-UK working group had met the week before for the first time, yet no update has been provided on that today. So can I ask how many more times it's met since then and what progress has been made? Importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, international travel community and the tourism sector needed the government to really step up, but I'm afraid ministers found themselves wanted. Labour is clear that the government must follow the example of other countries by intervening and bringing forward a sectoral deal to protect jobs. So can I ask the Minister why still the government haven't brought forward such a deal when the Chancellor promised it nearly a year ago? When I visited Heathrow last month, they noted that over a quarter of their cost base goes in fees and levy to government. If ministers don't want a support package that's holistic, can they at least look at the fees that are paid directly to government? And on Eurostar, why haven't they had the same business rate support as aviation? As an international travel operator, it should be a level playing field. And before I end, Madam Deputy Speaker, I did want to touch on the fact that this announcement didn't cover mask wearings. It's pretty clear that the government have been all over the place on mask wearing, despite masks reducing the risk of passing on the virus to other people, critically, especially on public transport. Why does the Secretary of State believe they should only now be subject to personal choice? And like me, will he commit to continuing to wear his mask on public transport?
State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman mentions the JCB data. The methodology is on the website, as I mentioned to him before. I'm sure they will continue to publish a fuller range of analysis as more countries are moved about. And, of course, we've got the next review of the green, red and amber list on the 15th of July. India, he brings us up every time that we speak, and it doesn't matter how many times you explain the fact. We put them on the list 2 weeks before, on the red list. 2 weeks before they became a variant of concern, a week ahead of them being even a variant of interest, and yet he still continues to come to this House and say that time again. He mentions the list of 30 locations which are accepting either the NHS app or an NHS letter. They are already published. They're available on the FCDO website, and it gives me the opportunity to stress that when somebody travels to any location, they will want to use the FCDO website as the Bible for what will be the requirement on entry and departure from that country. I just wanted to update him on one late change, just so the House can note that it's not just children travelling with adults, it will be all children who will be exempt in the same way as somebody who is double vaccinated. He mentions the costs of tests. I've come to this dispatch box before and agreed that the costs of tests were too high, and I'm very pleased that since May the costs have continued to be driven down as over 400 providers stepped up to the plate to produce these tests. I was looking this morning, there are tests as inexpensive as a tenner, albeit that those are tests in person, but there are quite a number of tests now for much lower prices than the ones that were previously being stated. The update on the working group with the US-UK that Biden and the Prime Minister announced is ongoing. Those meetings are taking place each and every week. As I've explained to the House before, there are quite a lot of technicalities to overcome, not least an executive order from the previous US administration, 212F, which actually bans travel for anyone who's been in the UK or Europe for the 14 days previous. And we're working through all those issues with them. They're being held at official level currently. In terms of support for the industry, I think it's a pity today that the Honourable Gentleman didn't reflect what the industry itself is saying. I noticed that the Airport Operators Association is saying this is a significant step forward, that they widely welcome it, that they say that people will be able to get away on a well-deserved break. The Airlines UK, who represent the airlines, say this is a positive move towards genuinely reopening the sector, and they warmly welcome it once again. And I have to say, when the Honourable Gentleman says Labour have been clear, he says, it's anything but clear. What is clear is there's a division between him and the Shadow Home Secretary. Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, they wanted quarantine lessened. Then they wanted everyone in a hotel. Then they wanted it to be done on a case-by-case basis. Then they wanted to shut down travel, open up travel, put everyone on a red list and more countries to the green list. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a policy, it's just plain politics.
Mrs. Theresa May.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to my right honourable friend that I welcome his statement today. This is the first step in opening up Britain for business. But I note in his statement he said that people should expect their experience at the border may be different, with longer waiting times than before. When queues at the border have been a problem in the past, extra staff have been brought in, including from other government departments, to support Border Force. Will my right honourable friend, on behalf of the government, guarantee that every effort will be made to bring in extra resources, deploy staff in different ways, including changing staff rotas at Border Force, in order to ensure that there can be a smooth movement of people through our borders and that we do not see inordinately long queues?
Thank you, and yes, I welcome my right honourable friend's intervention. She's absolutely right. In fact, I've been working with the Home Secretary and Border Force on exactly this issue. I should be perhaps a little bit more specific about where travellers might expect queues. Quite a lot of the checking will be done upstream, in other words, before you board the aircraft typically, or it could be a train or a boat, from your location that you're coming back from. And so the queues at check-in whilst you're abroad may in fact be the place where those problems most exist. I know that many of the airlines are developing systems to further automate that check-in, but they will be doing quite a complicated job, checking the passenger locator form against the booked test still required on day 2, and of course vaccine status as well. So I just think it's fair to warn people who are travelling this summer that that is something that we haven't had to do before, but she's absolutely right to say that it's important that the borders at this end are as smooth as possible. Indeed, a lot of investments going into automating all of that.
SNP spokesperson Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of the statement. I should start by saying I share the Honourable Member for Oldham's concerns about the lack of transparency in the data, and I have to say the Secretary of State's answers simply aren't good enough on that. We need to see more data and more quickly than we are at the moment. And I have to say the Secretary of State is, and whilst I do welcome the thrust of the statement, the Secretary of State is being just a little disingenuous when he says in the statement that the industry tells him that support is welcome, but they need to get flying again. That in and of itself is of course correct, but what he didn't say is that industry is still crying out for further support, because most of the industry has not had grant support despite being the hardest hit sector in the economy. I've said a number of times now in the last few weeks that Glasgow Airport in my constituency has lost a third of the workforce that's based on site. That's 2,000 jobs gone locally at the airport, and well over 1,000 jobs beyond the airport connected to aviation. And in terms of the Scottish summer season is already well over 2 weeks old, and by the time this policy kicks in for England, teachers in my area will be back in schools 3 weeks thereafter. So it's a very short window that remains. So the government must extend furlough for the sector, no ifs, no buts. And whilst this announcement will help, the number of passengers will still be significantly down. So the need for a sector-specific support package is still very clear. And from the outset, the Scottish Government have said that caution is required regarding international travel, and people should think very carefully about travelling abroad as situations can suddenly change. The Scottish Government will continue to work closely with the other home nations and are cautiously supportive of exploring options for the easing of restrictions for fully vaccinated travellers arriving from countries on the amber list, but only if the clinical advice supports it and if systems are in place to ensure the wider safety of the Scottish population. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that rumours for months have circulated about cabinet discussions, robust cabinet discussions on international travel, with often, amongst others, the previous Health Secretary and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster on one side, and the Chancellor and the Secretary of State on the other. And one can't help note the change of pace and the changes to international travel now that the new Health Secretary is in place. But I wonder, how can plans for an ambitious return of travel be made if the UK Government's rush to unlock domestically means, with 100,000 cases a day, etc., means other countries close their borders to UK travellers? And then, lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, as has been said, mask wearing on aircraft, indeed in all public transport, is to most of us a no-brainer. And as he didn't address the Shadow Secretary of State's question, I'll ask again, will mask wearing on aircraft be compulsory, and will the Secretary of State confirm if he will continue to wear masks on all public transport?
State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I just should point out the change of pace is because we now have a situation where the majority of adults in the UK are vaccinated, and that was not fully vaccinated. And that was not the case. It wasn't the case a month ago when we postponed step 4. It is the case now, and I can confirm to the honourable gentleman I was already discussing these changes with the previous Health Secretary, in fact. He's absolutely right. I did omit to mention about masks, and I should just bring the House up to speed. We will be still in guidance providing information about mask wearing. We know that it's sensible in more enclosed spaces, and I will wear a mask personally where it is appropriate to do so. And the airlines have already said it's a condition of carriage in, I think, all the cases that I've seen. And where it's a condition of carriage, of course, I would always wear it. On the other hand, if you're in an empty carriage on a long-distance train for many hours, then people will use their common sense. And it's something on this side of the House we absolutely applaud and agree with. We're pleased to be able to get back to a guidance situation. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I hear the honourable gentleman quite frequently, he is a doughty campaigner for Glasgow Airport, and he often challenges me on this, I have to say to him that he might want to look a little bit closer to home. It's only very recently, in June, that the Scottish Government banned Scots from travelling to Manchester. As a direct result, EasyJet cancelled new routes which would have connected a whole bunch of Scottish airports. And no wonder the Scottish Passenger Agents Association has said that the Scottish Government is sacrificing them in their approach to aviation. So I think a lot of the answers that he's looking for, I'm afraid, are close to home. Meanwhile, the UK Government has provided £7 billion of support to the sector. And this opening up today, I notice so far, has yet to be reflected by announcements by the Scottish Government as well. If he really wants to help, I think he can help move along the policy in Scotland as well.
Chair of the Transport Select Committee, Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rejoice, rejoice. This is a much-needed shot in the arm for those who've had 2 shots of the vaccine in their arm, and for an industry and workforce who have been laid low during the pandemic, perhaps more than others, but have always been confident and steadfast in their belief that we can all travel safely again. So in welcoming this announcement, can I ask the Secretary of State to also keep an eye on the testing regime? We know that for the last couple of months, those who have come back from amber destinations, only 0.4% of those have tested positive for COVID. So can we perhaps look at the testing costs? They are still a barrier for those travelling. It would be great if, rather than having an expensive PCR test, lateral flow could be used instead, and those who do test positive could then use a PCR. Those kind of ideas I would really look for the Secretary of State to keep on championing. And can he make sure that the Foreign Office advice and website is as up-to-date as he is on this matter?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend. He does a superb job as the chair of the Select Committee and has been very consistent in his support for the aviation sector. He'll be interested to know, as the whole House will, that we'll have a further review date of this on the 31st of July. That's a checkpoint for the rules themselves, so that will be the date. Currently, the scientific evidence is that PCR tests, in addition to being a bit more accurate, are also the ones which can be quickly a sequence for the genome to look for variants as well. And his points about the FCDO and ensuring that all of that advice ties together are well understood, and we'll make sure we work closely with that department.
Rachel Meskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, both the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary have warned of a considerable spike in the level of infections, perhaps 100,000 positive cases detected every day. This clearly is going to put pressure on our testing services, but also will have a chilling effect on inbound travel, as people will have choices to travel to nations where there is a lower infection rate. As a result of that, what kind of compensation is he looking to bring forward to the travel industry for many of the companies in my constituency who have really struggled over the last year because of the lack of government support? And will we ensure that that support is long-term so that these companies can have that bridge into their future?
Well, it is, of course, true to say that there is a third wave with the Delta variant. We're in the fortunate position in the United Kingdom of having this exceptional vaccination programme, which has enabled us to, on the 19th of July, provided that it's confirmed on Monday, open up. I've described from the dispatch box today how we'll allow people who've been vaccinated through the UK vaccination programme to travel again and come back and treat those amber countries as if they're green. We will, on the other side of that, work on a phase 2, which will enable people to travel here. And I'm working closely with the Culture Secretary to ensure that that can restart as soon as is possible. We need to be able to trust their vaccination programme and be able to qualify that they've had a particular type of test, of course. That is the best way to help those travel firms in her constituency. And I must just pick up, £7 billion is not a drop in the ocean. It is a lot of money that's being used to support the travel sector. We're proud to have done so, but the very best thing will be to get the sector opened up again.
We now go via video link to Julian Sturdy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This announcement is a big step forward in the right direction and will provide a much-needed boost for the travel sector. So I really do welcome what the Secretary of State has said. It will provide a meaningful choice as well for holiday destinations for families looking to go abroad this summer. However, as the chair of the Transport Select Committee has already touched on, the Secretary of State will be aware that testing requirements remain both costly and burdensome, especially for families going forward. So noting he mentions the date of the 31st of July, I note that, but will he also commit to keeping the testing under regular reviews? And also, can he look not just at the cost, but also the bureaucracy that goes with this, that is, and it does have an impact on families going on holiday?
Secretary of State.
I certainly welcome, my honourable friend's welcome of the policy. And on the cost of tests, I do just want, because what tends to happen is the narrative runs a bit behind what's actually happening in the real world. So I jumped on the gov.uk website this morning to take a look at myself. There are some very inexpensive tests. I think the cheapest I saw was £4.95. Now, that's actually quite specific because it referred to somebody turning up at an individual test centre. They may not live anywhere near to it. So let's assume, though, that the tests are higher than the cost of tests are higher than that, but also recognise that they're no longer at the hundreds of pounds that were being quoted in the spring. I want to see that continue to be driven down, and I do give him my assurance that we'll carry on working with the scientists and looking at the data. We won't be testing people for a moment longer than is required, but our primary responsibility, of course, is to protect people in the UK. We do not want to have a variant come in that we simply fail to pick up.
Now go via video link to Ben Bradshaw.
I warmly welcome this statement, Madam Deputy Speaker. It finally restores to us
some of the freedoms our European neighbours and Americans have been enjoying for some considerable time. But if I understood the Secretary of State correctly, the green list testing requirements will still leave travel more restricted this summer than it was last summer when we didn't have the vaccines. And of course, reciprocity, as he will understand, is absolutely vital when it comes to travel. And the lack of immediate reciprocity for other countries means they're less likely to open up to us anytime soon. So why, when many European countries already accept our vaccine passport, are we incapable of accepting theirs now?
Thank you very much. Well, of course, reciprocity is very important in this, and I've already explained the situation with the United States. And reciprocity would involve them not having Executive Order 212F in place, of course. That would immediately relieve some of the issues there. They do still have 50 different ways to verify tests because there's no central system. Each state has its own version. The European example is a better one, as he says. I am working very closely with my European counterparts in regular contact. We wanted to have a first phase in place as quickly as possible, easy to verify through the UK vaccine programme, but we will move as quickly as possible, I think, to satisfy his concerns about working with other countries, including the EU digital passport.
We now go via video link to Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this statement from the Secretary of State and also his restatement of the significant financial support given to the sector. What's his judgment about whether these changes that have been announced will allow the sector to stand on its own feet from a business viability perspective, or are we still going to have to put significant sums of public money into it? This is a debate that we need to have. Every bit of caution that people advocate comes with a price tag that has to be met by the taxpayer, and that debate, I think, is essential as we go forward.
I think it's worth reflecting that this country is leading the way. I was having a look at which other countries, certainly in Europe, major economies are going for an unlock as we expect and hope to do on the 19th, subject to confirmation next Monday. And I don't see any other country who are opening up domestically quite as much. And it is time, as I think I know he agrees, to learn to live with the coronavirus. We have many advantages this year that we didn't have last year. Easily available testing, much reduced in price, vaccination, immunisation for people, all adults being able to access it. And that does mean that we can move to what will, I think, become the new world of aviation. I think to answer his question, in my conversations with the aviation sector in particular, many of them have downsized. They're now ready to start upsizing gradually as we come out of, I think, what has been the most horrendous couple of years on record for that sector.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not only has the government's hotel quarantine policy been an utter mess, the handling of complaints and legitimate calls for exemption have been painfully slow through official channels. I've had toddlers left without milk, kids so poorly nourished in these hotels that ambulances have been called out. Some people have been left without access to drinking water, and families in Luton are being charged nearly £2,500 for this. Can the Secretary of State tell me who is making a profit on these astronomical charges, and why is there no discount for people on low incomes?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to highlight these cases and fight for her constituents. I do just want to point out that the figure that is charged at the moment does not make a profit for the government. In fact, it's still being somewhat subsidised in the process. I also want to point out that people should not be travelling to red list countries. So, the only people who should be coming back to quarantine, government quarantine, are British or Irish citizens or people with permanent rights of residence. And there should be a limit to the number of people who are still abroad and wishing to return. So I do just want to stress, I do sometimes come across cases where people are still using the red list as if it's okay, I can come back in hotel quarantine. That should not be the case. However, if she has individual cases, I'm concerned to hear about them. The system is handled by the Department of Health, and I'd be very happy to pass them on.
Number 10 is withdrawn, so we go to Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has quite rightly sounded a note of caution that anyone who chooses to travel to an amber list country needs to be prepared for the possibility that it becomes a red list country before they return. What happens if someone has booked to travel to an amber list country and it becomes red before they travel? Has he had discussions with the travel industry and the travel insurance industry to determine whether passengers in those circumstances will be entitled to a refund, or will they simply have to sacrifice a holiday and lose all their money?
Well, I have to say the travel industry, I think, has actually stepped up to the plate on this by and large. And we're seeing a situation where nearly everywhere where you could book, and I just encourage consumers to take a look, you're able to guarantee a refund or a change of date if there's a change in status, and holiday insurance become quite adept at this as well. Governments also try to assist. So, for example, we've introduced, it used to be with ABTA that you could, with ATOL, that you would be able to get only a cash refund. We've made those vouchers effectively government guaranteed, so people can take them with assurance, and that, of course, is helping the travel sector as well to weigh up their difficulties in cash flow. So I'm working very closely to answer his question with the travel industry. He's absolutely right to raise the case. The most important thing people can do is check before they book, particularly now, particularly this year, to make sure that refunds and rebooking is allowed within the contract.
Now go via video link to Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. His statement will be a lifeline to the aviation industry that he's done so much to try to support throughout the pandemic. Inbound tourism clearly is very important to the economy of the United Kingdom, and I therefore hope that he will be successful in swiftly ensuring that overseas visitors, not just returning British passengers, will be able to enter into the United Kingdom relatively easily and safely. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that my right honourable friend will also be able to work with the FCDO to seek to ensure that all World Health Organization approved vaccines are accepted in overseas countries, and particularly including, of course, the countries of the European Union like France. Finally, and referring back to the issue raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, about queues at border posts, will my right honourable friend ensure that not only at airports, but also at the channel ports particularly, there are facilities to ensure the swift flow of passengers?
Thank you very much. I would say that I absolutely hear the call for inbound tourism. I've heard it from both sides of the House. We are working on that as a phase 2. There are, of course, some further complications in terms of how to accept different proof of vaccine, but I absolutely agree with the idea that we should, of course, be accepting vaccines which have been approved by the World Health Organisation as a very good basis for this. He makes an excellent point about not just airports, but other types of ports, and of course those across the Channel Tunnel are some of the busiest in the country. I do think it is right to tell people that these additional checks are likely to cause delays potentially on both sides of the border of the Channel this summer, and that people will want to prepare and plan their journeys with supplies, and also ensuring that they have picked the best time of day to travel in order to avoid it. But I'm working already very, very closely with my French counterpart to try to minimise any delays as much as possible.
Now go via video to Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also welcome today's statement by the Secretary of State. However, the latest ONS stats on the coronavirus job retention scheme show that 57% of employees in the passenger air transport sector remain on furlough. Can the Secretary of State tell me what discussions he has had with the Chancellor to extend the furlough to avoid a job crisis in the aviation sector before furlough ends?
Well, the furlough scheme, as the Honourable Lady knows, is part of a national scheme, UK-wide. It's supported those in aviation, but across the economy. Of course, it is starting to wind down through September. And that's why I think today's announcement is particularly timely, because it gives the ability for aviation and travel companies to get going again. And I do hope that closer to home, the Honourable Lady will put pressure on the Scottish Government to follow, because at the moment we seem to have a situation where there's more support being called for from Scottish members, but the most important thing of all, allowing these airlines to fly, doesn't seem to be forthcoming from the Scottish Government.
Sir David Amos.
Welcome my right honourable friend's statement today that not only football but air travel is coming home, and I will not repeat colleagues' points about clarity, testing, self-isolation, wearing of face masks and the rest of it. But will my right honourable friend please reassure me that as a result of his announcement there is absolutely no need for Southend Airport to stage more night flights, which really does cause a nuisance to local residents?
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend for shoehorning two things into this question. First of all, 45 minutes before anyone mentioned coming home and got it into aviation. And secondly, night flights, which is not entirely part of my announcement today. I know that Southend Airport is very important to his local economy. I won't comment on the night flights position specifically, but I was relieved to see that flights will be able to continue there after the operator experienced difficulties recently.
We now go via video link to Naz Shah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too welcome the statement from the Secretary of State this afternoon. However, what is he doing? I'd like to understand what he's doing to fix the issue with the quarantine hotels. My 34-week pregnant constituent who returned to the UK was quarantined in Greenwich in the O2 Arena, a Continental Hotel. On day 1 and 2, she ended up in hospital, was denied a travel to hospital on day 6 for a scan. By day 8, she lost her baby and spent 4 days in ICU because she nearly lost her life. Will he meet with me to discuss this and to ensure that we get quarantining right for families, and especially this tragic case for my constituent?
I welcome the Honourable Lady's welcome of the package, and I'm very, very sorry to hear about that situation that she outlines. It is the case that, of course, everybody in a quarantine hotel should have access to medical assistance. I'm not aware of the details, but I'm very happy to help arrange for the correct minister, which will actually be in the Department of Health, to meet with her to discuss her constituent's case.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I very much welcome the announcement from my right honourable friend today, which will make such a huge difference to families wanting to see their relatives, to businesses in my constituency, and of course people who also want to go on holiday. But can I come back to the point of reciprocity? Because while we can ease the measures domestically, of course it's what happens when you land on the other side that also impacts the ability for people to work, to see relatives, etc. And I think ideally, we want to have international safety standards and a sort of international approach which is synchronous across all nations. I was wondering if he could update the House in terms of his discussions taking that forwards.
I do want to pay tribute to my honourable friend's campaigning on this subject. He's done a great deal on talking about the safety standards and campaigning to get to a situation where we can help reopen things. He's right to talk about reciprocity as well, and he'll be interested to hear that I chaired a meeting of the G7 Transport Secretaries, my equivalents, earlier in the year, and I'll be doing so again later in the year. Our drive is to introduce those international standards because clearly coronavirus isn't going away anytime soon. We want to make sure that there's an internationally recognised system in place. So we're doing our part, since we happen to be chairing the G7, to make sure that those standards are recognised globally.
We now go via video link to Martin Day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We find ourselves in the position where previous failures of the UK Government have left us as a centre for a new variant. So how does the Minister's plan for ending quarantine take account of keeping future new variants out and therefore the consequent impact that this may have on the ability of UK citizens to then travel?
Well, as I've explained, first of all, I don't accept the premises of his point. We have had one of the most rigorous border checks in place. In fact, I was in this House only last week where I think every single speaker from all sides of the House urged an opening up. So I'm interested to hear his views. But secondly, the steps in place are to still require a pre-departure test and still require a PCR test on or before day 2 in order that it can be sequenced, and of course all the other guidance which exists as well.
By video link to Henry Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's announcement today. It's absolutely the right measures to be taken. But can I encourage him to, as soon as possible, go further and look to expand the number of green list countries that international travel is possible to, particularly working on that US-UK travel task force, because it's estimated for every day we don't have meaningful transatlantic flights, it is costing the UK economy some £23 million per day.
Well, I do want to pay tribute to my honourable friend for all of his work and campaign on this subject. I know his constituency is very much impacted by the success or otherwise of aviation. In answer to his point, yes, we will certainly look at those countries which fall into the red, amber and green categories. For the purpose of clarity for the House, it's probably helpful for me to say that that review will take place next on the 15th of July, so not very long to wait. There are then 2 checkpoints, one on the 31st of July, that's looking at the system and its operation in total, and again on the 1st of October, which are already actually in the programme going forward.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I also thank the Secretary of State for his update as always. Would the Secretary of State outline what steps have been taken with the Republic of Ireland government to ensure that correct tests have been taken into assessment? This is an issue that my constituent and his pregnant wife had only on Monday passed, in which Ryanair supplied tests was deemed to be insufficient, and around 300 people were placed in one of the quarantine hotels with no idea at all of just what had happened and what had went wrong. So how can the Secretary of State assure my constituents that the right information is conveyed to the travel sector so as to make international travel as smooth and as understandable as possible?
I wasn't familiar with that Republic of Ireland situation, but I will undertake to speak to my opposite number, we do speak regularly, and receive an update and perhaps write a letter back to the Honourable Gentleman with information to take the case further.
John Howell.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. I realise that this is not his decision, but what additional evidence does his statement provide to help the House of Commons authorities in their deliberations on whether my delegation can return to Europe?
Well, far be it from me to get between the honourable member and the House authorities, but I do have to say it is time for those delegations to be able to return. We have set out today a form of travel where amber can be treated as green, where double vaccination, or I should say full vaccination, because some people will have a single vaccination in the future, plus 14 days, provides reasons to travel. And I very much hope that that then brings to conclusion, I know this long-running situation where the Honourable Gentleman and others have not been able to travel to do important Council of Europe and other business.
We now go via video link to Anam Kosei Javed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The newly appointed Health Secretary has said that the UK Government's policy of returning to normal may lead to as many as 100,000 COVID cases per day. It's entirely possible that with these case rates, uncontrolled by the UK Government could lead to further curbs on UK travellers abroad. How will the Secretary of State's plans announced today accommodate these projected domestic case rates?
Well, I'm grateful for the question. I think it's important to know that we're in a different phase of this coronavirus now, where never before have we had the majority of our population double vaccinated, and everybody is welcome to come forward, and indeed should come forward if they haven't been for the vaccinations yet. The rest of the world isn't quite in that situation as yet. They will want to get themselves to that position. And increasingly, therefore, the focus isn't so much on the specific case rates. After all, we're not vaccinating children yet, and we wait for the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisation to let us know whether they wish to, whether it's scientifically proven to do so and advisable. But in the meantime, what we really are interested in is, of course, the hospitalisations and deaths. Other countries will experience the same thing, and there's no reason, as we've seen throughout this coronavirus, to think that one country's epidemiological situation is different from another. We know that whilst we may have been suffering from the Delta variant, that other countries sadly will do in the future. I hope they can get themselves vaccinated in time.
Now go via video link to Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The whole travel industry will welcome today's decision, which will help build confidence in the industry and amongst passengers. Clear and concise guidance will be needed quickly for airports, airlines and travel agents to navigate the additional paperwork required to check passengers' vaccination status. But given that some people can't have the vaccine for medical reasons, what can be done to provide confidence that we aren't moving towards a two-tier society?
Well, he's absolutely right. The airline industry, for example, says they're looking forward to working with the government to continue this momentum and further open up markets, and I welcome his welcome of today's announcement. He's right as well to point out that there are some people, for various different reasons, I mentioned in my speech, people who've been on a trial, for example, who wouldn't qualify under the normal circumstances. The other set of people, of course, are people who are clinically unable to have vaccinations for various different reasons, and we will bring forward guidance on all of these issues.
Video link to Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. My constituent, Tracy Crabb, has been double jabbed, but she's one of those who's had the Indian-manufactured COVID Shield version of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which the EU currently doesn't recognise in their digital certificate travel scheme. This is absolutely crazy, given this drug is no different to the AstraZeneca vaccine manufactured here. Some EEA countries have said they'll still accept COVID Shield, but most have not yet. And France apparently considers people with this jab as being unvaccinated. So what's he going to do to try and get some common sense on this issue so that Tracy and thousands like her can enjoy some of the international travel freedoms he's just announced?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, of course. If it's recognised by the World Health Organisation, there is no excuse not to recognise it. We're working with our colleagues, friends and colleagues in the EU and elsewhere, and I'm pretty certain this situation will be resolved.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State to come to the House and making this statement, and also for all the work he does behind the scenes to support the travel industry. But I have a concern. If I understand the Secretary of State right, amber countries can now be travelled to. The restriction has gone. However, the Foreign and Commonwealth advice still today for countries is you can only go for non-essential, you shouldn't go for non-essential travel, for instance, Germany and Italy. So will that guidance be updated now for the July the 19th so that people can plan in advance?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I should explain two things. First of all, FCDO travel advice is about the danger for somebody in a country. And of course, that could be about COVID, but it also could be about political unrest or some other natural or other crisis going on in that country. So it is by necessity different from the traffic light system. The traffic light system is interested in the risks posed by that person having visited that country on their return to the UK. But he raises a very important point about the travel advice to people going to amber countries, which at the moment says don't for the purposes of holidays, for example. We will be changing that advice for the 19th to make it clear that people can travel for holiday and other reasons.
Tricia Gibson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I confess that I was quite surprised by the response that the Secretary of State gave to my colleague, the Honourable Member from Glenrothes, on the issue of travel insurance, given that consumer body which has found that many travellers are being left with a false impression about the travel insurance protection they would enjoy in the event of COVID-related disruption to their plans, with less than 1% of UK travel insurance policies providing people with full comprehensive cover for COVID-related disruption. In view of these concerns, will the Secretary of State undertake to discuss with the travel insurance industry to make sure that consumers can have confidence that they are appropriately covered in the event of disruption to their travel plans?
I want to be clear with the House. I mean, it has involved some sort of cajoling, I would describe it as, to ensure that the travel industry is in the right place more times than not. And I'm aware of the Which report she refers to. I'm also aware that the monopolies, the competition authorities, rather, have been looking at this, in the case of one or two of the larger airlines have undertaken action. It is very important, and I hope that she will accept, the government is very much on the side of consumers, and we do want to see flexibility in the system. That's why we backed the atoll system for vouchers to be accepted, to both make it easier for travellers but also for the industry, and we will do everything that we possibly can to assist. I'm very happy to accept her offer and arrange for the aviation minister, and perhaps with the appropriate ministers across government, to meet and discuss this issue with her.
Simon Feld.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I warmly welcome this announcement. It will be much relief to companies like Travel the Globe, based in my constituency, who are a very successful travel business who have struggled over the last 18 months of uncertainty, and also to families and individuals hoping to travel and reunite with family. But given that double vaccination is key to unlocking international travel, what message does my right honourable friend have to those who are still yet to book their second jabs?
One of the things that is important is people are fully vaccinated, and that means with the vaccines we're using at the moment, 2 jabs, and then you have to wait 14 days, and then you're able to use this new dispensation we've announced today on amber list travel and not have to quarantine. So the message is simple. If you haven't booked your second vaccination, you've had your first, please book. If you haven't booked your first, book that. We've reduced the waiting time to 8 weeks for those under 40. Please use this as the reason to get on the website and get yourself booked in for that second jab.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government made some major mistakes on our borders last year, but it is right that we move forward in a pragmatic and sensible way now in light of the success of the vaccine rollout. And I've heard from many constituents and working in the travel industry in Cardiff South and Penarth, and many small travel companies who have been hit hard by this crisis and want to see international travel resume in a safe way. But can the Minister just be absolutely clear about the situation for residents in Wales? He talks here of UK residents who are fully vaccinated through the UK vaccine rollout will not have to quarantine if they come back to England. Obviously, we will expect announcements in due course from the devolved administrations about their own ports and airports. But Welsh residents coming back into a UK airport, Heathrow or somewhere like that, they will not have to quarantine. Is that correct?
Yes, I do want to stress that this is an announcement that I'm making for England, that we're working closely with the devolved administrations. There is, of course, only one international airport in Wales, which is Cardiff, and I very much look forward to the administration there coming to their own conclusions. They will also need to describe what happens, as was the case when we had country changes on the corridor, on and off the corridor list, to travellers who come to an English airport and then wish to travel across the border. I am sure that between him and I, we can convince them to do the right thing, get on board with this, and enable both English and Welsh to travel with ease.
Now have a video link to Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I apologise to the Minister if I missed it, but I didn't hear one word of his statement about the international cruise ship industry, an industry which has now fulfilled the government's request for a crisis workshop with foreign Commonwealth and development officers, and they've taken the extraordinary step of agreeing to a memorandum of understanding on repatriation. Can the Minister reassure the international cruise ship industry that as he talks about increasing traffic between international airports and he talks about opening the international economy, that he will not neglect the international cruise ship industry and the 88,000 plus UK jobs that are reliant on it?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right to stress the importance of the cruise industry, and he'll be pleased when I tell him that these moves do include cruises from the 19th of July. Indeed, we've enabled cruise ships to sail already with up to 50% where people have been double vaccinated. So yes, they're included. But I do have to say to the honourable gentleman, it is a frustration that we have been allowing cruise ships in English waters, but they have been banned from docking at Scottish ports for the last month or two. If he really wants to help those 80,000 people employed by the cruise sector, maybe he can start by talking to the Scottish Government about that.
Now go by video link to Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement today, and I've listened very carefully to his answers. Can I ask him just to clarify two of those answers? Firstly, in regard to the amber list review, if one is on the amber list on the 31st of July, by implication, it will still be on the amber list until the 1st of October. Is that correct? And given that Verify and the EU digital travel passport are already in place, how quickly does he expect the UK to be able to join schemes and allow all foreign fully vaccinated travellers to come to the UK?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must caution that the House and everybody listening that, of course, it is the case, whilst opening up today and making these announcements, that an amber list country could, in theory, switch to being a red list country. I can provide him no such guarantee that from July to October there may not be changes. There could be. Nonetheless, I think most people realise by this stage that the path of the coronavirus is unpredictable, and I hope that this double vaccination measure provides some reassurance. So it can change quickly, and I do want to reassure my honourable friend that we will always act in to the best benefit of people and securing their health going forward.
Question to Dr. Liam Fox.
Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome my right honourable friend's statement. Can you consider issuing some separate guidance for business travellers who have multiple short visits abroad? Clearly, it's self-evident you can't take a test 3 days before returning if you've only got a 1 or a 2 day visit. So, given that many business travellers will undertake such visits, will he issue that? And can he also give a commitment to publish the criteria on which the decision to place a country in green, amber or red is taken? Because if the travel industry knew what the criteria were and the methodology, they would have an idea of the direction of travel, rather than having sudden events imposed and deadlines imposed upon them.
So, sure. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to mention the case of, for example, a business traveller who might go from A to B to C. One of the things which is little noticed is that the test is up to day 2. It's not a day 2 test per se. I think it might be helpful, though, if I were to write to him in more detail about the application and how that would work under this new system with regard to, for example, somebody travelling perhaps for business to many different places. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to tell my right honourable friend that on the gov.uk website, the methodology for the JVC is already set out, and it does include subsections of a number of different criteria applied. I often hear people say, X country has fewer cases than we do, so why aren't they on the green list? The answer is probably they're not sequencing their genome, they're not uploading it to the GIS-aid internationally recognised format, perhaps they're not vaccinating people at quite the rate that we have. So there are many different factors, but they are all set out by the JCB.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to make arrangements for the next business.
Order. I call the Prime Minister to make a statement. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will make a statement on the UK's policy towards Afghanistan. 20 years ago, Osama bin Laden and the al-Qaeda leadership had turned Afghanistan into the epicentre of global terrorism, where, in the words of the author Ahmed Rashid, everything was available: training, funding, communications and inspiration. And it was in the mountain ranges of this sanctuary that al-Qaeda operated a formidable network of terrorist training camps, drilling and indoctrinating thousands of recruits. The terrorists who acquired their murderous skills in Afghanistan, or who were organised from its soil, dispersed across the world, inflicting bloodshed and tragedy on 3 continents. They detonated truck bombs in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in 1998, killing 224 people. They attacked the USS Cole in Aden in 2000, killing 17 people. And then they perpetrated their most heinous atrocity, claiming almost 3,000 lives in New York, Pennsylvania and Washington on September the 11th, 2001. Today, thankfully, the situation is very different. The training camps have been destroyed. What remains of al-Qaeda's leadership no longer resides in Afghanistan, and no terrorist attacks against Western targets have been mounted from Afghan soil since 2001. We should never lose sight of these essential facts. On the morning after September the 11th, few would have predicted that no more terrorist attacks on that scale would be launched from Afghanistan in the next 20 years. These gains were achieved by an American-led military intervention mounted with overwhelming international support, including troops from dozens of countries, and the first and only invoking of NATO's Article 5 security guarantee. And we can take pride that Britain was part of that effort from the beginning. Over the last 2 decades, 150,000 members of our armed forces have served in Afghanistan, mainly in Helmand province, which was, from 2006 onwards, a focus of our operation. In the unforgiving desert of some of the world's harshest terrain and shoulder to shoulder with the Afghan security forces, our servicemen and women sought to bring development and stability. The House will join with me in commending their achievements and paying heartfelt tribute to the 457 British service personnel who laid down their lives in Afghanistan to keep us safe. We always acted in the closest partnership with the government and people of Afghanistan, and we owe an immense debt to the translators and other locally employed staff who risked their lives alongside British forces. We have already helped more than 1,500 former Afghan staff and their families to begin new lives here in the UK. This year we adopted a new policy offering priority relocation to the UK to any current or former locally employed staff assessed to be under serious threat to their lives, together with their close families. British diplomats and development experts worked alongside our allies to rebuild the country, opening schools and clinics where there had been none, and bringing safe water and electricity to millions of people for the first time. Anyone who lives in comfort as we do should not underestimate the importance of their advances. In Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, virtually no girls attended school. They were, as a matter of declared policy, driven from the classroom and forbidden from returning. Today, 3.6 million girls are going to school in Afghanistan, seizing their chance to escape from illiteracy and poverty. The Girls' Education Challenge Fund, established by the British government, has helped over 250,000 Afghan girls into the classroom. And our priority now must be to work alongside our Afghan and other partners to preserve these vital gains and the legacy of what has been achieved. Under the Taliban, women were excluded from governance. Today, women hold over 1/4 of the seats in Afghanistan's parliament. And since 2002, over 5 million refugees have returned to Afghanistan under the UN's voluntary repatriation programme, aided by the fact that Britain, the UN, and our Afghan and international partners have together cleared over 8.4 million landmines or other unexploded munitions, restoring 340,000 acres of land for productive use. In 2018, Herat province was declared free of mines after 10 years of painstaking work by the Halo Trust based in Dumfriesshire in a UK-funded programme. So no one should doubt the gains of the last 20 years, but nor can we shrink from the hard reality of the situation today. The international military presence in Afghanistan was never intended to be permanent. We and our NATO allies were always going to withdraw our forces. The only question was when, and there could never be a perfect moment. As long ago as 2014, the UK ceased all combat operations and brought the great majority of our troops home, reorientating our role and our involvement. About 750 service personnel stayed in Afghanistan under NATO's mission to train and assist the country's security forces. Last year, the US decided to withdraw its troops from Afghanistan while the Taliban undertook to prevent, and I quote, any group or individual, including Al-Qaeda, from using the soil of Afghanistan to threaten the security of the United States and its allies. President Biden announced in April that all American forces would leave by September at the latest. And the NATO summit declared last month that the alliance's military operations in Afghanistan were coming to an end. As a result, all British troops assigned to NATO's mission in Afghanistan are now returning home. And for obvious reasons, I will not disclose the timetable of our departure, though I can tell the House that most of our personnel have already left. I hope that no one will leap to the false conclusion that the withdrawal of our forces somehow means the end of Britain's commitment to Afghanistan. We are not about to turn away, nor are we under any illusions about the perils of today's situation and what may lie ahead. We always knew that supporting Afghanistan would be a generational undertaking, and we were equally clear that the instruments in our hands would change over time. Now, we shall use every diplomatic and humanitarian lever to support Afghanistan's development and stability. We will back the Afghan state with over £100 million of development assistance this year and £58 million for the Afghan National Security and Defence Forces. And we will, of course, continue to work alongside our Afghan partners against the terrorist threat. Our diplomats are doing everything they can to support a lasting peace settlement within Afghanistan, and they are working for regional stability, particularly by promoting better relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And here I commend General Carter, the Chief of the Defence Staff, for his steadfast efforts. I spoke to President Ghani on the 17th of June to assure him of the UK's commitment, and I was moved once again to hear his tribute to the British soldiers who strove so hard to give the Afghan people better lives. We must be realistic about our ability alone to influence the course of events. It will take combined efforts of many nations, including Afghanistan's neighbours, to help the Afghan people to build their future. But the threat that brought us to Afghanistan in the first place has been greatly diminished by the valour and by the sacrifice of the armed forces of Britain and many other countries. We are safer because of everything they did. Now we must persevere alongside our friends for the same goal of a stable Afghanistan, but with different tools in our hands, and I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Opposition Deputy Leader, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement? And can I also, first of all, give my apologies on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition, who is on a long-planned visit to meet political leaders in Northern Ireland. And may I also associate myself with the comments of the Prime Minister regarding the British service personnel and the collective efforts of our partners in NATO. This is a profound moment for more than 150,000 UK personnel who have served in Afghanistan during the last 20 years, including my honourable friends, the members for Barnsley Central and Norwich South, and many more honourable members across this House. My own brother too served in the British Armed Forces during that period, so I know how it feels to say goodbye to a loved one before a tour of duty. Thankfully, Mr Speaker, I do not know how it feels not to see your loved one come home again, and the pain that those families have gone through is unimaginable. Hundreds of British men and women lost their lives in the service of our country. Many more were wounded or injured and still suffer the physical and emotional scars. They have shown extraordinary bravery, skill and courage. So today, Mr Speaker, to everyone who served in Afghanistan and to all that loved them and supported them, we say a huge thank you. There have been moments of huge difficulty in the last 2 decades, and the situation on the ground in Afghanistan today is more concerning than at any other point in many years. That must not take away from the many positives of our engagement has brought to Afghanistan and the real difference our services and development sector have made in a country that has suffered so much. We have supported improvements in security, in governance, in economic development and, as the Prime Minister said, in advancing the rights of women and education for girls. Yet these gains have not been secured. The Taliban are making gains on the ground and serious questions remain about the future stability of Afghanistan. A security threat remains to the wider world, including to the UK. And nobody wants to see British troops permanently stationed in Afghanistan, but we simply cannot wash our hands or walk away. It's hard to see a future without bloodier conflict and wider Taliban control. Already, they are on the brink of gaining control of provincial capitals, and Afghan security forces are at risk of being overwhelmed. This, Mr Speaker, spells jeopardy for the Afghan people, particularly for Afghan women and girls, and all the things that the Prime Minister talked about earlier, who just in a just world would have had the same rights as women everywhere deserve. And in the words of the Prime Minister himself, this is a situation fraught with risk, and I understand that. So can he tell us if he argued for or against the withdrawal of the US government and in NATO, and what other steps he proposed? Our British troops made enormous sacrifices, and we believe, as a nation, we have a responsibility to our veterans. Can the Prime Minister really tell them that our work as a nation in Afghanistan is done, and their efforts will not be in vain? On their behalf, Mr Speaker, I ask the Prime Minister, what plans are now in place to ensure that Afghanistan does not become a failed state and a breeding ground for those that wish to oppress their own citizens and threaten ours, and what additional threat does our country now face? What diplomatic plans will be in place in the region to support the peace process? And is the government, UK government, engaging with the government of Pakistan about its role? And will the UK embassy in Kabul remain? And how will we keep our UK staff there safe? Afghanistan remains one of the most poorest countries in the world. Yet our aid funding to that country is being cut by more than £100 million he referred to today. The UK funded a project of 6,000 women that has already been cancelled. When he visited Kabul as the Foreign Secretary, he said that girls' education was our crowning achievement. So can the Prime Minister tell the House what impact his cuts to the aid budget will have on programmes there, and will he not rethink those cuts again? Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that we all want to see an end to UK military operations in Afghanistan. But if we leave without putting a plan in place to ensure that Afghanistan does not go back to the conflict and violence of the past, then we would have failed those that have given so much over the last 20 years. Building and maintaining the peace and prosperity of Afghanistan, protecting women and girls, and in turn protecting our own nation should always be our priority. To honour the legacy of those that have served and the lives that were lost, let's make sure, Prime Minister, we get this right.
Prime Minister.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for what she said, and particularly the spirit in which she said it. Let me try and address some of her points. It is clear that what is happening now is a follow-up to what was very largely the withdrawal, the end of military operations in 2014. The presence since then has been much smaller, but a great deal of good work has continued to be done by British aid workers, by British Armed Forces, and by British diplomats. And she's right to draw attention to the work of educating girls and young women. I think the whole country can be proud of what has been achieved, and I can reassure her by saying that actually this country will not only continue to fund education in Afghanistan, to continue to support Afghanistan to the tune of £100 million, as I said, but we will also increase our funding for the Global Partnership for Education, and we'll be making further announcements about that later this month, when the Global Partnership for Education takes place here in London. And she asks the most important question, which I think veterans of the Afghan conflict will want to know, which is whether we think that the threat from Afghanistan has now been reduced. And the answer is yes, we do think the threat from Al-Qaeda is very substantially lower than it was in 2001. There remain threats, of course, from the Islamic State of Khorasan, from the Haqqani network. Of course, there remain terrorist threats from Afghanistan. But the answer is to have a peaceful and a negotiated solution, and that is what our diplomats will continue to work for. And I would just say to the Taliban, they've made the commitment that I read out to the House in their negotiations with General Khalilzad. They must abide by those commitments. And they should, I'm sure that they will be aware that there is no military path. There is no military path to victory for the Taliban. There must be a peaceful and a negotiated settlement for the political crisis in Afghanistan. And the UK will continue to work to ensure that that takes place. And I believe that that can happen. I don't believe that the Taliban are guaranteed the kind of victory that you sometimes read about, Mr. Speaker. And the UK will continue to exert all its diplomatic and political efforts to ensure that there is a better future for the people of Afghanistan, for the women of Afghanistan, for young people growing up in Afghanistan, and that the legacy of those 150,000 British serving men and women who went through Afghanistan, and above all the 457 who laid down their lives, that their legacy is properly honoured, Mr. Speaker.
Comes to the Church Select Committee, Tom Trugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I first of all say thank you to the Prime Minister for coming and giving this statement himself. This is an enormously personal issue for me. I didn't meet the Honourable Member for Barnsley Central here or in any of the clubs or think tanks around Westminster. I met him about 20 miles to the west of Garmsir in the desert as we were fighting side by side against the enemies he's just listed. And the achievements that he has listed were won with the blood of my friends, and I can point him to the graves where they now lay, because that legacy is now one that is in real doubt, and we know it. And we know that it's not just his decision. We know that the US decision to withdraw forces was fundamental here. But can he explain to me, how does Britain's foreign policy work in a country like Afghanistan? If persistence isn't persistent, if endurance doesn't endure, then how can people trust us as an ally? How can people look at us as a friend? This reminds me not of Vietnam, but of Germany in 1950, at a time when we could have walked away. We could have said, it's too expensive, it's too difficult to rebuild. Let's let Stalin have it and see what happens. But we didn't, we stayed. And in doing so, we liberated the whole of Europe peacefully. Now, I understand that it's hard to do that, and I understand it demands a lot. But the integrated review set out a really impressive strategy. And it wasn't just summarised with the 3 words, God bless America.
Yeah, very good. I thank my honourable friend, and I'm sure the whole House will want to thank him for his service in Afghanistan and everything, the good that he did with his fellow serving men and women in Afghanistan. But as I think he conceded in his question, what the UK has been able to do in Afghanistan has not been possible through our efforts alone, Mr. Speaker. And we have to work with others. And, of course, the United States plays a massive role in these considerations. But I wish to reassure him and to reassure the House that we are not walking away. And I made that point absolutely clear to President Ghani on the 17th of June. We are, as I say to the Right Honourable Lady, I should have answered that point. We are keeping our embassy in Kabul, and we will continue to work with our friends and allies, and particularly with the government of Pakistan, to try to bring a settlement, to try to ensure that the Taliban understand that there can be no military path to victory, and there must be a negotiated solution. And that is what the British government will continue to do. And that has been very largely what we have been doing, Mr. Speaker, since 2014.
We now come to SNP leader Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, it's a pleasure to follow the member for Tunbridge and Walling, and we should listen very carefully to what he had to say. For he and others in this House that served in Afghanistan, and indeed all through these islands that went to that country, those that have sadly lost their lives, but those, of course, who were injured in the conflict, many of those that are maimed for the rest of their life. Let me thank the Prime Minister for coming to the House and for advanced sight of his statement. This is an important statement, and of course it's largely about national security. And let me state that I think there is an obligation on all of us on this side of the House to work constructively, to be a critical support to what we're seeking to achieve here. And in that spirit, I commend the Prime Minister and his office for agreeing to Privy Council meetings for the Leader of the Opposition and ourselves, because it's important that we are as informed as we should be in order that we can play the role in scrutinising the government but supporting as where appropriate. Mr. Speaker, while there would have been no question about the UK realistically maintaining a presence unilaterally in Afghanistan, there is no point pretending that the vacuum created by the accelerated withdrawal of US and allied forces has done nothing but create instability. Mr. Speaker, we know the departure of the remaining Western forces from Afghanistan has emboldened Taliban insurgents. In recent days, the Taliban have seized several districts, and they have made it clear that they expect any Western forces left behind, even those guarding Kabul airport or embassies, to be a violation of the Doha deal. Mr. Speaker, it is the stability of the country and the humanitarian interests of Afghanis which should be foremost in the minds of the leaders who have had operations in that country. A situation where violent extremism and fundamentalism returns to the heart of political life in Afghanistan would be dire for Afghanis as well as our allies in the region and beyond. Mr. Speaker, in the last hours we've seen a fight back, both from Afghani government troops as well as civilians, intensify. In a stark reminder of what is at stake, thousands of women have protested in the streets for the freedoms that they know that the Taliban will deny them. All they want is what we want, a more open Afghanistan that is a better place for women for its future instead of going back to the senseless cruelty of the past. For these reasons, it is utterly inexplicable that we have cut aid spending in this country. It hinders any progress in rooting out extremism, abuses against women and, of course, protecting human rights. Can I ask the Prime Minister as to what general assessment has been made as to any potential security implications of the developments in Afghanistan? What are the implications of any threats from Al-Qaeda and Islamic State? What measures will be taken by the UK Government to protect the UK's diplomatic presence in Kabul? Finally, Mr Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to pay respects on behalf of my party to the families of the 457 British troops whose lives were lost in Afghanistan. I'm sure many of them will be following the proceedings in this House and the actions taken by the Government. They'll be asking questions to make sure that there is a lasting legacy to the sacrifices that were made by so many.
Yeah. Again, I thank the right honourable gentleman for the spirit and the content of his remarks, and on the substance of his questions. To me, our assessment is that the threat from Afghanistan to this country has very substantially diminished as the result of the actions by the UK and our friends over the last 20 years, though clearly a threat remains, and the extent of that threat will now depend on exactly what happens. And to come to his points about the Taliban, their intentions and the progress that they are making, I think it is true that the Taliban are making rapid progress in rural areas. But that does not mean, Mr Speaker, that they are guaranteed a victory in the whole of Afghanistan or across the urban areas of Afghanistan, whereas he points out in his question there is lively resistance to what they have to offer and their view of the way things should be. And that's why this government, through all our agencies, diplomatic, political, development and otherwise, we will continue to work for a negotiated settlement, particularly with regional actors such as Pakistan. And I do believe that is the best way forward for Afghanistan. There must be a settlement, and it will have to, I think we must be realistic about this, Mr Speaker, it will have to include the Taliban.
We have audio only as we go to Tobias Elwood. Tobias.
Mr Speaker, decisions don't come any bigger for a Prime Minister than to send our armed forces to war. But when an overseas operation lasts 2 decades, costs hundreds of British lives, billions of pounds to the taxpayer, and ends in retreat, it would be a dereliction of duty not to ask what went so wrong. We now abandon the country to the fate of the very insurgent organisation we went in to defeat in the first place. I say to the Prime Minister, if we don't learn the lessons of failing to appreciate Afghan history, the folly of imposing Western solutions, the delays in training Afghan security forces, and denying the Taliban a place at the table back in December 2001, we are likely to repeat similar mistakes in the future. I ask the Prime Minister, please conduct a formal inquiry.
Prime Minister.
I must caution my honourable friend that I don't think that is the right way forward at this stage. And he asks about he calls this a retreat, Mr Speaker. This was never intended at any stage to be an open-ended commitment or engagement by UK armed services in Afghanistan. There was no intention for us to remain there for forever. And as the House knows, Operation Herrick concluded in 2014, and at that stage, the Army conducted a thorough internal review of the lessons that needed to be learned, and those were incorporated into the integrated review of our armed and defence, security and defence strategy, which was published earlier this year. And, Mr Speaker, given the length of such inquiries. I think the Chilcot inquiry went on for 7 years and cost many millions of pounds. I do not think that this is necessary at this stage. I think that the government should rather focus its efforts on ensuring that we do everything we can to secure the prosperity and the peace, I should say, and stability of the people of Afghanistan. And that's what we'll do.
Let's go to Ed Davey. Ed.
Mr. Speaker, can I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to the role our armed forces have played in Afghanistan, and especially remember the 450 men and women who laid down their lives and the many more who sustained lifelong injuries. We are grateful to them and remember them and their families. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister rightly says our country retains a responsibility to the people of Afghanistan. So with Afghan soldiers trained by allied forces surrendering all too frequently, and with some analysts predicting that the Taliban are probably only months away from taking Kabul, and with the new era of injustice, inequality and brutality facing the women and girls of Afghanistan, and with the potential for a new vector of international terrorism forming across Afghanistan, can the Prime Minister explain with far more substance how the British government plans to work with our international partners to fulfil the responsibility he accepts we still have to the Afghan people?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue, first of all, on his first point about supporting the Afghan national security and defence forces. We will continue to do that, as I have said, and as I pledged to President Ghani, with at least another £58 million. And what we are doing is working with the regional actors, particularly Pakistan, and he knows that the Pakistan security services have a very considerable influence in Afghanistan. We are working with the Pakistani government to ensure, and with the Taliban, to ensure that there is a progress towards a negotiated solution. And in Kabul, there are many actors, as I'm sure the Right Honourable gentleman knows, that it is a very fractured scene politically in Kabul. The UK government knows all those actors well. It is essential that they work together for a negotiated settlement and work together for the long-term future of Afghanistan, and that's what we will do.
Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for coming to the House to make this statement. Can I say to him that we clearly, I agree with him, owe a debt of honour to our members of our armed forces, many who have lost their lives, but also those who have been badly maimed and who have done their country proud in what they've delivered. As he said, education for women, clinics, healthcare, and freedoms that were not there before under the Taliban. The Prime Minister said in his statement, though, that he says, "I hope no one will leap to the false conclusion that withdrawal of our forces somehow means the end of Britain's commitment to Afghanistan." So I have a very simple question for him. How far does that commitment extend? If the Taliban take over and they take away the women's rights to education, do we intervene? If they take away the rights and freedoms that we gave them, do we intervene? If they end up killing and maiming more people in Afghanistan and allowing terrorist organisations in, do we intervene? My question is, as one veteran said to me literally 48 hours ago, this begins to look a little bit like the last days of Vietnam, an unprecedented and hurried exit with no commitment. Are we committed?
Yes, as I said in my answers to the Right Honourable Lady and to other members who've asked effectively the same point, the circumstances in 2001 when this country went into Afghanistan were quite exceptional. NATO's Article 5 of mutual appeal for defence was invoked by our American friends, and that's why we went in. And it was a quite exceptional moment. And since then, in the last 20 years, we have achieved a very great deal. Increase in life expectancy in Afghanistan from 56 to 64 years. the education of women has been mentioned, and we will continue through development assistance and by other means to do whatever we can for the long-term future of Afghanistan. But as he knows, the fundamental military decision to cease Operation Herrick was the turning point. What we're going to do now is use our best endeavours, our best efforts, all our political engagement to produce a negotiated settlement and to produce a stable future for Afghanistan.
We can now go to Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has to be a day of reflection. We have spent billions of pounds in the war in Afghanistan. 450 British troops have lost their lives. Thousands of Americans and other troops have lost their lives. And many, many thousands of Afghan people have lost their lives. And many more have been forced to be refugees in exile all around the region, as well as in Western Europe. Surely we need to think about this very, very carefully. And it's disappointing that the Prime Minister appeared to reject calls for an inquiry at the Liaison Committee yesterday and appeared to reject the request for an inquiry made by the member for Bournemouth East today. Can I ask him to think again about that? Surely we need an inquiry into how such a decision came around to go into Afghanistan in the first place, and now the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and of course the chaos that is being left behind. He will have noted that there are some talks going on which have been cautiously welcomed by the United States in Tehran between the Afghan government and the Taliban. He would also have noted that there are large numbers of Afghan refugees now in Tajikistan as well as in Pakistan. What efforts will he be making to try to ensure that there is not a descent into civil war in Afghanistan, but some kind of diplomatic initiative that will at least bring about security for the people of Afghanistan, and that includes obviously the entire population, and I'm thinking here particularly those children that have suffered so much and those women that have been so grievously discriminated against within that country. And whilst Britain is withdrawing, surely we need to recognise that when we make hasty foreign policy decisions to go to war, the consequences go on for a very long time. In this case, it is now the 20th anniversary of that decision.
Minister.
Thank the right honourable gentleman, and I of course am aware of what's happening in Tehran and the contacts that are taking place, and the role of the UK government is to promote dialogue, and I've said what I've said about the Taliban and the reality of the position that Afghanistan finds itself in. I don't think that the Taliban are capable of victory by military means. I've made that point several times, and the UK will work principally through our friends in Pakistan, but other actors as well on the ground in Kabul to try to bring about a settlement that works for Afghanistan. On his question about an inquiry, I really want to repeat what I said to several colleagues who've asked that. I don't think that another Chilcot-style inquiry is called for at this stage, particularly since the fundamental decision was taken in 2014 to end Op Herrick. It's a long time ago now. But what I do think the House could always consider is whether the Defence Committee, for instance, wishes to investigate themselves.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for this statement, and having been in Afghanistan many times, can I add also my very sincere tribute to our armed forces and also the civilian support and the NGOs and all those who risked and sometimes sacrificed life and limb to give the people of Afghanistan a better future. Can I ask my right honourable friend what discussions he has had with our international partners, particularly the United States, about how we will monitor and react if the hard-won gains that we made, including the rights of women, roll backwards under the brutal medieval influence of the Taliban, and perhaps even, God forbid, the re-emergence of a terrorist threat?
I thank the right honourable gentleman who knows a great deal about Afghanistan and the problems that country faces, and of course we've raised repeatedly with our American friends and other colleagues in NATO the legacy that we wish to preserve in Afghanistan, particularly the gains that have been made for women, and they understand that. I think in all candour, I must be honest with that, I don't think that the military options open to us are very great, and I think people need to recognise that, to return to the point I was making to my right honourable friend for Chingford. But we will do whatever we can diplomatically, politically, to get a realistic, lasting solution for Afghanistan.
Henry Benn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told the Liaison Committee that he was apprehensive about the future of Afghanistan and that it was fraught with risks. A sentiment shared by many Afghans who fear that the gains of which he has spoken so eloquently today, girls' education, democracy, may be lost. After 2 decades and the sacrifice of so many British lives, whose loss we mourn today and always, why is the Prime Minister so confident that the Taliban will never again allow any part of Afghanistan, because they control some parts already, to be used by terrorist forces, including ISIS, as a base from which to attack this country and other of our allies?
Well, the right honourable gentleman makes a very important point. I think that obviously the Taliban have for several years now controlled a very considerable part of Afghanistan, as he knows, and it's during that period that we haven't seen terrorist operations launched against the wider world. And I think what may weigh on the Taliban's minds as they think about how to behave, whether to allow the Khorasan province group or Haqqani network or Al-Qaeda to return and reform in the way that they were there in the past and to act outside Afghanistan, they should remember what happened last time.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
So it sounds from that, Madam Deputy Speaker, as if the Prime Minister is saying that if they go down that route again, there could be another military intervention. So does he accept that a fanatical brand of Islamist terrorism, sheltered and supported by the Taliban extremists, has not only attacked the West before, but is highly likely to do so again? He mentioned that the military operations route is not great, but rather than veering from occupation to evacuation and back again in a few years' time, will he now commission a study of an alternative containment strategy involving selective strikes with allies from strategic bases to prevent a total terrorist takeover of Afghanistan?
Well, Afghanistan, I thank the right honourable gentleman, but Afghanistan was never occupied, Madam Deputy Speaker, and nor is this an evacuation. But what we will certainly look at, in addition to working with friends and partners in the region, is to what extent counter-terrorist, I think the point he's getting at, to what extent counter-terrorist activity can be conducted from outside Afghanistan on an outside-in basis.
11 withdrawn. So Andrew Mitchell.
I thank the Prime Minister very much for coming and making this difficult and important statement today to the House. I thank him also for what he said about the contribution that's been made by the Girls' Education Challenge Fund, which we set up in 2010 and has been responsible for the education in Afghanistan of millions of girls. It seems to me that his statement makes eloquently clear the limits of soft power and the importance of soft power. I take it that that was one of the things he was referring to at the end of his statement when he spoke about the different tools for the future, because it is soft power now which will help the Afghan state survive and hopefully deliver for its people. So I hope you won't think it's unreasonable to ask if he will look again at the recent extraordinary decision to cut our development spending in Afghanistan by £200 million.
I thank him, and I know this is a subject that he has returned to many times in this House, and I understand how deeply he feels about it and how much he understands. It's still the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we were the third biggest bilateral donor last year to Afghanistan. We're committing a further £100 million per year to the people of Afghanistan, plus the military and logistical support for the Afghan National Security and Defence Forces. I think most people in this country understand that after giving £3.2 billion in development assistance over the last 10 years to Afghanistan, I think people do understand that we're in tough financial times here in the UK, and that it remains a remarkable thing and a matter of pride that the UK is able to continue to support the people of Afghanistan in the way that we are.
We now go via video link to Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for recognising the amazing work that aid workers have done to date in Afghanistan. I'd like to quote from the government's own website, Dev Tracker, which today states, "Almost 40 years of conflict have left Afghanistan one of the poorest and most fragile countries in the world. Creating a more stable environment will help reduce poverty and make progress towards the global goals. It will also reduce threats to the UK from violence and extremism and discourage illegal migration." Our funding to aid to Afghanistan has fallen dramatically. In 2019-20, FCDO spent $244 million, while the Conflict Stability and Security Fund spent an additional $48 million. Last year we spent over 170, and this year 100 million has been committed. So at the very moment that we're withdrawing troops, we're also cutting the aid that helps maintain stability in the country. How does this keep us safe, Prime Minister, or indeed build upon the investment we've already made through our development work?
Prime Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this country remains, as I've just told the House, one of the biggest bilateral donors in aid to Afghanistan in the world, and I think the people of this country should take great pride in that. And a statistic I didn't mention earlier on, it's thanks to the work of, I think partly thanks to the work of the UK, the whole NATO mission, that mortality for women and children in Afghanistan has fallen faster than in any other low-income country, to get back to her earlier point.
Now go via video link to Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first pay tribute and thank all those who have served in Afghanistan so professionally and courageously. Can I press my right honourable friend on the point raised by the right honourable member for North Somerset by asking him how we, the UK and our allies, can now physically stop Afghanistan from becoming once again a haven for international terrorism? For let's not be naive, the Taliban are back and all the horrors associated with them.
Prime Minister.
A couple of quick points. I think it's important for my honourable friends not to exaggerate our ability by military might alone to stop parts of Afghanistan already being used for terrorist purposes, if that were what the Taliban desired to do, given that they already possess substantial portions of that country. It's also the case that there are many other parts of the world where, after all, international terrorism can be used as a base for international terrorism. What we propose to do is to continue to work with our friends to look at an outside-in approach to counter-terrorism and to work with regional actors to ensure that we have a solution in Kabul that prevents that country lurching back into becoming a haven for terrorism in the way that he describes. As I've told the House, I don't think that will necessarily be easy, but it is by no means impossible, and the hope is certainly there.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Prime Minister for coming to the Chamber to make a statement. He has noted the importance of the Afghanistan nation that we have worked so hard together with to create real change. And I'm ever mindful that I did have the opportunity to visit Afghanistan in 2012 on behalf of my own party, Prime Minister, and at that time I was able to meet some of the Irish Guards and the Royal Irish Regiment. So I'm aware of and some of those are my constituents who have served and who have given their lives and who also are injured as a result. The sacrifice of many of our brave service personnel and lives lost and injuries I have a photograph in my office which was taken at that time with the Afghan National Army, the recruits at the training college that they were at. I was very impressed by their courage and by their bravery. But yet there is a real fear that Afghanistan will feel our loss too deeply. What discussions have taken place with the USA, with other interested allies, to ensure that there is enough munitions, enough physical support, help, advice and guidance as required for the future of our friends, all citizens and allies in Afghanistan?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. Also, may I join him in paying tribute to the sacrifice of all the serving men and women of the Irish Guards, the Royal Irish Regiment, and those who sacrificed their lives in Afghanistan, everything that they did to protect the people of that country. What we're doing is, and the UK has helped to train, as he knows, about 5,500 officers in the Afghan security and defence forces, and we will continue to invest in them with £58 million per year in the way that I've described. And of course, we will be doing that in concert with our American friends and allies.
Now go via video link to Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 3 years ago, I had the privilege of visiting Afghanistan and seeing the Welsh Guards in action. It's fair to say that the threats that they faced and the risks that they overcame were simply humbling. Now, their efforts will have helped many receive an education that otherwise wouldn't have done so. The makings of a civic society will be brought together. But will my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to them, and that the best efforts to do that is to continue our diplomatic and political focus, as well as continuing to use our generous overseas aid budget in seeking to pay a significant legacy in that part of the world.
Prime Minister.
I want to share completely the feelings of my right honourable friend, and to join him in thanking the men and women of the Welsh Guards and all other armed forces who did so much in so many ways: sanitation, electricity, and generally improving the life chances of the people of Afghanistan. And we will do whatever we can from now on, diplomatically, politically, with our development budgets, to make sure that we protect the legacy of their achievement.
Now go via video link to Hyle Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statements. And now, with over 250,000 civilian lives lost, 457 British soldiers dead on Afghanistan's plains, and thousands more at home, but maimed in body and mind, will the Prime Minister, unlike some of his predecessors, please give me his frank assessment? Is the terrorist threat really eliminated? And won't the Taliban just reverse the progressive gains of the last 20 years? And were those lives lost and ruined in vain?
Prime Minister.
No, I thank the Honourable Gentleman. I know I absolutely don't believe that the sacrifice of British troops over the last 20 years has been in vain, and I believe that they're leaving a lasting legacy in Afghanistan. And in 20 years, they have helped substantially to reduce the threat of terrorism. As I've told the House, and I think candidly, that threat, of course, has not gone away. But we must do everything that we can to ensure that the Taliban stick to their promises, stick to what they have said, but also work to ensure that there is a settlement in Afghanistan that is propitious to a new approach and a new a new settlement for the people of Afghanistan. That means there isn't the temptation to use that country as a harbour for terrorist operations.
Video link to Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Given the high likelihood that China will now exploit the opportunity presented by the US departure, extending the Belt and Road Initiative, buying off the Taliban, muting their opposition to abuses in Xinjiang, what approach will my right honourable friend take with our allies to the resulting greatly strengthened Beijing-Tehran axis, with all its grisly potential for security, prosperity and human rights?
I thank my honourable friend. The Chinese are not as yet a very major player in Afghanistan, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think my honourable friend is absolutely right. It is vital that the people of Afghanistan should determine their own future.
Video link to Chi Onwara.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Armed Forces Covenant states, those injured in service, whether physically or mentally, should be cared for in a way that reflects the nation's moral obligation to them. In the North East, we are proud of and grateful to our servicemen and women, but local charities like Anxious Minds and Forward Assist tell me mental health support is wholly inadequate. So will the Prime Minister tell us how he proposes to support the mental well-being of those returning from service in Afghanistan, and why his government does not even collect data on how many veterans have committed suicide or experienced PTSD or other mental problems?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right to draw attention to the problems that veterans of conflict have experienced, and in particular the health and mental health problems. And last year we put 16 million more pounds into veterans' health, mental health in particular. This year I think the number's gone up to 17 million pounds. But we also want to make sure that we are clear with people signing up for our armed forces that we will respect their service throughout their lives. That's why we instituted the rail card for veterans and the national insurance holiday for employers who take on veterans, prioritise veterans for social housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, set up an office for veterans and have a minister for veterans in the form of my honourable friend, the member for Aldershot.
Ms Rakhani. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to join the Prime Minister and pay tribute to the armed forces who have served in Afghanistan. And on behalf of my constituents in Wilden, pay respect to the 457 lives lost. I know the Prime Minister is very dedicated in supporting women and girls. I was in Afghanistan post 9/11, and the women and girls are telling me now that under Taliban, regardless of any peace settlement, they are lambs to a slaughter. Schools will be closed and clinics will be closed. I believe that President Biden is due to make an announcement and provide safe passage to 2,000 vulnerable women. But I would argue, with those women leaving, there will be a further vacuum of women being able to carry out education and any medical treatment, which will mean more female lives lost in Afghanistan. Can I ask the Prime Minister, what support are we going to give to the embassy when the Taliban arrive in Kabul? And secondly, with the growth of the Taliban and in their wings Daesh, there will be an export of violent extremism. So what strategies are in place to protect our children here who may be brainwashed by violent extremism?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I also, by the way, thank her for her service in Afghanistan for the overseas service of the World Service of the BBC. And I know that she knows and cares deeply about that country. We will, of course, work with the Americans and all our NATO allies to achieve the objectives that she sets out, particularly protecting this country against terrorist threats, but also making sure that any settlement that we are able to encourage protects the rights and freedoms of women that have been won partly through the efforts and sacrifice of British Armed Services.
Kevin Jones.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and join him in thanking all those that have served in Afghanistan and those that have lost their lives. The Prime Minister is very clear that withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan doesn't mean that we're not going to be committed to the future of Afghanistan. But like the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Wood Green, I'd just like to be clear what that commitment is. He says that he wants to negotiate a settlement, which I agree with him, everyone does. But over the next few days and months, Afghan security forces are going to come under attack. So will they get access to logistic, intelligence and air support which they're going to need? I accept that won't just be delivered by the United Kingdom, it will be a coalition agreement. But we need to have some clarity on that if we're not going to see the collapse of some of those forces very quickly.
Prime Minister.
I thank him, and I know he understands the situation very well. May I just say to him, it's not open, I don't think, to the Taliban to enforce a military solution, but nor is it open to us, to NATO. to have a military solution either, and I'm sure he will accept that. What we want is a negotiated settlement that I think is in the best interests of all parties.
Sir Edward Lee.
The Prime Minister has been given a hard time today, and I have a lot of sympathy for him, because given that we have to follow in the wake of the Americans, we have very few cards to play. And I give him credit for coming here and taking it on the chin that this is a catastrophic defeat for the West. Very sad day for tens of thousands of British personnel whose life work may now lie in ruins, and abandonment of all our friends in Afghanistan. And, you know, let's be honest, the Taliban will probably take over large tracts of the country, and the rest may be taken over by warlords. So it's a desperate situation. But am I asked this question? Given that we've spent all this money on overseas aid, I think over 825 million in the last 4 years, and given that we know from our Syrian experience that there's no point in dispensing aid in a completely war-torn country, it just leads to corruption and disaster, is he prepared to work with our NATO allies to ensure not only that our embassy is protected, but aid workers are protected, that there is some minimum military force? Otherwise, there's no point in dispersing this aid to Afghanistan. It will just go up in flames.
I thank him. We will do whatever we can to ensure that we protect our diplomatic and our development assistance, obviously, but I just don't accept the characterisation that my right honourable friend has given of what is happening today. After all, the main strategic decision to end Op Herrick took place in 2014, and I believe actually that the legacy of UK involvement in Afghanistan is a proud one and will be a lasting one. Millions of children educated who would not otherwise have been educated, millions of girls in school who would not otherwise have been in school, and the reduction in the terrorist threat for that country for decades, and the chance, I think, still of a political negotiated settlement involving the Taliban, which is, I think, really the only realistic prospect for that country.
Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's right today that we remember the sacrifices of our troops in Afghanistan. In his statement, the Prime Minister said that 3.6 million girls are now going to school in Afghanistan, and that the Girls' Education Challenge Fund has helped over 250,000 Afghan girls into the classroom, and that our priority must be to work alongside our Afghan and other partners to preserve what has already been achieved. And in response to the Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyme, the Prime Minister said there would be an increase in funding for the Global Partnership for Education this year. Can the Prime Minister therefore tell us if this increase will cover the over 25% reduction on education for girls in Afghanistan, which has already taken place under his watch?
I can't give her the answer to exactly how the increment in the GPE funding, the Global Partnership for Education funding, will be dispensed around the world. But clearly, Afghanistan is a very important recipient country. It's where we can achieve a huge amount, where we already have achieved a huge amount, and we're committing a further 100 million. Madam Deputy Speaker, and we remain the third biggest bilateral donor. I think those are facts of which people in this country should be very proud.
24 withdrawn. So Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Tony Blair shamefully led my party into the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, dutifully following Washington, he was fully backed by the Tories. But dissenting voices in this place and millions on the streets foresaw the disasters the wars would unleash. 20 years on, it's clear that these dissenting voices were right and that the British establishment was wrong. The wars took the lives of 50,000 Afghan civilians, more than 1 million Iraqis and 636 British soldiers. They destabilised a whole region. They undermined democracy at home, they made us all unsafe, and now the Taliban are set to regain power in Afghanistan. So does the Prime Minister agree that these catastrophic wars, Afghanistan and Iraq, show the need for a new foreign policy, one that is based on restraint and diplomacy, not military aggression?
as I said earlier on, Madam Deputy Speaker, the circumstances in Afghanistan in 2001 demanded action. It was clear that the US had been under attack. Article 5 of the NATO treaty was invoked. I believe that it was right to take action against that brutal and ruthless terrorist cell which was incubated in Afghanistan. And actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you look at the Honourable Lady sticks up for democracy, or says she wants to advocate democracy. The Taliban had no democracy then, Madam Deputy Speaker, and nor did they educate girls in school. And if she refuses to see what the soldiers, the men and women of this country, the diplomats, the development officers have done in helping young girls and women in Afghanistan, and if she refuses to see their achievement, then I really think that she is blind to the facts.
David Johnston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Didcot in my constituency is the proud home of the 11 EOD and Search Regiment, which played a vital role in our operations in Afghanistan, sadly losing members along the way. And I have other constituents who also lost loved ones during the conflict, so this is doubtless a difficult time for all of them. Will my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to the bravery and sacrifice of my constituents and others in our operations in Afghanistan?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do, and I pay tribute to their bravery, their sacrifice, and like my honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge, I've been to that cemetery in Kabul, as I'm sure many colleagues in this House have, and I've seen the memorials to British soldiers actually going back decades, if not more than 100 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. This country has been involved in trying to bring stability to Afghanistan. I thank the regiment based in his constituency. I thank the regiment based in his constituency for what they have done. And I simply want to repeat the burden of my point to the House today, which is I do not believe that their efforts and their sacrifice have been in vain.
Now, video link to Mohammed Yassin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Hazara community in Afghanistan is an extremely vulnerable religious minority, millions of whom already live in constant fear and jeopardy as victims of targeted attacks. Only last month, a Hazara girls' school in Kabul was bombed. So what is his government doing to ensure the Hazaras are provided adequate protection now that international troops are leaving Afghanistan?
I understand the concerns that the honourable gentleman has, and he will understand the limits of what we can do by way of practical direct military action, but that has been the case, as he knows, for several years now. What we can try to do is ensure there is a settlement in Kabul that protects the rights of all minorities, including the religious minorities that he describes.
There goes video link to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join with the Prime Minister and others in paying tribute to our armed forces who've served in Afghanistan. My right honourable friend will be well aware that the primary source of income for the Afghan farmers is the poppy crop. And our allies in the United States took a view of torching the poppy crop because it supplies the illegal drugs trade. But rather than do that, would my right honourable friend consider that we should purchase the poppy crop and use it for beneficial pharmaceutical purposes rather than allowing it to continue to supply the illegal drugs trade?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his imaginative suggestion. It's one I actually considered many years ago and researched quite deeply. And unfortunately, I think the reality is that we would not achieve the result that he suggested. All that would happen actually is that the farmers in the Taliban-controlled farmers in particular in Afghanistan would not only grow legal opium for medicinal use, but they would also grow illegal crops as well. So we would simply have a double market.
Yielding to Jamie Stone.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. Greetings from the far north of Scotland. The Prime Minister has referred to diplomatic and political efforts. He's also referred to different tools. And also, to my delight, he's just referred to the BBC World Service. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that the BBC World Service is a national treasure and is actually one of the strongest arms of soft power this country can wield, and it should be enhanced and used to the maximum effect to give succour to our friends and to those in Afghanistan and all over the world? Thank you.
I agree. I associate myself completely with the views of the right honourable gentleman. The honourable gentleman, I can tell him that that's why we're providing through the FCDO this year almost 95 million more pounds to the BBC World Service.
Final question is to Mark Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I place on record the same thanks to the service and sacrifice of our armed forces who've served in Afghanistan. As my right honourable friend said in the statement, we owe the translators and locally employed staff in Afghanistan an enormous debt of gratitude for all the work that they have done in supporting the UK Armed Forces personnel. Does the Prime Minister agree right that we repay these people and help them to begin new lives here in recognition of everything that they have done in support of our country?
My honourable friend is completely right, and I know that his views are echoed in every corner of this House. We owe those people a huge debt for their bravery, their sacrifice, the risks they've run, not just to their own lives, but to the lives of their families as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that's why the Afghan relocations and assistance policy addresses those risks. And I'm proud that already 1,500 have been allowed to come safely to this country. And I thank everybody involved for the speed and efficiency with which they've been handling those cases.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. And point of order, Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The rules of this House are very clear that any honourable member visiting another member's constituency in any official capacity should inform that member. And indeed, the ministerial code is very clear that ministers making any official visits to someone's constituency should inform them in time and in advance. This morning, the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer has visited the new Covent Garden flower market in my Battersea constituency, and disappointingly, his office has not informed me. So I seek your guidance, Madam Deputy Speaker, as to how we can ensure that ministers follow the rules like the rest of us. And furthermore, I wrote to the Chancellor in May about the problems and the support for traders at the flower market, and I'm yet to receive a response despite several attempts at chasing his office. So I seek your advice on how we can ensure the Chancellor responds to me.
Well, I thank the honourable member for giving me notice of this point of order. I assume that she has told the Chancellor that she is raising this in the House. She is quite correct. The document called the Rules of Behaviour and Courtesies in the House of Commons deals with the issue that she's raised. When a member visits another member's constituency, except on a purely private visit, they should take reasonable steps in advance to tell the member in whose constituency the visit is taking place. That guidance also states that failing to do so is regarded by colleagues as very discourteous. She also refers to the ministerial code, and again she is correct in saying in para 10.10, ministers intending to make an official visit within the United Kingdom must inform in advance and in good time the MPs whose constituencies are to be included within the itinerary. The Honourable Lady has made clear her concern. I'm sure that the Treasury bench will have heard that and will feed back the points that she has raised. Thank you. I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to make arrangements for the next business.
Order. As we come on to the next business, I do apologise for the hoarseness of my voice, but this is what happens when you shout at a television for however long it was. It seemed like an eternity, but it was well worth the shout. And I shall be doing exactly the same on Sunday. So we're moving on to licences and licensing, and I call Victoria Atkins to move motion number 1 on licences and licensing.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it is somehow fitting that you are in the chair for this particular SI, because I suspect this may be the most popular statutory instrument of my entire career. This is the statutory instrument that will enable pubs and hostelries around the country to roll out the barrel and welcome in fans, friends and families into pubs and restaurants and hostelries around the country to cheer on our great team. These regulations enable us to stay open until 11:15 on Sunday. We've tried to give enough time for extra time to ensure that fans can celebrate wholeheartedly. The technical description in the Act is that we can extend hours for occasions that have exceptional international, national or local significance. I believe all 3 of those boxes are ticked. And just to give you, Mr Deputy Speaker, an indication of how much this may mean for our publicans across the country, the British Beer and Pub Association have estimated that 50,000 pints were sold each minute last night, which on my very quick reckoning means an extra 2.25 million pints in the 45 minutes that we're going to be introducing. I'm so sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker has just said most of that was him. Make sure I get it on Hansard. So, in conclusion, would you, Mr Deputy Speaker, enable me to mangle the words of our greatest wordsmith, William Shakespeare, in Henry V, with the following: "The game's afoot, follow your spirit, and upon this charge, cry God for Harry, England, and St Gareth." I mean George.
The question is motion number 1 as on the order paper. Do you know, I don't think we're going to expect a division on this, are we? I think it will be the most popular motion that you've ever moved. And we now have on video connection, Conor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. Can I apologise to you and her for not being there in person? But I came home to St Helens last night to watch the game with my kids. And as rare as English footballing success is, sadly, as you will know, the failure of the West Coast main line is all too frequent for us in the North West, so I was unable to be there. Can I firstly say it strikes me as something approaching cruel and unusual punishment to ask an Irishman to support opening pubs for longer hours, but only on the basis that England are in the final and could win the Euros. But of course, I and the Labour Party are delighted to give our wholehearted support, not just to the legislation, but to Gareth Southgate, Harry Kane and the entire squad. And if I might be allowed to abuse my position on the front bench, I particularly want to say how proud I am that Conor Cody from Haydock in my constituency is in the squad, and I know his family and the whole of the local community are right behind him. I don't intend to detain the House or strike any discordant note, but I'd just like to ask the Minister a few questions. Will she ensure that local licensing teams, alongside the police and indeed businesses themselves, have all the information and support they require to prepare for Sunday? Will she also ensure consistency in the government's messaging in relation to coronavirus regulations and the need for us all to continue to meet our obligations to each other and be responsible, while of course enjoying the fun we've missed so much over the last 16 or 17 months? And will she join me in paying tribute to pubs, clubs, bars and the wider hospitality sector for their heroic efforts of late? And isn't it great to see them back at the heart of our communities, being the place where we share, together with friends and neighbours, the ups and downs of life, love and the world? And will she also do us a favour and ask her colleagues who've been boycotting the England games to stick steadfastly to their principles and ensure they don't jinx the team on Sunday by switching from the reruns of Murder, She Wrote on ITV4 to the biggest game the country has seen in 55 years? I want to say something serious about England and this team, because what has happened over the last few weeks goes way beyond football. Since I came here almost 20 years ago, this country has been very, very good to me. I've made my life here and I've been given incredible opportunities. And I think these young men and their manager are the best of England and everything I've experienced. In fact, they're the best of life itself. They're inspiring all generations through their skill and their success, but also their values and their example. We salute them and we wish them well. So in conclusion, it's a pleasure to support this legislation. It means for millions of people watching the game in pubs across the country on Sunday that when football comes home, they'll have a little bit more time to celebrate before they have to.
Minister.
It gives me great pleasure to respond to the honourable gentleman, and I'm sorry that he's not here in person, but he has been causing those of us on this side of the House to chuckle away and laugh away with his many comments. First of all, yes, very happy to confirm that, of course, the police, the National Police Chiefs Council, the Local Government Association, and the British Beer and Pub Association have been working alongside UK Hospitality, I should say, to develop guidance for licensees screening the tournament, very much to help venues make sure that we all end up having a great night on Sunday and celebrating, we hope, together in a safe way. In relation to his other comments, I'm going to leave that to his imagination as to whether or not I agree with him on certain points, but I would say that as the mum of a very, very excited 9-year-old last night, mums and dads across the country will be trying to contain young children as well as perhaps those of an older age on Sunday night to ensure that we all have a great time. The team were a superb example of sportsmanship and talent last night. They're an absolute credit to our country, and we will all be willing them on, whether we're in the pub or not, on Sunday night.
And rather similar to Conor McGinn, this proud Welshman was wearing an England T-shirt last night, cheering on Harry and the team, and consuming some of the beer. And as honorary president of the all-party beer group, I declare an interest there. And also, this proud Welshman will be at Wembley on Sunday with my England T-shirt, cheering them on to victory. I better put the question now, hadn't I? The question is, the motion on licences and licensing as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll suspend very briefly just for the sanitisation of the government dispatch box, please. Thank you. Order. Order. We now come to the general debate on fuel poverty, and I call the Minister, Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to open this debate today, an annual opportunity for members to raise their constituents' views on the important question of fuel poverty. The past year has been a challenge for everyone, yet the impacts of the pandemic have not been felt equally. In particular, it has had a devastating impact on those already on a low income. The issues being faced by those in fuel poverty are not unique to the pandemic. The health implications of living in a cold home remain as serious as ever. Work is ongoing to address the issue and support those most vulnerable. Yes?
I appreciate the Minister giving this so early. What's his illustrating there about the impact of COVID and people in fuel poverty? Is that not underlining the need to retain the £20 a week universal credit uplift?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will continue, if I may, and hopefully answer some of his points. Government-led energy efficiency upgrades over the last decade have reduced the costs of heating homes, building resilience for all households, especially for those on low incomes. In a moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll come on to those energy efficiency schemes which have kept households warm over this past year and the further action we are planning to take to accelerate progress towards tackling fuel poverty. I would just like to acknowledge, if I may, the importance of the strong relationships built with energy suppliers that have been crucial during the course of the pandemic, and thank them and their staff for their total commitment to looking after customers despite risks to themselves. These relationships enabled us to quickly secure a voluntary agreement to support customers impacted by COVID-19 as well. This has been hugely successful in protecting those most vulnerable or at risk of debt, coming top of the Citizens' Vice ranking of protection measures by industry. There is no doubt that more immediate support for those struggling to pay their energy bills and ensuring fairness within the energy market is important, and I will come back to that later. It is important, Mr Deputy Speaker, to note that fuel poverty is devolved and that BEIS has a responsibility for England. Each nation remains committed to tackling the issue, and I welcome contributions of all honourable members today as they raise their own nation's issues. In February this year, we published an updated fuel poverty strategy entitled Sustainable Warmth Protecting Vulnerable Households in England. This strategy details our focus on energy efficiency, which enables warmer homes at lower cost, whilst also reducing carbon emissions in line with net zero. Our strategy reiterates the fuel poverty target in England for 2030 to ensure that as many fuel-poor homes, and indeed all homes, as is reasonably practical, achieve a minimum energy efficiency rating of band C by 2030. A great deal has been achieved in the last decade, but there remain a significant number of households in need of support on our journey to that 2030 target. As of 2019, there are 3.18 million households in fuel poverty in England. This is a reduction of 1.6 million households since 2010. And the main reason for the reduction in fuel-poor households over the last 10 years has been energy efficiency improvements. Improvements which, of course, are a benefit for many years to come. Cold homes will often have issues with mould and damp. By installing energy-efficient measures, we are improving the comfort for our constituents' daily lives, crucial in protecting and improving people's health and helping to reduce the burden on the NHS, as well as reducing energy use and thereby reducing bills. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are focusing on improving the least energy-efficient homes first, to ensure some of those in the homes most difficult and expensive to heat are prioritised, and there has been significant progress. Compared to 2010, there are now 1.3 million fewer low-income households living in the least energy-efficient homes, that's bands E, F or G. Our Sustainable Warmth Strategy details the energy efficiency schemes currently in place. The Green Home Grant Local Authority Delivery Scheme will deliver £500 million of energy efficiency and low-carbon heating measures across the owner-occupied, private and social renter sectors. The Home Upgrade Grant will support low-income households with upgrades to the worst-performing off-gas grid homes in England, providing energy efficiency improvements and low-carbon heating alternatives. In the 2019 Conservative Manifesto, Mr Deputy Speaker, we committed to a £3.8 billion social housing decarbonisation fund over a 10-year period to improve the energy performance of social rented homes. We have committed to a 4-year, £4 billion successor scheme to the Energy Company Obligation, the ECO as it's known across Great Britain, and this will accelerate our efforts to improve homes to meet fuel poverty targets. So whilst these energy efficiency schemes are crucial in reducing fuel poverty in the long term, we also recognise the need for short-term help. So our support for households in the winter months continues with the Warm Home Discount providing 2.2 million households with £140 off their energy bill this year. We are continuing to improve the scheme by expanding it and consulting on new ways to improve targeting to reach those most in need. Since 2011, it has provided over £3 billion of rebates to households, helping keep homes warmer over those colder months. Winter fuel payments provide pensioner-age households with financial support worth up to £300 each year, and cold weather payments support vulnerable households through particularly cold spells and provided over 3.6 million households in Great Britain with support last winter. So alongside all of this direct support, the voluntary agreement with energy suppliers has been crucial over the past year in protecting vulnerable customers. Our work with energy suppliers to ensure the best protection for low-income and vulnerable consumers and to promote best customer service in a thriving energy market is vital. So we are working to reduce the impact of debt on fuel-poor households and identify those at risk of self-disconnection or self-rationing. Ofgem rules require suppliers to offer emergency and friendly hours credit to all prepayment customers at risk of self-disconnection. We are also working to improve communications and advice available to everyone to ensure better engagement and information is readily accessible to consumers. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to assure members that we remain fully committed to addressing and reducing fuel poverty for our most vulnerable constituents, so that all households can be assured of a warm and affordable home. We will continue to drive forwards on delivering energy efficiency measures to reduce energy bills and create warmer, safer living environments, whilst providing direct support with energy bills and working alongside the energy market to ensure better consumer experience and protect customers. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to discuss this important issue, and I look forward to hearing from colleagues this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question is as on the order paper. Dr. Alan Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I also welcome this opportunity that we have before us this afternoon to talk about the whole question of fuel poverty and annual debate required in government time, which is very helpful, so we can get to the bottom of some of the issues relating to fuel poverty, because we certainly do need to get, I think, to the bottom of some questions. Because, as the Minister has mentioned, we have still 3.2 million households in fuel poverty, representing 13.5% of the population of England, or sorry, 13.4% of households who are in fuel poverty, I might add, under the new metric that the government has introduced with the introduction, indeed, during the course of the last year, of the document Sustainable Warmth Protecting Vulnerable Households in England, the updated fuel poverty strategy. So we can say, unlike a number of other things currently, the government does appear to have a fuel poverty strategy now, which is a good step forward, and it is based on some changes in both methodology and hence the slant of a number of commitments that the government makes for the future as far as fuel poverty itself is concerned. And of course, we, as the Minister has mentioned, should not in any way underplay the significance of what has happened with the pandemic over the last year in driving probably a substantial number of additional households into fuel poverty, because of the fact that people have been staying at home, have been paying a lot more for their energy bills as a result of the use of energy in the home during that period, and we're likely to have that effect continuing for quite a long while. So we've got a number of factors, I think, to consider in where we are now with fuel poverty and where we want to go. Now, one of the key changes, as I mentioned, that has been set out this year is a change in the definition of what fuel poverty consists of, but how it is measured. And I was a little surprised when I first heard about this, that the former Honourable Member for Hitchin and Harpenden had come up with the definition of fuel poverty, but this is not actually the Lord Lilly, as he now is. This is the low income, low energy efficiency definition set out in the strategy. And what is important, I think, about that new definition is that it explicitly includes a metric involving the banding of properties in England. And that has not been in a specific definition before, although that the banding definition has been in the government's ambitions for 2030, as the Minister has mentioned, in terms of its target of getting as many people in fuel poverty up to a level of band C as far as their properties are concerned. And although That may not seem like an enormous difference. I think it is a really fundamental change in as much as it explicitly recognises for the first time that a very substantial element of fuel poverty is not just income, although that's very important. It's not just energy prices, although they too are very important, but it is actually the energy efficiency of the properties that people are living in and how bad that energy efficiency may be. And indeed, we know that there is a very considerable correlation between income, for example, and the kind of properties that people who have a low income well below the median rate are living in. And that correlation is very clear in terms of the bands of properties that people are living in. And indeed we can see from the calculations as to what a bill is likely to consist of in a household, that is a tremendous problem for those people who are in lower income, where, for example, an average Band C property will have an estimated energy bill of about £600 a year. Go to Band D, and that figure is £900. But Band E, it's £1,400. It's double or more the Band C level, and worse than that, go down to Band F and Band G, that gets to treble or more of the bill. So those people who are in fuel poverty are, with a lower income, less able to pay bills, but by and large facing much larger bills in the first place because of the nature of the property they're living in. So the strategy essentially puts a much greater emphasis, and has hitherto been the case, on getting those properties into a fit state for people to live in, so that their bills are such that essentially fuel poverty is written out by the energy efficiency of the properties people are living in. And that recognition of that particular metric does, however, lead to very substantial and grave policy implications and commitments for the future. Because what the government essentially is saying is that, well, we are going to get to average Band C by 2030 in order to drive fuel poverty out in the way that I've described. And so the judgment we have to make now is the government in a position right now to actually fulfil that particular ambition in order to carry out the fuel poverty strategy that it has set its mind to over the next period. And my suggestion right now is they are clearly not. And the Minister has, I have to say, in a slightly Panglossian way, set out a number of commitments which will lead towards that strategy being achieved by 2030. But those are mostly short-term strategies. They are mostly strategies that are fundamentally financially poorly funded. And in one instance, a strategy that was mentioned indeed in the poverty strategy itself, which was to invest in energy efficiency of households through the £2 billion Green Homes grant, including up to £10,000 per low-income household to install energy-efficient and low-carbon heating measures in their homes, actually disappeared just a month after it was actually stated in the fuel poverty strategy as being one of the key drivers as far as energy efficiency in homes are concerned, and that is the Green Homes grant system that, as the Minister has acknowledged, got into terrible difficulties, was a frankly, a pathetic attempt at investing £2 billion in energy efficiency in homes and needs to be recovered and revised very rapidly. And in that context, I think it is a shame that this debate comes just before the government's heating and building strategy is to be published. I understand that is to be published very shortly, but we're still on the wrong side of it. And what I'm looking for in that strategy is indeed a coherent plan, not just a few bits and pieces here and there, for actually building that efficiency strategy right through the next decade so that we do get to 2030, where Band C is the medium for all properties. And that does mean a very large amount of investment. It does mean thinking of new ways of undertaking those changes in energy efficiency through bodily uprating the whole country's energy efficiency in properties. And it does mean, particularly in concentrating in those sectors, the sectors which we know Band D and Band E, Band F properties inhabit, particularly the private rented sector, that there is a coherent strategy to actually tackle those particularly very low energy efficiency properties in the country. And I do hope in the heat and building strategy that the government has not given way to pressure I know has been taking place on ensuring that landlords have a greater responsibility for bringing their properties up to a decent level of energy efficiency in the private rented sector, because that is where very many of those who are in fuel poverty live, sometimes in appalling conditions, and yet faced with those enormous bills which they simply cannot afford as a part of their income normally to discharge. So there is, I think, a great onus now on the government to come forward with a strategy of energy efficiency that meets the commitments that have been now made in the fuel poverty strategy from February onwards, and give a convincing account of how that energy efficiency strategy really is going to be met. Now, that of course is not the whole issue, as I think honourable members will all agree, as far as fuel poverty is concerned. The question of income and what one does about that as far as benefits and assistance is concerned remains very important. And of course, that is also very important in terms of what the new strategy has done for those people who are objectively in fuel poverty but happen to live in properties that are Band C or above. And several 100,000 people have been, as it were, knocked off the fuel poverty concern radar by the Lilly definition that came in this year. Those people have not objectively changed their circumstances. They're exactly in the same position as they were, only the definition has moved them out of a particular category. And I do hope that that particular section of the population will not be forgotten as a result of this new strategy. That clearly they would need to be approached in different ways in terms of vulnerability measures, some of which the Minister has outlined. But we should not think, because we have changed the definition, that somehow we've solved fuel poverty for that particular group of people. So it is a three-pronged approach that I think we need to continue with in terms of our fuel poverty targets. Yes, energy efficiency. Yes, incomes, and making sure that people do have the income in order to pay the bills in the first place. And of course, energy prices themselves, which, again, we haven't yet got the result of the energy price cap considerations for this year coming through. I think they're also coming out shortly, but I do hope that when they come out, they will also be relatively good news for those people who are faced with increase in bills year on year as they struggle to try and make sure that they can meet their warmth and home energy commitments on low incomes and badly insulated homes, which we all hope will be, by 2030, very much a thing of the past.
This is a time-limited debate, but we're going to try, by not putting a time limit on individual contributions, but please can I ask for restraint. Video link, John Redwood.
I support the government's aim of making a major reduction in fuel poverty, and I admire the Minister's enthusiasm for the task and her wish to share with Parliament and to listen to good ideas from across the House. 3 ways to tackle fuel poverty. The first is to help people have more efficient appliances and warmer homes so that they need to burn less fuel. Second way is to cut the price of fuel itself. And the third way is to help people find better paid jobs and give them encouragement into ways of boosting their income. We first of all need to work through the Minister on these plans and projects so that more homes can be upgraded so that people don't have to live in damp and cold surroundings. How right she is about that. And can I ask her to make common cause with me to the Treasury, because now we are free to choose what to put VAT on and what to take it off. Can we please have a Brexit bonus for those who are in fuel poverty by taking VAT off all those things they need to buy to improve their homes? So why are we still charging VAT on insulation materials and boiler controls and a whole range of green products that are necessary to lower the fuel bill in the home and to improve its warmth and its fitness for purpose? And that is not too big a charge on the Treasury in terms of lost revenue, but it'd be a great win both for the government's green strategy and for its fuel poverty strategy. A bit dearer item would be to tackle the price of fuel directly by taking VAT off domestic fuel in its entirety. And that too I would welcome, because I do think fuel is expensive in this country and electricity is becoming very expensive. I would also urge the Minister to look at the electricity policy generally. Time was when we had a great 3-legged strategy towards electrical power. The first leg of the strategy was that government was responsible for ensuring we could always generate all the electrical power we needed in Britain for ourselves, and that we had a decent margin of spare capacity in case a large power station went down or in case of a sudden surge in demand in a very cold winter. We don't seem to have that anymore, and I would urge the Minister to take action as soon as possible to commission the electrical power we are going to need, because we do not wish to be dependent on unreliable and potentially very expensive foreign sources for import should we get into difficulties with the amount of power we have available. The second part of the policy was to go for cheap power, cheap energy, because that's the way to get industrial recovery and revival, and that is the way to get more people out of fuel poverty so they can afford the domestic fuel. And again, we seem to have dropped that particular leg of our energy policy. We seem to be going for rather dearer fuel. We used to have the belief that the fuel that should be supplied should be the cheapest fuel always, whereas now, for various other reasons, we often opt for a dearer way of producing the electricity, or we opt for an apparently cheaper way, but we need a lot of backup capacity because renewables are interruptible. So I think we need to look at the charging mechanism and try and make sure that overall with our new mix of energy, we can get to cheaper power. And then, of course, we always had green imperatives as well, and very necessary, and particularly important that clean air is central to the whole ambition, and that wherever we are burning fuels, we do everything we can to avoid dust and soot and particles emerging into the atmosphere, because they are not pleasant for any of us. When it comes to boosting personal incomes, that is probably too wide a subject for the limited time of this debate. Can I just say that levelling up must be about encouraging people to go on their own personal journeys. It must be making available the educational opportunities, the training opportunities, the promotion opportunities within public bodies and through the private sector. It must be working with people so that they see that if they are low paid today, they have a reasonable prospect of being better paid tomorrow. And again, cheap energy can underpin all of this, because if we went for more cheaper energy supplied domestically, We would then have a bigger industrial base, because energy is often a much bigger cost than labour in a modern fully automated factory, and that would create more better paid jobs that go alongside the factory in all the things you need to do to design, market and sell on the products that the largely automated factory can produce. So please, Minister, let's make common cause to the Treasury. Let's do more at home. Let's create more better paid jobs at home. And let's understand the role of having enough electrical capacity, producing cheap power here to all our ambitions.
Thank you very much. Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And like you, I was shouting at television last night. Now, today's subject is clearly a very important debate, and everybody agrees that fuel poverty is a bad thing. Now, it's debilitating, it causes mental health problems, it causes physical health problems, and it's estimated it can cost the NHS in England up to £2 billion a year in related health conditions. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it also causes people to die earlier, and it further shortens the remaining lifespan of those who have been diagnosed with terminal illness. And it can actually force the terminally ill out of their homes as they face a death that they would rather manage in their own homes with their families. So I'd ask the Minister to consider the recommendations of the report by the APPG in terminal illness, which is titled No Place Like Home, and I pay tribute to the work the APPG has done in conjunction with Marie Curie. Now, shamefully, National Energy Action estimate that there's approximately 10,000 premature deaths a year related to fuel poverty, so we really do need to do what we can to eliminate this scourge. In Scotland, we've actually got greater pressures because we've got a colder and wetter climate. A high proportion of homes are off the gas grid, and then within this gas grid cohort in the Highlands, many customers actually pay up to £400 more per annum to heat their homes because of the restricted meters, paying up to 4 pence more per unit of electricity. So I'd like to ask the Minister why she thinks it's fair that this surcharge is added to an area which is actually now an exporter of electricity to the rest of the UK, and when will this injustice be resolved? Now, fuel poverty, as the Minister said, is a devolved matter, but the reality is that energy policy overall is reserved to Westminster, and 85% of welfare spend in Scotland is reserved to the UK Government. So therefore, while the Scottish Government tries to address these devolved aspects, they are actually also constrained by UK Government policy. And one simple example of this is that UK Government have confirmed that the universal credit uplift of £20 per week is going to be removed. Now, if that uplift was required for people to live through COVID, then it's obvious it's required going forward, or else more people are going to end up in fuel poverty. Now, by contrast, last year the Scottish Government introduced the Chilled Winter Heating Assistance, which will support the families of around 14,000 of the most seriously disabled children and young people with automatic payments of £200 a year. So, as always, the Scottish Government is having to work wonders within a fixed budget. Now, energy efficiency is devolved, but the UK Government refuses to cut VAT on insulation measures, despite a request from the Scottish Government. And actually, I support the call from the honourable member from Wokingham who called for this to be removed as well in his contribution. And if we look at UK Government measures, it's UK Government has designed the Warm Homes discount, so that while this does provide welcome relief, it's actually paid for by other energy users, so that puts others under pressure in terms of their energy bills. And it's the UK Government that is responsible for the Eco Scheme, one that the Committee on Fuel Poverty stated in 2018 hasn't been targeted at the correct audience. And in March of this year, the Environmental Audit Committee concluded that ECO won't achieve the fuel poverty targets required, and the reality is that the poorest pay proportionally most, so it's a regressive policy. And Energy UK, whose members are responsible for delivering the ECO scheme, have expressed their concerns about the impact on the bills of the poorest. So when will the UK Government and the Minister listen to these concerns and make relevant changes? Now, it was the UK Government, as we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that was responsible for the failed Green Deal scheme, which came about because they were determined not to have direct government investment or on-book borrowing. So once again, I ask the Minister, when will the Helms victims be compensated for the mis-selling of Green Deals to them? And if we look at renewable energy overall, it's under the remit of the UK Government in terms of how this is paid for. So as a consequence, nearly a quarter of our electricity bills is now accounted for by energy policy decisions. So again, this actually puts more pressure on bill payers and could tip the scales of the balance for some, pushing them into fuel poverty. especially those in off-grid homes. And the current imbalance in policy costs between electricity and gas bills really needs addressed as soon as possible. And overall, Mr Deputy Speaker, we need more direct UK Government investment, and they need to follow the lead of the Scottish Government. And it isn't like it's just myself saying this as an opposition member. Energy companies say it, many third sector organisations say it. The Committee on Climate Change in their 2019 progress report said so, and the Bees Committee in their 2019 report, Energy Efficiency Building Towards Net Zero, also said the same. Now, some key points from that Bees Committee report is that they stated, "We note that Scotland's investment of 4 times more than England cannot be explained by less efficient dwelling stock," and that, for example, in 2017, 49% of homes in England had insulated walls compared to 60% of homes in Scotland. And they went on to state that Scotland has made much faster progress in improving the energy efficiency of its fuel-poor homes than England, where in some bands progress has stalled. And the statistics actually show this in terms of 44% of Scottish homes were rated EPC Band C or better in 2018, compared to just 34% in England and 28% in Wales. So by comparison in energy efficiency, the UK Government have now given us the failed Green Homes Grant Scheme, whereby last year the Treasury clawed back £1.5 billion of the original allocation. So what's actually needed from the UK Government is a long-term energy efficiency investment programme that will actually create jobs, allows the programme to be delivered at best value, which avoids spikes in cost, and it could be part of a green industrial revolution. So when you take this into account, again, if we go back to the Bees Committee report, it's no wonder they concluded that the Government appears indifferent towards how public per capita spend in household energy efficiency in England compares to other parts of the UK. And they stated that the governments of the devolved nations treat energy efficiency as a much higher priority than UK Government. So if we look at that indifferent comment, that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is particularly damning. So I'd like to hear what the Minister would respond to that. Then, by contrast, if we look to Scotland, the Scottish Government's got an award-winning fuel poverty scheme, Warmer Homes Scotland, which is designed to help those living in or at risk of fuel poverty through installing energy insulation measures and heating measures into individual properties. And this has seen more than £124 million invested through the scheme since its launch in 2015, helping over 20,000 households. And by the end of 2021, the Scottish Government will actually have allocated over £1 billion since 2009 to tackling fuel poverty and improving energy efficiency, including nearly £200 million this year alone. And another important measure in place in Scotland is Home Energy Scotland, which is also award-winning. This provides an impartial and service of free advice for any concerned about paying their energy bills. And yet again, in terms of a UK-wide context, UK and English-based consumer groups think this is a model that the UK Government needs to adopt. And as we look to decarbonise our heating systems, having a place for impartial advice, as we do in Scotland, will be critical when people have to consider key choices and whether to purchase a new boiler, to consider low-carbon energy such as heat pumps or whatever. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this takes us to the target for 600,000 heat pump installations per year by 2028. When will the Government bring forward a policy roadmap back the funding? And why isn't the Government looking to start with a rolling programme aimed at off-gas grid properties? Doing this combined with energy efficiency measures would be an ideal way to tackle one category of fuel poor. So again, it's no wonder that in their latest progress report, the Committee on Climate Change are scathing about the lack of UK Government policies. So we really do need to see the heat and building strategy. It was disappointing there was no energy bill listed in the Queen's speech. Now, heading towards a conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Government remain committed to implementing Scotland's Fuel Poverty Act in full. It's the most ambitious and comprehensive fuel poverty legislation in the UK, setting challenging but achievable targets. That means in 2040 the target is no more than 5% of households are fuel poor and no more than 1% in extreme fuel poverty. And I compare this to UK Government targets, which are based solely on energy certification, which in itself isn't sufficient to eliminate fuel poverty. So in conclusion, it's quite clear that fuel poverty is another matter that the UK Government holds Scotland back in, and there's plenty of other bodies can see that there's change is needed in terms of UK-wide policies that UK government is responsible for, and we really need to see policy in action sooner rather than later.
Sally-Anne Hart.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is an incredibly important debate and one of huge importance for residents across Hastings and Rye, and I welcome the Minister's introductory comments on fuel poverty. It's hard to comprehend that it is still the case in our country today that some households are having to choose between heating and eating. The House of Commons report, published at the end of June this year, estimates that some 3.2 million households across England are in fuel poverty, with around 600,000 individuals having fallen into fuel poverty during the coronavirus pandemic. I have seen for myself the pain and anguish that fuel poverty can cause for a household. Representing Hastings and Rye is a fantastic honour, as I do genuinely believe it to be one of the greatest places in the UK to live and work. However, we have to face up to some of the harsh realities and difficulties we also have. The tortuous decision of a parent having to choose between putting the heating on in the winter or providing a hot meal at the end of the day for their child is a reality for far too many residents in my constituency. Now, over 10% of households in Hastings are in fuel poverty, a figure that shocks and saddens me. However, this government is helping to address this with its fuel poverty strategy. I am pleased to see the Energy White Paper will be expanding the warm home discount to nearly 3 million homes, which will help households save £150 a year on electricity bills. Moreover, I am particularly pleased to see that the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund demonstrator has awarded £62 million of funding to social landlords across England and Scotland to test innovative approaches to retrofitting at scale, with over 2,300 social homes improved to an EPC Band C already. And I have seen the positive impact that retrofitting renewable energy helped by grant funding at that time can have in social housing. As a district councillor for Eastern Rother Ward, I highlighted the issue of fuel poverty in Camber and Rye Harbour. Night storage heaters are expensive and do not provide heat when needed. Black mould, condensation are health concerns. I was absolutely delighted a couple of years ago to be asked to look at some retrofitted social housing in Camber. They put in solar panels with batteries and air source heat pumps. The tenants were absolutely delighted. There was no black mould, no condensation. Their homes were warm at lower cost. What we need now is a new scheme, however, to replace the old Green Homes grant, to help households make their properties more energy efficient, helping to insulate them in the winter months and reduce the cost of their bills. Not only will better insulated homes provide a financial benefit to those living in them, but it will also help the government, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and the country meet our ambitious environmental targets. And we must do this in a way that will not burden households with huge costs to replace old boilers, install insulation and get their properties to an EPC rating of C or above. And that's why I believe a grant system to help households, especially those who are really struggling, like the 10% of households in my constituency in fuel poverty, improve the energy efficiency of their homes, is one of the best way forward. I would welcome any update the Minister can provide at the end of this debate on this issue of support for those households already in fuel poverty that will need to improve their properties to meet the government's ambitious target that by 2030 every home should have an EPC rating of C or above. And finally, I want to end on a positive note, that although the recent pandemic has pushed up the number of households into fuel poverty, I am hopeful that the creativity and the determination of this government to support and help those most in need will prove to be effective in finding a way to build on the support already in place and offer a way out of fuel poverty for the thousands of households in my constituency and the millions across our country.
Thank you very much for a very concise speech as well, 5 minutes, which means that if everybody follows suit, we will get everybody in. Video link, Jamie Stone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I shall try to be brief. Obviously, a subject like this is one where I always prick up my ears because in the village of Alt Nahara, in the centre of the County of Sutherland, in the north of my constituency, the village of Alt Nahara is always the coldest place each winter in the whole of the UK. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to just do two things. I want to first of all share some stats, some statistics that have been provided to me, and I want to name check the Highland Council, which takes fuel poverty extremely seriously and has done good work. Now, from the Highland Council's own report, they identified huge areas of the Highlands, and nearly all of the County of Sutherland has a fuel poverty level of 70% of households. 70% of households. The Kyle of Sutherland Development Trust carried out research recently that showed that 1 in 4 children in Sutherland live below the poverty line. All this, of course, as we know, has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Fuel poverty, boy oh boy, it's been an issue for very, very many years. And this, of course, is made worse by the electricity distribution charges that are levied by area. And the result of this is the Highlands is disproportionately affected with the highest distribution charges levied of anywhere in the UK. And this is ironically in spite of the fact that we produced huge amounts of energy from green power and from wind and hydro, which we are actually exporting to the central belt of Scotland, sending it down south. So the result is the cost of each unit of electricity in the Highlands is significantly higher than in London or indeed in the central belt of Scotland. Now, in September of last year, the Highland Council wrote to the UK government asking the government to bring in a national distribution charge for electricity to prevent this unfair practice. The reply said that they wouldn't, but they did say that a £60 million fund would be made available to mitigate the impact of higher distribution costs. Now, as far as my good friend, Councillor Richard Gale, the Councillor of East Sutherland, he doesn't think there's been a reply or any further comment from the government. So could I very politely ask my friend, in the personal sense, the Minister, if she could possibly look at that and see what happened to the £60 million fund. If it could be forthcoming, it would be fantastically helpful. Clearly, Deputy Speaker, I completely support the arguments being put forward for the reduction in VAT on installation materials. It would be a tremendous step in the right direction. Let's hope that consideration will be given to it. And finally, just to say that the population of my constituency, certainly in the County of Sutherland, is an ageing population. So you can imagine how that is made still worse when you pile that on top of the fuel poverty issue. I would like to thank yourself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for your time and patience. That is my short speech concluded. Thank you.
Very concise, thank you very much. Sir David Amos.
Some 20 years ago now that I introduced my private member's bill to eliminate fuel poverty, and it received royal assent in 2000 and was called the Warm Homes and Energy Conservation Act. And that was inspired by a Polish gentleman living in a high-rise block of flats who died of fuel poverty. As my honourable friend, the member for Hastings, has said, no one should die of fuel poverty. I'm delighted that fuel poverty in England fell by 3.9 million households between 1996 and 2004 and decreased by 34% between 2010 and 2019. But I say to my right honourable friend, the Minister, the fact that we're having the debate today means that we still haven't eliminated fuel poverty. Now, my Act gave the government a duty to produce a strategy to ensure an end to fuel poverty as far as is reasonably practical in 15 years. However, in a subsequent court case, the judgment was that the words of the Warm Homes and Energy Conservation Act meant that there could only be an effort to achieve the targets instead of guaranteeing that they would be reached. In addition, the courts ruled that the words, as far as is reasonably practicable, in the 2000 Act meant that the government could deprioritise fuel poverty if, for instance, resources were tight. In short, therefore, the courts ruled that there was no duty to end fuel poverty, only to try to do so. As a result, fuel poverty was not ended by the year 2016. Now, fuel poverty needs to be eliminated, as the whole House agrees, as quickly as possible. to maintain our population's health and prevent any avoidable deaths that can happen as a result of cold home. I'm pleased, however, that my Act has been updated and that the current duty to bring fuel-poor homes up to at least EPC Band C by 2030 is set in regulations. However, the words, as far as is reasonably practicable, are used time and again. So I do hope my right honourable friend, the Minister, can confirm today that the only exceptions to ending fuel poverty will be made due to the physical characteristics of the property or the occupier's refusal to have works carried out. Now, I introduced domestic properties, listen to me as if I'm a separate government, I introduced a backbench bill called the Domestic Properties Minimum Energy Performance Bill last session to ensure that properties have a minimum energy performance rating of C and to give the Secretary of State powers to require persons to take actions in pursuance of that duty. Now, I ask my right honourable friend, the Minister, to agree to a meeting with my right honourable friends' officials to discuss energy performance of buildings. I'm working with the industry and experts on a revised version of the bill, and I know no government enjoys private members' bills in reality. They always like to promote them themselves. I'm not bothered about who takes the glory. I believe it would be certainly beneficial in reducing fuel poverty if my right honourable friend and officials work with me on the new bill. Amongst other things, it would reduce the impact on the environment and make fuel more accessible to all in privately rented properties, social housing, new homes and owner-occupier properties. There are brilliant charities throughout the country and especially in Southend that help people who are struggling financially. Age Concern in Southend offers a range of support for older people, and one of the concerning trends that are starting to see is a number of older people requiring services that indicate they are housebound. This means that they use more fuel for heating and cooking whilst on a fixed income. There may be a fuel poverty crisis coming our way. This has, of course, been intensified by the coronavirus pandemic. This types of inquiries Age Concern are receiving are for their befriending services, social activities and help at home. The government needs to invest in preventative measures which will get older people out of the house and active again. This will keep people healthier and will help to alleviate the need for fuel uses. This is where the Haven Community Hub in Westcliff comes in, which encourages people to leave their homes where it's safe to do so with current restrictions and socialise. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, it is promising that colleagues are debating this topic today, and there have been improvements in reducing the rate of fuel poverty in the last 21 years, but really, I say to my right honourable friend, we need to do more. The coronavirus pandemic has further pushed developments back, and I hope the government performs its statutory duties by bringing fuel-poor households up to EPC Band C by 2030. The wording of these regulations should not limit the extent to which fuel poverty can be reduced like it was suggested in my Act 21 years ago. People still need heating and electricity during the coronavirus pandemic, and these problems will never go away unless concrete legislative action is actually taken.
Thank you for another concise contribution. Video link, Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Southend, especially given his track record on this very important issue. Today is the first opportunity we've had to debate this subject since my own fuel poverty and energy price caps debate in November last year. And we all know that despite fuel poverty being a devolved issue, two of its three key drivers, namely energy prices and income, are reserved. We also know that just as living in a fuel-poor household impacts many aspects of everyday life, there are numerous factors which impact the drivers. This is one of the reasons I often raise fuel poverty in the Commons, most recently presenting an energy pricing bill to urge for legislation to close the loophole that allows energy suppliers to exclude existing customers from their cheapest available tariffs. The Library briefing highlights that the poorest households pay disproportionately towards the Energy Company Obligation Scheme, and that this UK government policy is considered regressive by the Environmental Audit Committee. I would argue that the loophole allowing existing energy customers to subsidise new energy customers is also regressive. While I am under little illusion about the chances of my own bill progressing, I do hope that the government will consider and take on these points. I won't repeat much of the serious aspects of fuel poverty I covered less than 8 months ago, except to reiterate we cannot underestimate the implications of living in a fuel-poor household, and we must do everything to end the dilemma of whether a person heats their home or feeds their family, because that causes physical and mental distress and ill health. Now, it's these health implications that I want to highlight today. However, it appears that it's not a priority for this government, given the announcement on the phase-out of the £20 universal credit uplift, potentially pushing 500,000 people below the poverty line just in time for the winter. The heat or eat choices that people in fuel poverty are forced to make means a poor diet if they want a warm home, causing and exacerbating physical and mental health issues, as well as slowing recovery from existing conditions. Yet if those in fuel poverty choose to eat well, they run other risks, because living in a cold house increases their chances of suffering from a heart attack, stroke or respiratory illness. Indeed, the Committee on Fuel Poverty has already documented the correlation between cold homes and excess winter deaths, and the World Health Organization estimates that 30% of excess winter deaths are directly attributable to living in cold housing. It could be argued that there is a strong case for giving GPs the ability to prescribe heat. For those who have not yet done so, I would urge you to read No Place Like Home, the all-party Parliamentary Group on Terminal Illnesses inquiry into housing and fuel poverty at the end of life. It is stark reading, but crucially it highlights the vicious cycle of fuel poverty and terminal illness. Additionally, the Scottish Fuel Poverty Advisory Panel, an advisor to the Scottish Government on tackling fuel poverty, highlight asthma, chest, breathing and mental health problems, and slowed physical growth and cognitive development, all as conditions that affect children living in a cold home. Also, elderly and vulnerable people living in cold houses experience an increased risk of circulatory and respiratory disease, exacerbation of arthritis, an increased risk of falls and injury, social isolation and poor mental health, including anxiety and depression. So in reality, fuel poverty disproportionately affects the most vulnerable in our society. The effects of fuel poverty also further strain our overstretched NHS, who have borne the brunt of this coronavirus pandemic. And the pandemic has also shone a light on the pockets of poverty that exist within our communities. Its economic impact is taking its toll, and combined with increased fuel bills as people spend even more time at home, can lead to even more people struggling. Eliminating fuel poverty is an important part of tackling poverty in general, and therefore reducing inequalities in our society. The Scottish Fuel Poverty Advisory Panel is working with members and other organisations to provide information that can help better understand the connections between fuel poverty and health, and it has welcomed the support the Scottish Government has given to those in fuel poverty and poverty generally throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, there's much more I could say about what's happening in Scotland and what I think is wrong with the support we get from Westminster, but I'm mindful of the time we have and for other speakers to come in, and I'm sure we'll return to this debate over the months ahead. And I would look forward to the Minister summing up, and hopefully they can consider some of the points I've raised in my own presentation, Bill. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to speak in such a vitally important debate. As many other members have stated today, the scale of fuel poverty in the United Kingdom is staggeringly and unacceptably high. In England, more than 1 in 10 households are forced to spend more than they can afford on energy. Now, in my own city of Coventry, that figure almost doubles. Those numbers should be a source of shame for our government, and we have heard time and time again about the devastating impact that fuel poverty has on family finances, health and mental health. And certainly, the pandemic has exacerbated the impact of fuel poverty. The COVID-19 issue has slashed incomes for many and increased home energy usage. This has unsurprisingly led to increased debt owed to big utility companies, and with many people still not working full-time or working at all, and the furlough scheme on the verge of disappearing altogether, over 2.5 million people will be forced to begin paying back the fuel debt incurred throughout the pandemic. which they simply cannot afford in many instances. Now, in March last year, the government launched a policy encouraging energy companies to reassess the energy debt owed by those who were fuel poor and suffering because of the pandemic. Now, this policy has since lapsed, and I urge the government to take immediate action to revive and strengthen it, because without support, many families in Coventry will find themselves struggling to repay debt and bills in which they cannot afford. There are other concrete steps that the government can and must take to alleviate fuel poverty. Sustained investments in making homes more energy efficient must be a priority in upcoming spending review. Investments is vital to reducing fuel poverty. In fact, the Conservative Party manifesto in the last election promised £2.5 billion for a home upgrade grant scheme, and the scheme would upgrade homes that are not fuel efficient, lowering the cost to heat homes significantly. The Prime Minister then repeated this pledge in his 10-point plan for the Green Industrial Revolution. But warm words will not warm homes. We need investment right now. If the government does not upgrade homes immediately, we will see those in fuel poverty suffer increased health complications and further financial strife. After speaking with energy experts this week, I learnt that single parents and their children are the most negatively impacted by fuel poverty. And it is single parents and their children who will continue to suffer the effects of fuel poverty in the highest numbers if the government does not follow through on their lofty promises. Now, as we work to make Britain homes more efficient, we must also ensure that all new policies are fair. And that's why the government must revise this new green gas levy, which presently means that energy users, whether a single mother or big company, will pay the same amount of cost towards subsidising biogas. Now, surely this is a very regressive tax, And this means that the poorest will pay a much higher proportion of their income compared to very wealthy and big companies. The government must fix the green tax levy so that it does not punish the poor unfairly. The government must not leave the most vulnerable literally out in the cold. And I really do hope the Minister will consider some of the points made today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Video link, Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to speak after my honourable friend for Coventry and North West. Mr Deputy Speaker, fuel poverty is like food poverty. It is not complicated. It is poverty. And I don't know anyone who's chosen to be poor. To address this, we need better paid jobs, affordable housing, a reinvestment in the welfare state, and for people to be treated equally with fairness and respect. When someone or a family has no gas or electricity in their homes and cannot afford to pay their bills, this is fuel poverty. Whether unable to have a shower, warm their home and make a hot meal, they are in crisis. They are in fuel poverty. Fuel poverty is not visible as food poverty. We can't see families queuing up for fuel parcels. But for families around the UK rationing their hot water and pensioners shivering, fuel poverty is indeed very real. The latest BIS figures estimated that there are over 3 million households in fuel poverty, and that was prior to the pandemic. I recently spoke to a head teacher of a school in my constituency. Many of their low-income families will be drained of money due to costly fuel meters. And in spite of their child contacting the virus, they cannot afford to isolate because they must leave the home to top up their gas and electricity meters. The dilemma is understandable when you consider how punitive the penalties are for entering into arrears on a prepayment meter. As much as 70% of a top-up amount can be deducted if the payee is in debt. These companies make it harder for poorer people and families. They take more from those that don't have much. The government really must do something about it. The government cannot stand back and pretend this is not happening. And will they make a difference for all communities to prevent all people and families experiencing fuel poverty? They must review this measure and do something about it. As we know it to be, debt can quickly snowball with vulnerable people turning to payday lenders or worse. And universal credit with its delays and sanctions just makes circumstances more desperate. Yesterday in the Justice Committee, I became apparently aware that due to certain debt, like not paying your TV licence, which is due to poverty, a person can end up in prison. It is acutely expensive to keep someone in prison, extremely more expensive than paying your TV licence. So ultimately, this means that they are being punished for being poor. How does this all make sense? So let's look at the area of health. Health services in England spend 1.3 billion to treat the impact of cold homes, such as bronchitis. With poverty comes worry, stress, and can lead to emotional and mental health difficulties. All can have an impact on primary and secondary healthcare, and all come at a cost. With water bills, lower income households can pay lower rates, but there is no such provision for energy bills. Will the Minister commit today to introduce a measure such as a social tariff which will bring consistency in their own policies? The government, as we've already heard from honourable members, has also made a manifesto commitment to make our energy system more efficient. Does it have any intention of follow-through on this? I'd like to end by drawing attention to one of those victims of this core crisis. Christians Against Poverty told me of a miserable experience of John, who said, "It is an awful time when you can't get electric and you can't have the lights on. Never mind the TV and the radio. It feels black, it is black, it feels dark, it's not nice. You think, what's the point of struggling on?" Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope the government is listening, as this problem can be solved. We need a new fuel strategy that focuses on green energy, and a new fuel strategy that equally focuses on the customer's welfare.
Very much. Video link. Video Hobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No one should have to make the choice between feeding your family or heating your home. Yet, this is the choice that 3.2 million households living in fuel poverty face. In Bath and North East Somerset, generally considered an affluent area, over 10% of households are struggling with their fuel bills. We are fortunate enough to have an excellent citizen advice, but citizens' advice cannot replace urgent government action. The effects of fuel poverty are heartbreaking, like needing to wrap up in a duvet in damp conditions with restricted mobility. Existing health conditions, including mental health, deteriorate fast, and family life is often under severe pressure. The pandemic has made things even worse. It has created additional financial hardship while increasing household bills as people were forced to stay at home and wholesale energy prices rose. Research suggests that people working from home added an extra £16 a month on energy costs, adding up to £195 a year for those on poor value tariffs. We must address fuel poverty, not only to end this unjustifiable inequality, but also because it could be a major step forward to tackle the climate emergency. All too often, fuel poverty goes hand in hand with poor housing, especially poor insulation. Energy inefficient homes are not just bad for the environment, they're a huge drain on households' bills of low-income families. And behind the reduction in fuel-poor homes between 2018 and 19 was the increase to an energy efficiency rating to band C or higher. But the government is only relying on the energy company's obligation and the warm homes discount. This is simply not enough. The government needs to make much more serious efforts to drive the retrofitting of Britain's old housing stock. We need a coherent plan and we need action, not words. Where are the training programs to dramatically build up the skills base we need? Where are the tough energy efficiency and heating regulations? Why does the government not give local authorities more powers to lead on the delivery of the schemes, who are in a much better position to support house owners and landlords and better identify those households living in fuel poverty? The clearest example of the government's failure is the scrapping of the Green Homes Grant only 5 months after it was introduced. Only 6% of the budget was spent and only a fraction of the vouchers were given out. However, rather than ending the whole scheme as quickly as it was introduced, the government should have extended the scheme over 10 years with the clear aim to end fuel poverty and cut greenhouse gas emissions by the middle of the decade. On a long-term commitment, the industry would have been able to scale up to deliver this massive task. Knee-jerk actions and short-termism is not just bad for the environment, it is letting down those 3.2 million households who will continue to live in fuel poverty. And I urge the government to reinstate the net zero home grants, the new hero, to reinstate a new home grant, but this time with a long-term commitment to end fuel poverty once and for all. Thank you.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and as always, it's a pleasure to speak in this issue. As others have referred to, fuel poverty is a devolved matter, but the responsibility for this place is to do with energy prices and income, and therefore this debate is pertinent to my constituents as much as it is to anyone elsewhere. I've been involved in the former role as a Northern Ireland Assembly and also in the Council, where we had many initiatives to address fuel poverty, and it was good to be involved in those issues, because those are the issues that were coming to my office on a regular basis. The pandemic, of course, has exacerbated the issue for fuel poverty. And I know for me, I was able at home, when I wasn't able to do visitation for constituency, I was able to do some of the work around the farm. Now, we've heard that saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you've heard it, jack of all trades and master of none. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a master of none. I can probably make sure the carpentry stays together, the electrics don't break down. Does it look pretty? Probably not. But that's maybe the difference between a skills person and me. But for many others, lockdown was a time of almost captivity, and for those in the poverty threshold who lived above the benefit cap, they were then reduced to some 80% wage. Those were the same people trying to make every penny count that they were restricted to their home. And when you're in your home for long periods of time, the heating bill goes up. For those who worked in an office, HMRC allowed a further allowance to be claimed in tax relief if they were able to work from home. For those furloughed, this was not available. So fuel nation in our nation is a very real thing that's been felt more than ever in the COVID lockdown. You don't need to head to your mum or your sisters to use their heat for the day. Either you heated your own home or you sat in blankets and clothes, and others have referred to that. Not a picture I have overly associated with the UK, and yet data has shown that was the case. In August, Citizens Advice estimated 2.8 million UK adults had fallen behind on their energy bills. Policy Institute at King's College in London estimated 3 in 10 people have experienced a reduction in their income as a result of coronavirus. And while 3 in 10 people had to cut back in non-essential spending, 2 in 10 have had more money left at the end of the month. The combination of reduced incomes and increased debt has a profound impact on householders. And in an NEA survey of organisations work to support fuel-poor households, 3/4 said there's a high risk of increased build-up of fuel debt as a direct result of the pandemic. I also chair the APPG on Healthy Homes and Buildings. One of the things that we're very interested in is the insulation of home and making homes more suitable for people. We've done an inquiry on that there, so for me this issue is incredibly important. The APPG on fuel poverty produced a marvellous briefing with a number of key points, and I'd absolutely agree with. For me, some of the most pertinent being that within the upcoming heat and building strategy, the UK Government must set out a clear energy efficiency standard for both the private and social rental sectors. And further, they highlighted government plans to reach net zero, regulate retail energy markets and increase incomes must work alongside energy efficiency improvements to support all UK nations to end fuel poverty and to achieve a fair and affordable energy transition. They do say if you try to meet the net zero targets, that inevitably there could be as much as a 20% increase in energy. If that is the case, and if the experts are right, then we do potentially have a problem. So it's great to set targets for yourself, but they must be available or must be achievable. I can set myself a target to learn Mandarin Chinese during recess if I had the time and I wasn't so busy. But the reality of learning this beautiful complex language in the short space of time is highly unlikely. The point I'm making is that targets must be achievable, which means that resources must be in place, schemes must be available to all earners. and non-owners to update wall insulation, etc., which cuts in energy bills, and as a bonus is better for the environment. We must commit to resourcing schemes to not simply uplift income for some families, but to change the way they spend their money. A household said to be in fuel poverty if it needs to spend more than 10% of its income on energy costs. In Northern Ireland, the rate of fuel poverty is 22%. So these three factors can and must be addressed by government: income, the cost of energy, and the domestic energy efficiency of the home. And time has beaten me, but the need is clear, the path is clear. We must begin the journey remembering to bring the working poor with us, and also bring those with us who are on benefits. If we do that, and I believe government has that commitment, then we can achieve something. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Video link. Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the members who have secured this important debate in the House today. There are an estimated 3.2 million households, 1 in 10, who are currently living in fuel poverty in England, meaning that they live below the poverty line and face much higher bills due to poor levels of energy efficiency in their homes. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened existing inequalities our communities face, and it's pushed many into unimaginable levels of hardship. In August, Citizens Advice estimated that 2.8 million UK adults had fallen behind on their energy bills. This will no doubt include people who receive legacy benefits and who be denied the £20 uplift a week. I urge the Minister to press their colleagues in the DWP to end this injustice, which has resulted in 4,889 of my constituents missing out on vital support during the pandemic. In Liverpool, West Derby, I spoke to Joe from St Andrew's Community Network, who do a fantastic job combating poverty in my community. On this very issue this week, Joe told me they have sent an email out recently outlining to the networks of food banks throughout my constituency to prepare kitchen packs for people suffering from fuel poverty who can only use a kettle to prepare foods. It consists of noodles, tinned fruit and meats which can be eaten cold. Let that sink in. It's 2021 and many families in my constituency are using a kettle to prepare food for their children's meals on a daily basis. How is that levelling up, Minister? I would also like to put on record my gratitude to the team at Liverpool City Council for the Citizen Support Scheme, which offers support for people in crisis. But without a fair funding settlement for councils, this is now under threat. As the Commons Library briefing explains, cold homes can have negative impacts on both mental and physical health, potentially adding demand to the NHS and social care providers and directly contributing towards more people dying in the upcoming winter. Health impacts of cold homes include increased risk of heart attack or stroke, respiratory illnesses, poor diet due to heat or eat choices, and worsening or slow recovery from existing conditions. And those most at risk of ill health from fuel poverty include children, the elderly, people with disabilities, and people who have long-term illnesses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with this in mind, it is unthinkable that in the middle of a pandemic, the governments are pushing ahead with plans that will cut support and push people further, even further into fuel poverty. The plans to scrap the £20 a week universal credit uplift is shameful and must be reversed. How can the government cut universal credit when it's clear more support is needed, not less? This also comes alongside the government ending the eviction ban and tapering down of furlough. Both will leave people vulnerable to food poverty and debt in communities throughout this land. I genuinely fear for the situation facing our communities this winter when the pandemic is far from over and when, as is clear from the library briefing, fuel poverty already leads to illnesses that place people at serious risk from COVID-19. To finish, I asked the Minister to put herself in the shoes of a mother in the winter, freezing cold because they cannot afford to put the gas heating on, heating the kettle for the noodles they received in the kitchen pack from the food bank for their family, and ask yourself, is this something one of the wealthiest countries in the world should be allowed to happen, and we're still making policies which enable it further? I urge you to remember that image when you devise the policies which are creating this environment and for the good of this nation, change course and show some humanity, not cold indifference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very much, Mr. Byrne. Dr. Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've had an excellent debate this afternoon, absolutely up to the mark as far as the requirements of the fuel poverty legislation are concerned. Debate which both underlines the human cost of fuel poverty, contributions from my honourable friend for Lewisham East and Coventry North West emphasised that to tremendous effect, as did indeed my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool West Derby. And that, I think, we always need to remember is at the heart of the fuel poverty debate. It is the human misery and suffering that is brought about by fuel poverty that we really need to strive with all our might to remove as a stain from our country in the 21st century, when we could do so much better. And we also heard, indeed, from the honourable member for Southend West, who was at the heart of the fuel poverty issues when they were first debated now many years ago, and I have indeed been alongside him debating on those issues for quite a while myself. But he must be grievously disappointed by the glacial progress that is being made in the elimination of fuel poverty in our country. And I just say to the Minister that she has heard this afternoon, I think, a universal contribution from all members here this afternoon. Government must do better. And I look forward to the new policies that are coming forward, which I hope will give a clear indication of just how the government is going to do better, because the government is a long way away from putting the gap between ambition and action into operation. And I'm sure we will debate this on frequent occasions in the future, Minister, but I look forward to those strategies, and I do hope they will be up to the mark in terms of what we now know what we need to do as far as fuel poverty in all its aspects are concerned, and perhaps this afternoon bring out of this debate a renewed vigour to get on with it.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all those who've spoken this afternoon. A really powerful and important debate. I'd particularly like to thank my friend, the member for Wokingham. I think it might be rare to suggest that we would see him and the Honourable Member for Kilmarnock and Loudon standing up together to wish to lobby the Treasury on reducing or indeed removing VAT on insulation and other green products. And who would I to stop such a bonding of those least likely to want to campaign together on such an issue? I think it's a very fascinating one, and I think we should all watch closely and hope that this will be a new match to take on some of the green challenges that we all want to see fixed. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Kilmarnock and Loudon for raising the issues of the APP on terminal illness raised, and I will make sure that I read that report and look at it in more detail. And as I've said, Scotland obviously has its own devolved controls over fuel poverty issues, but I do recognise, as someone who lives in Northumberland, the challenges of weather do in fact cause different problems, and we have to be very conscious of that as we work towards finding those solutions. I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Hastings and Rye, for being such a great and persuasive advocate for her own constituency and understanding clearly in depth that there are areas in her constituency that do need more support, and I hope that she will work closely with her local authority on the schemes that they can be delivering to help insulate homes and make sure that she drives them to give greater success. It's always a pleasure to hear my honourable friend the Southend West, though we didn't hear any calls for city status. his total commitment on this issue, I mean, is heartening at every level. He has campaigned on this and has driven a change in many government policies over the years, and I hope that he is supportive of the renewed drive and indeed in bringing in the Band C requirement as part of our fuel poverty strategy. It drives not only those short-term ways that we can help support families in fuel poverty, but actually is making sure that we will change forever the landscape of our property mapping across the country, that those that are in bands D, E and F are going to be brought up to scratch to ensure that we do that, because we must continue to take action, Mr Deputy Speaker, to address the fuel poverty that still exists. We move towards our 2025 milestone and our ambitious 2030 fuel poverty target. We are very aware of the challenges that are remaining ahead of us, but by focusing on that energy efficiency piece, as I mentioned, and delivering 1.6 million households out of fuel poverty, we are able to see going forward, as we move to those low carbon heating solutions and net zero by 2050, the opportunity to ensure that those on low incomes are not left behind, because a fair and affordable transition will be key to protecting those who are in fuel poverty. The Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund will deliver energy efficient homes, and driving things like the Home Upgrade Grant, due to begin delivery early next year, with a commitment to a £4 billion successor energy company obligation scheme. This will continue to help push forwards that reduction in those homes that need to be improved. So I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, for anyone whose questions I haven't answered, I will make sure that we do so in writing. But I thank everyone for their really important and thoughtful contributions today. Thank you.
The question is as on the order papers. May I say aye? Aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And we'll now suspend very briefly for the sanitisation of both dispatch boxes, and then we will resume on to the next debate. Order. 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 We now come to the backbench debate on the implementation of the recommendations of the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, and I call Emma Hardy to move.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the Backbench Business Committee for allowing this debate. Today is the one-year anniversary of the publication of the report of the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, First Do No Harm, and is that report and the Government's response to its 9 recommendations that this debate is intended to address. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Baroness Cumberledge, who chaired the review, and her dedicated team, and I'm delighted that she is able to be here to listen to the debate. The publication of this report gave hope to so many women who had felt ignored and belittled for years. Since the report was published, Baroness Cumberledge has continued to campaign in the other place for the thousands and thousands of women impacted, and I'm proud to be supporting her. And I must also quickly pay tribute to those women who were personally affected by the medical interventions under investigation and their bravery in sharing their stories. In the words of the report, they told their stories with dignity and eloquence, but also with sadness and anger to highlight common and compelling themes. Very quickly, the review examined the hormone pregnancy test Primados, which are thought to be associated with birth defects and miscarriages, sodium valproate, an effective anti-epileptic drug which caused physical malformations, autism and developmental delay, and pelvic mesh implants, which have been linked to crippling, life-changing complications. And the report had a damning conclusion, which quoted and said, "The system is not safe enough for those taking medications in pregnancy or being treated using new devices and techniques. Patients..." Yep.
Just thank the Honourable Lady for securing this debate. I am here today, I don't intend to speak because a constituent has written to me and she has suffered horribly, appalling damage as a result of these procedures. So I just want to thank the Honourable Lady sincerely for bringing this to the floor of the House and allowing us all to be educated, well, those of us who need educating, like myself.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I'm very pleased you're able to join this as well. And as I say, this report, it showed that patients were being exposed to a risk of harm when they did not need to be, affected adversely by poor or indifferent care, have suffered at the hands of clinicians who did not or chose not to listen, and abandoned by a system that failed to recognise and then correct its mistakes at the earliest opportunity. This systematic silencing of women's voices, the indifference to their stories and the outright denial of their pain and suffering was a central theme in the finding of the report, and it is one that has been repeated time and time again when it comes to women's health, and enough is enough. Today's motion calls on the Government to implement all 9 of the recommendations in this report, and I hope members across the House can support that. As chair of the joint chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Vaginal Mesh, my comments are obviously going to focus predominantly on that, but I want to very quickly mention the Epilepsy Society's campaign Safe Mum, Safe Baby, which is calling on the Government to fund research into safer epilepsy medication so that babies will not be born with preventable diseases. But what, of course.
Thank you, Honourable Lady, for giving way. And the Honourable Lady is right to bring this forward, and I commend her for that as well. I see the Minister in her place, and the Minister will recall that I had a debate on the mesh and how it was affecting men, because some of those, I had 400 people in Northern Ireland who had contacted me. They were saying that the problems were the same: hard to remove, extreme pain, depression, suicide, relationship problems, marriage breakdowns, and for some people, unfortunately, suicide. Does the Honourable Lady agree that the mesh, whether it be for women or men, is detrimental and has harmed many, many people?
My honourable friend for his intervention, and absolutely. And one of the points I was going to come to a little bit later is those who went through rectopexy and hernia mesh implants as well have been badly affected. So the recommendation I want to focus on is the one that required immediate action from the Secretary of State to set up an implementation task force to oversee the progress of all other 8 recommendations, and it said to offer a timeline for the actions. Unfortunately, the Government declined this recommendation and instead offered the creation of a patient reference group, in its words, to ensure that patients' voices are heard. But with respect, patients' voices have been heard
in the Cumberledge report, we already know that women are not listened to in the healthcare system. We need action to change it rather than another review kicking the can down the road. So I would be interested in hearing from the Minister how the government intends to ensure women's voices are placed at the centre of their treatments when the patient reference group publishes its report. Yeah.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and again, as others have said, for securing this vital debate. Does she agree with me, sorry, I'll take my mask off, in terms of the encouragement of women to speak up and support for women to deal with their own health issues? Comments that have been made by some in government recently that women it's down to them individually to speak up can be unhelpful, and we have to see it through a lens of institutional challenges that women face and have faced for decades, and that we really need to do more to celebrate our clinicians, yes, but also to educate them and give them the resources and support to make sure that women are not treated in the way that she has been describing.
Thank you for your intervention, and absolutely, which brings me on to the point around the redress agency, which is one of the recommendations in the report, which has been rejected. The government have said instead that the government and industry have previously established redress schemes without the need for additional agency, which goes to the point that my honourable friend made, because it puts the burden of redress in entirely the wrong place, on the victims and not on those responsible. To seek redress requires enormous effort by those who are already suffering, not just financial but emotional as well, as we've seen from the report by Baroness Cumberledge. So the report recommends that without waiting for the establishment of a redress agency, separate schemes should be set up for each intervention to meet the cost of providing that additional care and support for those who experience avoidable harm. But sadly, there have been no such moves. So I'd be interested in the Minister giving indication of the progress on such schemes. The report also recommends transparency of payment to clinicians, a UK-style Sunshine Payment Act to require the mandatory reporting of all payments made to doctors, teaching hospitals, research institutions and charities. The government's interim response said it would consider this recommendation in discussion with other parties, including the GMC. And I understand that there are suggestions that this could be done by expanding the voluntary system of reporting. But as we've seen, voluntary systems simply don't work. And to give a quick example, a high-profile academic had recently admitted he failed to declare £100,000 from the manufacturer making one of the types of vaginal mesh implants that he was assessing. He's now published a correction, but it is almost 7 years after he first did his report, and only when a complaint was made about him. A Section 60 order in the Health and Social Care Bill would allow for legislation to cover this, because transparency is vital to patient safety. There should be no opportunities for payments made to industry to introduce bias into prescribing or the scientific literature that is used to inform our NICE guidelines. And this report recommended creating a database to record which device was used when, in which person, and what were the outcomes from it in terms of safety and patient feedback. Now, the rollout of the medical device information system has begun, but there are questions arising about what data is being collected. And this is really important. And again, to give an indication, a woman called Kath, extremely fit, very healthy, used to be interested in skydiving, had mesh implants, and afterwards was in such pain. She was unable to move, get out of bed, completely changed her life forever. However, her procedure was recorded as a success because she no longer had incontinence, because that was the measure that they were looking for. So we need to be looking at all patient outcomes when we're recording that data in those data sets. And that brings me on to my next point, which is the current moratorium on using mesh as recommended in the report. In the case I've just outlined, there's no way Kath has said she would ever have had this procedure had she had any indication of the risk that was going to be harm to her. Never. I understand there's pressure from some of the surgeons out there to reintroduce mesh, but I do not believe that you can reintroduce mesh without fully informed consent. And you can only have fully informed consent if patients are fully aware of all of the risks. And you can only be fully aware of all of the risks if all of the data is collected and recorded accurately. And until that data is collected and recorded accurately, you cannot have informed consent, and we should not consider lifting the moratorium on the use of mesh implants. And a quick... Yes?
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady, especially co-bringing this debate with myself. I'll be speaking later, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just on this very specific point. This is the pressure that we've been coming under, and does the Honourable Lady agree with me that what has changed from a clinical point of view in the last 18 months, I think she would agree nothing, and yet from the clinician pressure is, well, we want to stop the suspension, but nothing's actually happened. Doesn't that represent the pressure that we're under coming from the clinician side of this argument?
I completely agree and thank my honourable friend for bringing this debate forward and championing it from the other side of the House over there. He's absolutely correct. We need to have all that evidence so people can give that informed consent. And finally, the report recommends establishing specialist centres to provide comprehensive treatment, care and advice. And they've already started to establish some of these care centres, which is good news. But there are concerns, again, around the data collection for patient outcomes after mesh removal. And not all women are having all of their mesh removed. Some of it is only a partial removal. And again, what are the questions being asked? What is the data being collected? I've put in numerous written parliamentary questions to the department on this, and I have not yet had a clear answer on exactly what data they're going to be collected. And there's also important questions to be answered on the competency of surgeons to undertake removals. And I know my honourable friend has a very difficult story on this particular issue. Now, the department is saying that the decision of which surgeons to use for removal is down to the individual trusts to decide. I do not share that. If, as a woman, you're being asked to return to the same surgeon who put the mesh in you and caused you all that harm, how can it be fair for you to be asked to return to that same surgeon to have it removed as the one who put it in? I really do think we need to be looking into this issue again. Absolutely. We are now... Yes.
It's even worse than she suggests, because in some cases these surgeons who have now been appointed as lead figures in these mesh centres are people who not only put the mesh in, but then persisted in denial that the mesh was the cause of any of the terrible problems that their victims had suffered.
Quite right.
Thank you for that intervention. Absolutely, completely agree with the point you've made. We're now 1 year on from the publication of the Cumberland Review. Of course I accept there's been a pandemic, of course I do. But there's nothing to stop the government accepting the recommendations, and we would all quite realistically and understandably agree that the government can accept the recommendations but would have a delay implementing them because of the pandemic. That would be fine, but they have not. The government has implemented only 2 recommendations, an apology and the appointment of a patient safety commissioner. Given the lack of progress and the concerns I have outlined, and to which I know my colleagues here will add further, I would urge the government to reconsider the implementation task force. The problems identified by the review are systematic and long-standing, and if unaddressed will condemn more to a lifetime of suffering. It is essential that they are brought to an end, and to do so, the review's recommendations must all be implemented in full.
The question is, as on the order paper, Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I also join the Honourable Lady in thanking the Backbench Business Committee for enabling this debate, very important debate, to take place today. Now, I decided that the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review should be set up because I was deeply concerned about the issues that have been raised over many years of the impact of the use of certain medicines and medical devices on women, and in particular, of course, the use of pelvic mesh, sodium valproate and HTPs, predominantly Primados. I would like to take this opportunity to commend all the members of the House who over the years had been campaigning on all of these issues. I would also like to add my thanks to the noble lady Baroness Cumberland for the work that she did in chairing the review and in producing such a no-holds-barred, absolutely to-the-point review that was very clear for government on the problems that occurred and what needed to be done. But can I also take this opportunity to say to the Minister that I would like to thank the government for the decision they have taken to establish a strategy for women's health. I think that is important. That's for the future. And of course, what we're talking about now are problems that have occurred in the past, but as we're just hearing in relation to mesh, problems that still occur today, and indeed, as I'll refer to later, with sodium valproate. What was clear to me at the time when these issues were raised with me is that over decades, women had suffered, children had suffered, families had suffered, and the impacts are still being felt today. What was also clear was that voices of patients, of women and others, had been raised and had consistently been ignored. There'd been this sort of attitude, there, you're a woman, you just have to put up with it.
Yes, absolutely correct.
The unwillingness to listen and to act had occurred under successive governments, through the Department of Health and various aspects of the National Health Service. I have to say to the Minister that sadly, this is not an approach that is perhaps unexpected to members of this House. I'm sure other members of this House, like me, have had constituency cases where individuals there's been a problem with the treatment they've received from the NHS, they want an apology, they want to know that somebody is going to make sure it doesn't happen again to somebody else, and they come up against a brick wall, because the natural inclination is to defend the institution rather than to actually address the issue that has been raised. The NHS has done amazing... Yes, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
At the same time, we're wanting the apologies, and some of the ladies who contacted me in Northern Ireland, they're wanting more than that. They're actually, some of them ladies have not been able to work, can't work, won't ever be able to work, not because of anxiety and depression, but because of the physical difficulties that they have. I'm just wanting to know, does the Honourable Lady agree with me? It's more than that, it's about making sure they have the benefits that government can make available for them. But secondly, it's also to address the issue of the breakdown in their marriages and what help we can give those people. That's some of the things that my constituents want to see, as well as the things that the Right Honourable Lady has referred to. Thank you.
The Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. I'm going to come on and mention the issue of redress in relation to these particular aspects of pelvic mesh, sodium valproate and Primados and other HTPs. The point I was making was a general point that I see constituency cases of individuals where perhaps a mistake has been made by the NHS and they want an apology, they want to know that a change is going to take place, they come up against a brick wall. Sometimes they find themselves then battling and ending up in court in order to try and get some redress, with all the problems that creates, because the institution has defended itself rather than taking the patient's voice seriously. Our NHS does amazing work day by day. It has done amazing work during the pandemic, but sadly, when mistakes are made, it doesn't always respond in the right way. Yeah. And this was very clearly said in the report of the independent review, where they said there is an institutional and professional resistance to changing practice, even in the face of mounting safety concerns. There can be a culture of dismissive and arrogant attitudes that only serve to intimidate and confuse. For women, there is an added dimension, the widespread and wholly unacceptable labelling of so many symptoms as normal and attributable to women's problems. Mistakes are perpetuated through a culture of denial, a resistance to no-blame learning, and an absence of overall effective accountability. And I think it was very apt that the report was called First Do No Harm. As the Noble Lady Baroness Cumberledge said, it is a phrase that should serve as a guiding principle and the starting point, not only for doctors, but for all the other component parts of our healthcare system. Too often, we believe it has not. Now, I am concerned, as the Honourable Lady who opened this debate, Member for Kingston upon West and Hessel, has said, that the government has not responded and accepted the recommendations of the review in full. Those recommendations weren't made lightly. They were made after listening to considerable evidence, hearing the voice of people who had suffered for years as a result of the use of these medicines or medical devices. And the report identified where changes needed to be made. Of course, responses take time, and of course the department's been dealing with the pandemic. But I do hope that the government is going to respond properly on all of the issues that were raised. Now, the government has agreed to set up an independent patient safety commissioner. I have to say, partly because of the action that was taken in the House of Lords in relation to amendments to a bill. And the government's now consulting on this position. But what we don't know is when the commissioner is going to be in post. And the commissioner is important because it is the commissioner who enables the user's experience, the patient's voice, to be heard. And it is by hearing that voice, it will be possible to detect and stop the use of medicines and medical devices that lead to avoidable harms.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and would she agree with me, the point she makes about institutional cultures, about defensiveness, about a culture of litigation is what it feels like we have now got into, particularly in terms of some aspects of the health service, that the Patient Safety Commissioner must have teeth and must be able to help us, because I think there would be agreement across this House and in the other place, that we try and move away from that culture so that we can learn from mistakes going forward.
Say to the Honourable Lady, I absolutely agree of the importance of this Patient Safety Commissioner, and that they do have to be able to do the job that is intended and that is set up for them to do. And I know there will be those who will be concerned that their sponsoring department is the Department of Health and Social Care. Now, it's natural because this is a health issue, but I hope that the department will be making every effort to ensure that it cannot be accused of trying to water down the role of the Independent Safety Commissioner, because, as we're saying, this is important for the user's experience to be heard. And this isn't about trying to get at the Department of Health or at the NHS or anything. It's about people who are suffering real-life experiences and impacts as a result of the use of medicines and medical devices, identifying that, making sure that action is taken to stop that so others can be protected. Now, the second issue I wanted to raise was the issue of redress, which the Honourable Lady, the member for Kingston upon Weston Hessel raised, and the Honourable member, I apologise because he's in the House so frequently, but I've forgotten Stratford, thank you, as mentioned here. Now, the government has said that an agency isn't needed, yet time and time again, the only redress for patients is through recourse to the courts. That's expensive, it's stressful, it's expensive for the National Health Service. In 2018-19, the NHS paid £2.4 billion in clinical negligence claims. But redress is about far more than compensation. It is about relating to the issues that are raised, that the impact, real impact, that the use of these medicines and medical devices has had on people, such as the need for children whose mothers have taken, who've been affected because their mothers have taken sodium valproate when pregnant, the need for special education, for example. There are many other examples that can be given, and so I would urge the government to look again at that issue. And then I want to raise this issue of the patient's voice, because this has all been about an unwillingness in the past to listen to the patient's voice. And setting up the patient reference group was fine, but it's due, as I understand it, to publish findings shortly, and nobody knows whether the patient's voice is going to be taken into account or how it can be taken into account into the future. So I would urge the government that patients do need to be part of the implementation, because it is their experience that we're talking about here, so it is so important that they are included. My final point I wanted to make just relates to sodium valproate, and it partly comes from constituency experience. This medicine has a 1 in 2 risk of causing harm to a baby if the woman is taking it and is or becomes pregnant. Now, I think what lies behind this issue is information and education. Yes. But it took a year for the government to write to women to raise awareness of the risk. Now, I do hope the government doesn't think that's job done, because this is an ongoing issue that has to be addressed. And it's not just about information to women, it's actually about ensuring that their clinicians are well informed when they are prescribing and dealing with their cases. So women suffered considerably from the use of pelvic mesh, from HTPs predominantly Primados and from sodium valproate, but they and their children are still suffering today. At the heart of this lay a health system that, in the words of the report, is not good enough at spotting trends in practice and outcomes that give rise to safety concerns. Listening to patients is pivotal to that. The system didn't listen. It saw real pain and debilitation as women's problems. The service, which at its heart has our safety and our protection, ignored concerns over safety for too many years. The independent report recommends steps for the system to change, and I would urge the government to embrace the recommendations in full. And that way, we can be sure that we will be on the way to ensuring that we have a system that genuinely first does no harm.
Karen Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Hull West and Hessel, and the honourable member for Elmet and Rotherwell for securing this very important debate today. Today marks 1 year since, as we've heard, the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review was published. And I was speaking virtually that day, and I've got to say I'm thrilled to be able to speak in the chamber today. It's starting to feel a little bit more normal, thankfully. I want to wholeheartedly thank Baroness Cumberledge and her team for their excellent work, and it's great to see the Baroness join us today. And I also want to particularly thank the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead, for commissioning the review in the first place. It was indeed a brave and bold thing to do, and the right thing to do, as she so often has done in this place. But the problems with medicines and medical devices that it reports on, Primados, valproate and vaginal mesh, have been ongoing for much, much longer than just the last year, as we all know. And I've had the privilege of working with campaigners over many, many years on these issues, and I pay tribute to Janet Williams, Emma Murphy, Mary Lyon and Kath Sanson, to name just 4 of them, for their dedication and expertise. They would usually be with us for these debates, and it's sad that they obviously are not able to be here. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I first spoke about surgical mesh implants in October 2017 in this House as the Shadow Minister for Public Health. And there were always lots of debates in that brief, as my friend, the Honourable Member for Nottingham North, will know. And my mother, always likes to see my speeches. So one Saturday, while I was making lunch, I showed her that speech and said, "Oh, thank goodness, you've never had any of this awful mesh put in." And that was when our world was turned upside down. When she said, no, she says, I only had a bit tape put in a few years ago, before all of my troubles started. The troubles she refers to being numerous health problems that appeared one after the other, that she'd been having scans and cameras everywhere for, to no diagnosis, obviously no solution that could be found. Does that sound familiar to those who've had constituents with mesh problems get in touch? So fast forward 3.5, coming up to 4 years now from that first debate, and my mum still has all sorts of complications. She is now in constant pain all of the time. She's 76 this year. She's got all sorts of autoimmune reactions, and she just wants her mesh removed, no matter her age. She was very healthy and had a great life before, and her life now is a shadow of its former self, and she wishes constantly every day that she'd never had it put inside of her. And she's not alone. I know there are tens of thousands of women in exactly the same position. So I support all of the recommendations of the excellent Cumberledge Review, and recommendation 5 in particular calls for specialist centres to be established, which is excellent. It's happened. They are open. I think some of them have actually started to do some of their work. But herein lies the issue, and that I want to specifically mention today, and I'm pleased that my honourable friend and the honourable gentleman have already raised this very issue, so I'm not alone in being concerned about that. And the issue is the very surgeons who implanted this awful, life-devastating mesh are in most cases the very same ones now offering to remove it. And so, as the honourable gentleman said, after gaslighting women and telling them their pain was in their head, or they just had to learn to live with it, or lie back and think of England when they tried to have sex with their wives, as the honourable gentleman spoke about once in Westminster Hall, it is these very same surgeons that these patients are now, including my mum, expected to trust again to remove this mesh. But that trust is, unsurprisingly, all gone, and I'll give way to my honourable gentleman.
most grateful to the Honourable Lady and really appreciate all the work she's done on this issue alongside us. And just to take what she's saying just one step further, and she may be coming to this, but isn't also the other problem, the evidence we've had when we've had APPG meetings, is that these very same surgeons still think that this is the best cure for women, and they're not actually accepting some of the problems that are blatantly obvious.
Yes, he makes a very good point. I wasn't moving on to that point, so I'm glad he has made it. They are very keen to start reimplanting and reusing this mesh, because they still say, you know, it's great and it transforms 90% of women's lives. Well, the 90% who maybe can tolerate it, the body can tolerate it, that's great. But for the 10% that can't, it devastates their lives. It does transform their lives in a devastating way and can leave them crippled in many cases, unable to work. And not all of these women are pensionable age, and like my mum, 76, some of them are still working age, and then they have all of the problems associated with trying to get recognition within the benefit system, when so little is still known, not just by GPs but by DWP people dealing with these women. So the last thing we want to do is create more victims of this terrible medical device. So this puts mesh-injured women between a rock and a hard place. They have their mesh removed by the very same surgeon who implemented the mesh, often, and in the case with my mum as well, often after it was widely known it was devastating some women's health, or they don't have it removed at all. Now, this should never be a choice. So I call on the Minister to work with NHS England to reconsider this and put patients first by giving them a genuine choice about where they go for their mesh removal and who removes it. There's only 8 of these centres, so this isn't often as easy as saying, oh, well, you can go to Manchester or London, like has been said to my mum. Obviously, I'll bend over backwards to enable that to happen, but for some women, they just will not have the wherewithal to enable that to happen. There has to be a way the surgeons from other parts of the country can travel to where those women are, so the women aren't having to have the face and deal with the surgeon who put it in them. I would also like to briefly mention valproate and Primados. Since the review was published a year ago, very sadly, 10 members of the Association of Children Damaged by Hormone Pregnancy Tests have died, still suffering with the enormous guilt that they were inadvertently, as they feel, because it's not their fault, but that they were responsible for the damage to their babies. This has been an ongoing battle for them since 1978, and as we have heard and will hear further this afternoon, how devastating this drug has been for those who took it in all innocence, with the full trust in their doctors to do them no harm. Moving on to valproate, the noble Lord O'Shaughnessy, huge respect for Lord O'Shaughnessy. When he was the Health Minister responsible, he put in train excellent guidance and safeguards, and he really tried to help more than anyone before him. And shockingly, there are still around 400 babies born per year, Mr Deputy Speaker, who have been exposed to valproate. Even now, after all we know and all that the noble Lord put in train, that is truly shocking. 15,000 women in England alone are prescribed valproate in their childbearing years, with the majority still not receiving the pregnancy prevention programme or given a change of medication, so should they seek or want to become pregnant. This is without even beginning to estimate the additional tragedies of stillbirths, miscarriages or terminations that are due and necessary because of valproate. This Minister's lasting legacy could be to right these historic wrongs once and for all. We must ensure that everyone in the healthcare system is protected and treated with care. And when there are failings, as will happen, it can't all be prevented as much as we would like it to be so, the government must take action to ensure that those harmed are treated with respect, given proper health care and restorative surgery where possible, and are, if they can be, properly compensated. But mostly, Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to ensure that this sort of harm from medicines and medical devices never happens again.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I would like to start by saying what an honour it is to follow the Honourable Lady from Washington and Sunderland West. And I remember from my time as Health Secretary what an incredibly powerful and passionate campaigner she was on all health issues. And she has done an enormous amount for families up and down the country with her campaigning in this place. I also want to thank the Honourable Lady for Hull West and Hessel for her powerful comments and for securing this debate alongside my friend from Elmet and Rothwell. Both are formidable campaigners. And I particularly, while I'm doing my thank yous, want to thank my right honourable friend from Maidenhead for encouraging me to commission this review as Health Secretary. It was the right thing to do, and it reminded me of another very great decision that she made, which was to commission the independent investigation into the contaminated blood scandal, which was long overdue, and Prime Ministers prior to her had ducked, and was again an example of someone being prepared to do the right thing. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the hard work and dedication of my noble friend Baroness Cumberledge. When I asked her to do this review in February 2018, neither of us had any idea quite what a huge job it would be. She set about that task with enormous energy and determination, and also the integrity to know that the job could not and would not be done until she had properly heard the stories of families up and down the country who had been really damaged by what went wrong. And I want to thank her, Sir Cyril Chandler, and her entire team for the work that they did and the clarity that they brought to these difficult issues. And really, there has been the most terrible oversight of women's medicine and medical devices. But what I want to say this afternoon is that until we implement the recommendations in this report, there will not just be a lack of justice, there will be a risk of repeat. And I want to commend the Minister, who I know is personally deeply committed to patient safety, and I know as a Minister it is not always easy to get your way and to do all the things that you'd like to do on these issues because other people in the system overrule you. And I know her heart is in the right place, and I want to thank her for the fact that we have legislated for a patient safety commissioner. I understand the government's argument that it is not necessary to have an independent redress agency, but I would just say that the argument is that you don't need one of those to implement a redress scheme, but we still don't have a redress scheme in this case. And the risk of not having an agency is that every time you want to set up a scheme, there has to be negotiations with the Treasury, and the whole machinery of government combines to try and slow the process down. And if we're going to have justice in the future, that is not something that we want to happen. I want to address my comments to sodium valproate, and I want to echo the comments of the Honourable Lady from Washington and Sunderland West, and remind the House that 400 babies are born every year to women on valproate today. Half of those babies are harmed. As she rightly said, that is an underestimate because it doesn't include stillbirths, miscarriages and terminations that may be associated with valproate. Now, the NHS took nearly a year to write out to all the women of childbearing age on valproate, to warn them of the risks. And I can understand why it took so long in the year that we've just had with a pandemic. I am more concerned, though, that the MHRA was approached as early as 2013 with the same issues. And I think that identifies why we have a systemic problem that needs to be addressed. But I am also concerned that the letter that went out from the NHS simply had a warning about the dangers of valproate. Why did it not announce a ban on the routine prescription of valproate, saying that in future valproate could only be prescribed through specialist channels where we can absolutely make sure that there are the checks in place to make sure that babies aren't going to be harmed? I am very concerned that it contains an ambition to halve the number of pregnant women on valproate by 2023. I can't understand why you would just want to halve the number of pregnant women on valproate, when that would mean that 100 babies are going to continue to be born harmed every year. Absolutely. There can be no other proper ambition than to eliminate the number of babies born harmed by valproate, and we need a plan to do that. It feels too much like that saying by Aristotle, the problem is not aiming too high and missing, it is aiming too low and hitting. And in this case, we must be aiming to prevent all harm to babies and indeed to mothers. And the final point I want to make is to echo many of the comments made by my other honourable members this afternoon, which is that this is, of course, about justice, but it is also about learning. This time, it was valproate, Primados and mesh. Next time, it will be different medicines and medical devices. And I want to say to the Minister, only because I have been in exactly the same position as she is now on many, many occasions, that the only thing to do in this situation is to put your hand on your heart and ask yourself honestly and searchingly, are you absolutely sure that having done what I'm going to do, this can never happen again? And I would say to her that until these 9 recommendations are implemented, we will not be able to have that certainty that these mistakes won't be repeated. And I do think that we need more pace and more ambition from the government, and that is what I hope we will hear when we hear her comments later.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak in such an important debate, and I congratulate again the Honourable Lady for Kingston upon Hull West and Hesse. And it is a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for South West Surrey. It is rare in these political times that this House is united on an issue, but it is united today more than I have seen it for some time. And I hope to speak directly for a moment to those out there who are watching who have been affected by hormone pregnancy drugs such as Primados, like my constituents Kirstine and Wilma Ord, or sodium valproate, or vaginal mesh, or mesh that's used in men, that this House is united and there are members in this place who will not give up the fight to make sure that you get justice and redress. And I want to raise and talk specifically about families affected by Primados. I want to pay tribute to Baroness Cumberledge, and I'm very pleased that she is here today. Her team and she did an incredible job on her review, First Do No Harm. And I want to pay testament to the bravery, dedication and passion of the Primados campaigners, led by Mary Lyon. She is the personification of persistence, and I know she'll be watching, because it's unimaginable that the families and victims of Primados have been subjected not only to the harm of the drug itself, but years and years and decades of waiting and campaigning. That in itself is something that we have to recognise, and I think that previous members, the Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead, recognised to be so damaging that these things can take so long. They're corrosive and debilitating. I've seen that in my own constituents. Time and again we see families treated this way, whether it is being the victims of thalidomide, contaminated blood, the families of Hillsborough, or now Primados, sodium valproate and medical mesh. Years of inquiries and public money are being spent for those who've suffered and are still suffering, and very often they don't get justice, or they have to wait for it for decades, or they and their family have died before they have the truth. It's a kicking the can down the road culture, and it's toxic. And one of the key things that I think, particularly in relation to Primados, is the guilt. The guilt that those women live with, that they somehow were responsible and have been told by doctors that they were responsible for the harm of their own child, which we all know is absolutely incorrect and not true. So I hope for any family, any victim and any woman affected, particularly by Primados, or indeed sodium valproate or mesh, It is not your fault. You did not do anything wrong. Now, the Cumberland Review was a huge step forward in recognising the unnecessary and colossal harm inflicted on victims of the Primados drug. And the review was supposed to mean that victims had finally been heard and believed, and I think many felt that they had. And after it was published, the Conservative government made a very welcome and long overdue formal apology to victims, and I do want to pay tribute to the former Health Secretary and the former Prime Minister for their part and the work that they have done in that area. But we need to be reminded, and I think those now in power need to be reminded, that an apology means nothing if the action to rectify those issues and make sure they can't happen again don't happen. Only 2 of Baroness Cumberland's 9 recommendations have been implemented. Now, given that these families, the Primados victims, have waited almost 60 years, including my constituent Wilmore and her daughter Kirstine, they cannot be forced to wait any longer. Surely, an apology and a Patient Safety Commissioner is a big step forward. In Scotland, we have also brought forward a review and plan to bring forward those plans, and we will continue, I'm sure, to work with this government and the Health Secretary to make sure we can do all we can in Scotland. But the injustice continues because these families have not received compensation or lifetime care that was rightly awarded to thalidomide victims earlier this year. Like thalidomide victims, Primados survivors are facing constant uncertainty about the cost of their care as they get older. Many surviving victims are now in their 40s and 50s, and they are facing physical challenges with their bodies, and many of them have relied on care from their parents, who are now getting older and facing their own challenges. Mr Deputy Speaker, that is truly heartbreaking. And my constituent, Wilma Ord, has spoken very candidly to me about the burden that she feels and the fears that she has for her daughter as she gets later into her life and may not be able to cope. And she worries about what will happen when she's gone. And she just wants to know that her daughter will have the support that she needs. I don't think that's very much to ask, because financial support for these families is the least that they should be offered. And that should just be the starting point in addressing the harm that was done to them. Thalidomide campaigners didn't have to obtain proof of a causal link in their fight for justice. That's rightly so. So why is there a higher bar set for Primados victims before the government will provide equal treatment? I hope the Health Secretary can answer that question. And the UK government repeatedly cites, and we've not spoken about this yet, I don't think, the 2017 Expert Working Group report. Now, its failings have been widely acknowledged, and having worked closely with my honourable friend, the member for Bolton South East, who's done a huge amount on this issue, and campaigner Mary Lyon, who sat on that group, we know the Expert Working Group was not only a whitewash, but a disgraceful waste of public money. And there are serious questions around the process and independence of this report. But we want to move forward. Oh, I'll be happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. And she mentions about the Expert Working Group report, which was, as she said rightly, was universally panned in this chamber. The interesting thing is that the Cumberland Review took place after that Expert Working Group, and they also had a look at this report, and they came to the conclusion that it was also worth what the paper was written on.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and she makes an absolutely excellent point on that. And you know, we know that there were serious questions around the process and the independence of the report. And I remember going with the Honourable Lady across the road to the conference centre where it was launched and being denied entry. Mr Deputy Speaker, 2 members of Parliament who had worked for their constituents turned up just so we could see the report being published and launched, and we were refused entry to the launch of a report that had been funded by public money when we are publicly, democratically elected members. It was an absolute scandal. And the evidence that was uncovered by Sky News reporter Jason Farrell suggested that significant sections of this original draft were changed before publication, including the omission of a graph showing that the majority of historical studies found there was an association between the drug and malformations. In short, evidence was deliberately omitted and censored, and government money was spent on that. And you know the worst of it? that families and victims were strung along for months and months and months only to be let down. And that, Mr Deputy Speaker, can never happen again. So if this government seeks to rebuild trust after the devastating scandals such as Primados, it must give the public and most of all the victims a fair and open process. But that cannot be achieved if it relies on a report and findings that are not fit for purpose. Everybody in this House knows that, and the public know that. So how many times are we going to see public money spent to placate, then report after review, sitting gathering dust on a shelf rather than action being taken? Processes have to be open and robust, and when they are, and when those reports are produced, like Baroness Cumbledge's report, they have to be put into action. So it is absolutely vital that this now happens and that we find a way forward for Primados victims, victims of sodium valproate and also of mesh. And all of the failings in the system that led to this awful situation are of course in the past and can't be undone. But we have to be sure that the public have confidence, not just in our practitioners, our medical practitioners who have done a phenomenal job through COVID, but also in the processes and, of course, in our ability as parliamentarians to do our job. So now in 2021, why is the government continuing to perpetuate that wrong? They're compounding the pain and suffering of the families that have endured this at the hand of the state's failure to properly regulate private pharmaceutical companies, and it feels very much like profit over people. So I'm afraid that unless we hear, we do not want to hear, and I know my constituents do not want to hear, we're in litigation, we're engaged in a legal process. That's all very well, but this government has a duty to implement the recommendations of the report that it commissioned. So all I would say to the Right Honourable Lady, to the Health Secretary, is you have the opportunity to right a wrong. Let's not continue down the road of defensiveness and turning our back on those victims who have waited literally decades, literally lifetimes, to get answers and justice. Do the right thing and give them the justice and the recompense that they deserve.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I also commend the Backbench Business Committee on securing that this important debate should take place. My constituent, Mrs Jennifer Meakin, was pregnant with her third child, Daniel, when she was prescribed Primados as a pregnancy test. Daniel was born on the 14th of September 1974 with severe birth defects. He had an occipital swelling containing brain cells and fluid which had leaked out when the neural tube was developing, and he was categorised as spina bifida. Daniel has undergone 5 major brain operations, and by any standard he is severely disabled. And equally, by any standard, the challenges experienced by the Meakin family since his birth over 47 years ago have been enormous. Hormone pregnancy tests first came onto the market in the early 1960s, and approximately 1 million prescriptions were dispensed. As early as 1967, warnings were made available to the Committee on Safety of Drugs, the CSD, that such tests were unreliable, might cause neural tube defects of the sort that afflicted Daniel, and could precipitate an early abortion. However, a 1967 CSD press release reported that the consensus of expert opinion is that there is no scientific evidence to support the view that the hormones used in pregnancy tests can cause congenital malformations. The IMDS report comments on that very forthrightly. It says, given the concerns raised, the non-essential nature of HPTs and the provision of risk-free alternative tests, the CSD should have recommended the withdrawal of the indication for use as a pregnancy test in 1967. But it wasn't until June 1975 that a general warning was issued by the Committee on Safety of Medicines, which was the statutory successor to the CSD, about the possible association between hormonal pregnancy tests and an increased incidence of congenital abnormalities, with an explicit recommendation that doctors should not prescribe hormonal preparations for pregnancy tests. This was some 8 years after concerns about the tests were first raised, and 8 years after the date when, according to the report, the CSD should have recommended that Primados should not be used as a pregnancy test. And sadly, of course, it was after Mrs. Meakin was prescribed the drug for that purpose. Now, the report makes two specific recommendations in relation to Primados, which I strongly endorse. Firstly, the establishment of specialist centres for all families adversely affected by medicines taken in pregnancy to provide integrated medical and social care in one place. And secondly, an ex gratia scheme to provide discretionary payments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, families who for half a century have been afflicted by this scandal need all the support that they can get. And it's a tribute to their persistence and indefatigability that they have pursued their campaign for so long. The report rightly observes that although causal association has not yet been established, families, such as the Meakins, have suffered stress, anxiety, psychological harm, and the general toll of fighting for recognition. They have, in short, put up with almost unbearable adversity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government did the right thing when it recently confirmed a lifetime commitment of support to the thalidomide victims. And similarly, may I say to my honourable friend the Minister, it would be doing the right thing now if it were to establish a support scheme for the families affected by Primados, and I strongly urge that it does so.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I want to start as well by thanking the honourable members for Kingston upon Hull, West and Hessel, and Elmerton Rothwell for securing this important debate, and thanks to the Backbench Business Committee for making it possible. I want to talk about sodium valproate and the impact it has had on so many people and so many children of women who were taking this drug. I want to talk about my constituent, Bethany Dodgson, a young woman affected by fetal valproate syndrome, who speaks up on this issue, who tells me about her difficulties and those more serious difficulties experienced by her brother every day, and her role as a carer in her family to ensure that they have to live with the consequences of fetal valproate syndrome. And I want to pay tribute as well to Janet Williams and Emma Murphy from InFact, who have done so much to campaign on this issue, and to all those other women and other people who have campaigned on this issue. It is really scandalous that we still have children being affected by fetal valproate syndrome today because their mothers were not aware of the risk of taking sodium valproate. People have campaigned, Emma and Janet have campaigned, they've been through records, they've talked to endless people to try to ensure that women are made aware of the risks from taking sodium valproate, but still we see people being harmed. And 1 year on from the Cumberledge report, 1 year on exactly from the Cumberledge report, First Do No Harm, what we see for this issue is one letter sent in the last few weeks to warn women of the risk. There have been attempts over previous years to ensure that doctors were aware and warned their patients, to greater or lesser success. And I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that much more needs to be done actively to ensure that no more children are harmed from their mothers taking sodium valproate. So I'd like to talk a bit, as others have, about the recommendations of Baroness Cumberledge's report, First Do No Harm. And the first thing is really to talk about the Patient Safety Commissioner, which has been accepted. I'm aware that there is movement, but still we have further delays. We have a consultation on the role. We have extended delays. This is a really significant and important role for the future. And I would urge the Minister and the Government to act swiftly to ensure that the Patient Safety Commissioner is in place. Secondly, I want to talk about having a redress agency. Going to law is no answer for the people who have suffered from any of these syndromes. In itself, that would be a further torture and trial on top of those that they already have. So I endorse exactly what Baroness Cumberledge said in her report, that there must be an independent redress agency to stop the pain of having to keep on fighting for their rights, fighting in law. So I hope that the Government, the Minister, will be able to accept that. And then for each condition, there need to be individual schemes set up for redress. These people have had to live for years already with their views not heard and living with the physical consequences either to themselves or their family of the drugs or the treatments they have had. Please can we get on and set this up now? It's really vital to those people. They don't deserve to have to fight in a different place to achieve that redress. So I hope the Government will look at that. And then there's the patient reference group. And although the patient reference group has set up, there are concerns that there is not sufficient continuing patient involvement in the work that's to go forward. So I urge the Minister again to look at that and to ensure and to agree with patient groups how they can be involved in the future and how we can learn the lessons about what happened to them as we go forward so that this can't happen again. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, let us be clear. We're talking about a medical issue in medical terms, but this is a women's issue. It's an issue of women not being listened to, of their concerns not being heard, of action not being taken. And frankly, it's just not good enough. And it certainly needs to, we certainly need to learn the lessons going forward. So the Government must act now, and we must find a way to prevent further harm to women. And as we go into the Women's Health Strategy development and consultation, we need to make sure that we are learning these lessons and the lessons of so many other cases where the voices of women have not been heard and not been listened to effectively. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the title of the Cumberledge report is First Do No Harm. And it's vital that this principle is looked at when we consider the Women's Health Strategy. Thank you.
Shelbrook.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I place on record my thanks to the Backbench Business Committee for allowing this debate in my name and that of the Honourable Lady for Hull West and Hessel. Mr Deputy Speaker, when we met, myself and the Honourable Lady, to discuss the progress that may or may not have been made, we felt it was important to hold this debate today because it is 1 year since the publication. And everybody in this House, and I'm sure a lot of people around the country, understand that last year has created a set of circumstances that was always going to put aspects on the back burner and not move them forward. So today's debate is not a debate designed to criticise and have a go at the government, the minister, I have a great deal of respect for, or the department. It's merely to say, please don't forget about this report. This is one of the most important reports in terms of health matters that has come before this House in many years. I think what's important today is that none of us lose sight of the people we are talking about. And honourable and right honourable members from across the House have already raised issues relating to people themselves, real stories about real people. And the Honourable Lady for Washington, Sunderland West, who's done an enormous amount of work, speaks with passion from the heart of the effect it's had personally to her family and her mother, and I can only wish her the best and your family the best, to the Honourable Lady, to hope that those matters can be resolved. This came to my attention when a constituent came to see me, and I know there are honourable and right members who have heard me with this story before. In fact, the Honourable Lady for Sunderland did indeed touch upon it, but I think it's worth saying again. The lady came to see me. It was a very, very brave constituent She was in her 40s. She had had a child. She was a physiotherapist for the NHS. She was fit, she was healthy. She stood in front of me and she could not sit down, and she was having to bend her body into a position to feel as comfortable as she could, and she sweated throughout the entire surgery because she was in crippling agony. Now, I knew nothing about this subject until my constituent came to see me, and she explained what happened. What's even more terrifying about what had happened to her was that this was an operation she never needed. She didn't need this operation. She had had her child. She continued to have a full, loving and sexual relationship with her husband, but every now and again she had some urinary leakage. And that she was told, don't worry, we've got a cure for that, it's great, we can put some mesh inside you, it's a great cure, we've been doing it for years, and you'll be fixed and there'll be no problem. And she went ahead and she had the operation done. And then about 8 years later, things started to go wrong. Now that's the first fundamental problem, is the time between having the operation and problems becoming apparent. That is why the recommendation of a proper database is so very, very important. And indeed, as the Honourable Lady for Hull Western Hessel said, inserting the mesh is being recorded as a successful operation, but not afterwards. Well, to be blunt, thalidomide was successful in what it was supposed to do. It stopped morning sickness. 9 months later, the consequences were horrific. We don't class that as a successful drug that was administered. And indeed, we can talk about the other drugs today in terms of sodium valproate and Primados and those drugs as well, which do make a very important point to this report. But I am going to focus on the vaginal mesh issues. And one of the reasons I'm going to focus on that is that my jaw hit the floor at some of the stories that my constituent told me. Let me first of all get rather graphic, because I think it's important. She described to me how during sexual intercourse her husband's penis was sliced. That is not a successful operation in anybody's book. She then went through several operations where, to be blunt, she was butchered, to the point where she has no sexual stimulation whatsoever. And she was told, on the bright side, you now have a designer vagina. In what circumstances does anybody feel it's appropriate to comment on the perceived attractiveness of somebody's genitalia, especially when they are suffering the pain and agony that my constituent is going through? And I'm afraid that that comment alone shows the arrogance of clinicians that we are up against in this issue. It is appalling. And it is one of the reasons that, as I said to the Honourable Lady from Hull, Western Hessel, and indeed the Honourable Lady from Washington and Sunderland West, that we have to really push back against clinicians saying we want to stop the suspension on the use of mesh because it works in so many circumstances. I'm sorry, there is too much information out there where patients are simply not being listened to. 2.5 years. 2.5 years to put a report together by the noble lady, which went round the country, and indeed the constituent I'm speaking about sat and spoke at a table with the noble lady and said to me afterwards, it's fantastic. I was really listened to. You know, normally when a government sets up an inquiry, you think, yeah, they'll take some hearings there and everything else, and you're my member of Parliament, can you feed in, etc. And she said to me afterwards, I was really listened to. And when that report came out, women felt that they had finally been listened to and things were moving forward. And I have to say that my honourable friend, the Minister, performed brilliantly that day when she stood at that dispatch box and first of all issued the apology. And my constituent said to me nothing but praise for my honourable friend, the Minister. And I hope my honourable friend, the Minister, knows that the comments I'm making today are in no way directed towards her. They're more directed towards what's going on in the NHS and the conditions around it. But obviously the drive of this speech and the drive of this debate today is that we make sure that as we come out of this global pandemic and all of the strains that have been put on the health service, that we use debates today to make sure that we reinvigorate these reports and say they must be at the forefront, which happens. Because I'm afraid there's a pattern forming here, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the things which struck me when we had the debate about vaginal mesh in Westminster Hall, which I believe was around 2017, was that I had described what I have just described to you all about my constituent sex life. And in that debate, and it's in Hansard, I had used the word clitoris. It is incredible how much notice got taken of what I said because a man used that word. And I'm afraid there is a blunt truth to this debate and this debate today, that it appears to be that only when men talk about women's issues do people perk up and listen. And it seems to me that there appears to be a huge gender blindness in the NHS to how they approach the health issues of women. It simply cannot be right that a woman goes time and time again to a doctor and is just dismissed and put out of hand. As my right honourable friend from Maidenhead clearly outlined in her speech, there, you'll get over it. I've heard it so many times. Today's debate does not include endometriosis. It is a different debate. But I know many people in the House will know that it's something I feel very passionate about, and I know, again, the Honourable Lady for Hull, West and Hessel, it works very hard with myself alongside this. Just to deviate for 1 minute, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you will allow, endometriosis is a crippling disease that affects 10% of women in this country, and yet it's still an 8 to 10 year diagnosis before anything's done. That again shows the problem. Why are women not being listened to? Why does it take a male member of Parliament to say these things and get noticed? It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And the reality is that the recommendations in the Baroness Cumbridge's review do need to be put in place. Because I just want to, as I bring my comments to a close, focus on this issue of redress. Redress is not about the compensation culture. That is not what it is about. It is about the fact that my constituents, a healthy and active woman in her 40s who was a physiotherapist and worked for the NHS, has seen, through the results of an operation she never asked for, her marriage break down, her career disappear, and her life, quite frankly, destroyed. That destroying of her life has meant she can no longer operate as a physiotherapist. She can't physically do the job. Now, she has, to a certain extent, had sick pay, she's been looked after, but that's irrelevant. That's not the point. The point is, the NHS did this operation, the NHS said it was all fine, the NHS ignored her, and she actually had to take out a loan and go privately to have the mesh removed because of the waiting list, to the point that when having had that operation, and she still wasn't getting better, she had further scans which revealed that the mesh now had intruded into her bone and into her bones, and the comment was made, it's like trying to remove hair from a piece of chewing gum, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you can imagine the scenario here. She cannot work. She will never, ever return to the life she had. Not to mention the breakdown of her marriage, but she will never return to the profession that she trained for and went for, and has that caring attitude, as she always points out to me. She says to me, Alec, you're too fat, your knees are going to collapse, I see it all the time. And she asked me to say, but in fact, I did actually bump into her in Wetherby Market Square about 2 weeks ago. And she said, well, at least you've listened and lost a bit of weight, she said, but still some way to go. So, but, you know, she was part of the caring profession, and that's who she is. But she cannot work again. And that's why redress is important, because it's important that we are able to look after the people who the NHS damaged. She didn't need the operation, she was damaged. And this is not about a compensation culture. It's about making sure we look after her, because as my right honourable friend from Maidenhead made quite clear, it is an all-encompassing, caring body and society, the NHS. We cannot just pick out parts of it and say, well, that was the care, but now we're going to ignore you. We either believe in what it was set up for, believe in what it is meant to do, or we don't. It is as simple and black and white as that. Now, I believe that everybody in this House, and I certainly know my honourable friend, the Minister, believes this, and I read her comments this week in the Daily Mail about women being ignored and their pain being ignored, that women can just accept a bit of pain on the, I think it was the implanting of the contraceptive coil she was speaking in regard to. It paints, unfortunately, an institutional picture, which is one I think it's the high time that we started to recognise. And I think the first step to this is, and this is why I wanted to bring this debate today, and what I say to my honourable friend the Minister, who I know is absolutely dedicated to these causes, is that we must just bring this back up into the public spotlight as high as we can. We must move as quickly as we can to do the 9 recommendations, because we are destroying people's lives, and we have destroyed people's lives, and we have a responsibility as a society to do everything we can to. We will never rectify the situation, but do everything we can to support the people who have suffered this situation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Alan Dorrans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to speak on the devastating effect that the drug Primados had on countless numbers of families, including my constituent, Nan McGrady, and her daughter, Michelle. The hormone pregnancy test drug Primados was taken by women in the 1960s and the 1970s to test for pregnancy. There is considerable evidence indicating that those women took the drug prescribed by their general practitioner and were pregnant at that time, gave birth to babies with serious birth defects, including deformities, disabilities, missing limbs, cleft palates, brain damage, and damage to internal organs, or in some cases, they miscarried or had stillbirths. The surviving victims of Primados, Madam Speaker, are now in their 40s and 50s, and many face a host of new problems as their bodies continue to suffer. Many have died prematurely. Despite serious concerns being raised by the paediatrician Dr. Isabel Gall in 1967, indicating possible dangers of Primados, no official warnings were issued about those drugs until 8 years later. The Committee on Safety of Medicines and the Committee on Safety of Drugs were the government drug vigilance authorities at that time. These committees were set up specifically to ensure that something like the previous thalidomide tragedy could never happen again. There is strong and compelling evidence of systematic regulatory failures demonstrating that the committees that were tasked with safeguarding the health of pregnant women failed in their duty of care. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I briefly highlight the case of my constituent, Nan McGrady, and her daughter, Michelle. In 1975, Mrs McGrady was recently married, healthy young woman. Feeling sick and suspecting she may be pregnant, she went to her doctor for a pregnancy test, expecting, as was normal at that time, to have a urine test. Instead, her doctor prescribed her with 2 Primados tablets. It was subsequently confirmed that Miss McGrady was about 7 or 8 weeks pregnant at that time. Incidentally, around the time which a fetus in the womb develops a diaphragm. Madam Speaker, at that time in 1975, Primados had already been banned for use as a pregnancy test for 5 years in Norway and Sweden. Miss McGrady had a totally uneventful pregnancy during which she neither smoked nor drank, and on the 20th of August 1975, her daughter Michelle was born. It was discovered immediately that Michelle was born with a hole in her diaphragm, which had allowed her bowel and spleen, part of her liver and kidneys, to be forced into her chest cavity, crushing her lung. Michelle was not expected to live, but through the skills of our National Health Service, she survived and is now aged 45. Throughout her life, Michelle has endured numerous operations and surgeries and long periods of hospitalisation, and has suffered severe health injuries, including breathing difficulties, weakened immune system, numerous bowel obstructions, inflammatory bowel infections, and has been unable to conceive children. The effects of these debilitating physical and psychological, medical and extremely challenging health conditions suffered by Michelle and her parents for the last 45 years just cannot be adequately described by words. At the time Michelle was born in 1975, Mrs. Grady was unaware that the drug which she had been given to test for pregnancy, Primodos, had been associated with birth defects for at least 8 years. It was not until some 2.5 years later, in 1978, when she read an article in the press which reported on a number of cases linking birth defects to the drug, including internal organ damage similar to that suffered by her daughter. Since that time, Mrs. McGrady, along with many other women, has been fighting the injustice that no one has been held responsible for the damage caused to so many lives through the prescribing of Primodos. Madam Speaker, I would pay tribute and thank the Right Honourable Lady from Maidenhead for her leadership in initiating the Independent Medicines and Medical Device Review overseen by Baroness Cumberledge, and thank her and her team for their hard work. The review was instructed to consider the regulation of the hormone pregnancy test Primodos and the other medical products which have been debated today. One of the conclusions in the report by Baroness Cumberledge is that Primodos should have been withdrawn from the market in 1967 after the first substantial and very significant report by Dr. Gao. However, the government refuses to accept responsibility for the effect of Primodos without a proven causal association, but admitted later in a Sky TV interview and to the independent to the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Review team that they did find a possible association. Madam Speaker, there was a moral duty for government representatives on the Committee of Safety of Medicines to protect patients at that time, but they failed in their duty of care by suppressing the evidence of harm caused by the drug. The government continues to deny and suppress the evidence even today, while supporting the flawed conclusions of the 2017 Expert Working Group report. The damage to individual lives and families caused by Primodos, fueled by successive governments' lack of action and failure to prevent, is immeasurable. This could be a far greater tragedy than even thalidomide. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I welcome the £40 million provided by the Chancellor in the last budget for the ongoing care of families affected by thalidomide, there can be no substitute or no reasonable justifiable reason to deny the victims of Primodos the closure, support and justice they will so clearly deserve. The Government now have an opportunity to right a tragic historic wrong, and I would urge them to implement the Independent Medicines and Medical Device Report recommendations in full and without further delay. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, may I pay tribute to Mrs Marie Lyon, Chair of the Association for Children Damaged by Hormone Pregnancy Tests, for her tireless campaigning for over 40 years on behalf of the Primodos children and their families, and for the exceptional support for the campaign by the Honourable Member for Bolton East as Chair of the APPG on hormone pregnancy tests. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I must say it's quite hard to speak unemotionally after hearing the tragic story that the Honourable Member who's just spoken relayed to the House, and how much more difficult must it have been for Baroness Cumberledge to hear dozens, if not hundreds, of such stories of individual human suffering. And she came up with a truly magnificent report, and the House of Commons had what I thought was one of its best days for a long time, and in no small measure due to the Minister and her response to the report. And so, therefore, we would have all felt quite justified in thinking, at last, there is real light at the end of this horrible, terrible, awful tunnel. But it doesn't seem that we've got to the end of it yet. And I took from Baroness Cumberledge's report one particular area of hope, and that was the establishing of the specialised mesh centres. And I wish to focus in my contribution on three questions. First, about the mesh centres, are they truly dedicated and comprehensive one-stop shops, offering all likely types of treatment to be needed and likely types of investigation to be required, if not under one roof, then at least within a single footprint? Or are they merely specialist hubs in name only? Secondly, another problem related to the centres. Are we seeing a situation in which surgeons who could be described as mesh problem deniers are now reinventing themselves as mesh problem remediators? Because I do not think they are qualified to hold that role. I fear that there is an attitude of mind that says, well, it's not that easy to find people who specialise in this area, and therefore, even though these are the people who put the mesh in, maybe they are the people who are best qualified to take the mesh out. I absolutely refute that. And the reason I do so is not only did these people put the mesh in, but when the patients came along time and time again to say what terrible problems they were suffering, these were the people who refused to listen to them. These were the people who in some cases insisted on putting more mesh in. Yes, yes. And finally, these were the people who in other cases refused to let the patients have a referral to figures like Miss Sohail El-Neil in London or Professor Hashim in Bristol, who are the true and possibly the only specialists, or were at that time, in mesh removal. The idea, and I was debating when I was thinking about what to say in the light of what had gone before, whether I should use the word butchered, but my honourable friend did use it in his most powerful speech, and I will use it as well. The idea that someone who has butchered your body is an appropriate person for you to go back to after all that, and then to say they're going to take it out, and when that person may as well have stood in the way of you perhaps going to see Miss El-Neil or Professor Hashim, who could have done something for you, the idea that that should happen is unconscionable. And my third question is, what research is being undertaken on new methods of safe removal? And if indeed it is the case that an argument is going to be made that there might be some use for mesh in the future in safer ways, what research is being done to see whether or not something could be developed that wouldn't run the risks of this disaster? I'm going to say something very fanciful now, and it's probably nonsense, but the thought occurs to me, hearing about the way in which the flesh grows around the mesh fractures, and it becomes so very difficult to remove. Has anybody ever thought of the idea that it might be possible, if not with the mesh that has already been put inside people, but to develop a future type of mesh that, if something went wrong, might conceivably be harmlessly dissolved within the body by the addition of some sort of chemical? Now, that may be absolute nonsense, but the point is, unless we have specialist research being carried out, this sort of botching and butchery is going to continue. So I've been trying, as a result of the three constituency cases that I originally cited in a debate, it's hard to believe now it's over 3 years ago, 19th of April 2018, but as a result of my constituency cases, I have received certain amounts of information and concerns from Kath Sansom, who does such wonderful work with the Sling the Mesh group. And I basically conveyed a message to her and said, if you were standing up here today, what are the points you would like to put over? And here are some of the points that came through to me. She said the debate is calling for all the Cumberledge recommendations to be implemented without further delay, including financial redress for women and sweeping reform of the healthcare and regulation framework. She said, women are losing hope that they've been properly listened to. They need urgent financial redress for the many losses they have suffered. They want to know that when they go to a specialist centre, that it's not a postcode lottery of care. To date, she says, the specialist centres are special in name only. In other words, is there really a new centre, or are you really being sent from pillar to post for all the different parts of the investigations and having to wait months in between each particular appointment for each particular type of investigation? She says there's been no national training programme and no agreed way to measure success. They haven't even agreed on outcome logging measures to standardise the capture of data. She also made the point that I think I've made it strongly enough about some of the centres being run by pro-mesh surgeons who've denied that mesh is a problem. Of course I will.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend, and perhaps I think it's just worth emphasising again. I did say this in my speech, but we are talking about what needs to be done and what's happening. But coming back to people, and as my right honourable friend mentioned, some very important people, women are killing themselves. They are killing themselves. Suicide rates for these in mesh problems and in endometriosis, the crippling pain that women go through, they are taking their own lives, dozens a year. And does that not just make the point that my honourable friend is making, that we've got to move more quickly on this?
It totally does, and I'll share a little something with the House. Although it doesn't compare with the agony of what these women are going through, I lost a year and a half of my life when I was given some inappropriate treatment which resulted in my being unable to read for a year and a half during my early 20s. And the thing that really made it worse was the knowledge that if I hadn't asked for a particular treatment to try and improve my tired eyes because I was studying, none of that need to have happened. How much worse must that be for these women, many of whom not only are undergoing all this suffering, but they're undergoing it because they were told that, well, it was a minor procedure. Oh, well, maybe then I'll have it. If only they had known, I'm sure they must be saying over and over again, they would never have gone within a mile of it, and therefore to expect them to go back to the same surgeons who didn't tell them what the consequences could be is inhumane and totally unrealistic. There are also issues, as has been touched on, about the fact that some people have a financial interest in promoting certain products. And we are obliged to declare our interests in this House, and maybe something like a Sunshine Payment Act would be the equivalent for people in the context which we're discussing today. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Kath draws attention to some very strange, what she calls a black hole in official statistics. She says, for example, that according to hospital statistics, in the year 2008 to 9, 1,038 women were readmitted to hospital with problems within 30 days of a mesh sling having been implanted in them. By comparison, data derived from surgeons says only 104 women were admitted to hospital, namely something like 10% of the total identified. So 934 women have somehow gone missing from the data of the surgeons. Now, these are very strange and disturbing features. And this House has shown itself at its best in condemning what happened. But what this government needs to do is to build on that and put in place the measures recommended by the report to make it far less likely that it cannot happen again.
Now we go by video link to Kat Smith. Thank you. As I'm chair of the all-party group on sodium valproate and other anti-epileptic drugs in pregnancy, I'm going to keep my comments specifically on that issue. However, I just want to note the harm done and the hurt caused and the justice needed for victims of surgical mesh and Primados, because it's so similar to those that have been harmed by sodium valproate. Indeed, one of the common threads which runs through all three campaigns is the ways in which, more often than not, it's women who are the victims and it's women's concerns that have been dismissed. And justice always seems frustratingly just out of reach, because 1 year on from the report's publication, we really aren't much further forward when it comes to sodium valproate. Recently, yes, NHS England wrote to all women and girls aged 12 to 55 who are currently prescribed sodium valproate, reminding them of the risks of taking it whilst pregnant. And that's a step in the right direction, but that has taken a year. And one letter is not going to resolve the issue. And the government really must explain what further action will be taken and over what timescale. Baroness Cumberledge's report included 9 general recommendations, in addition to a number of specific recommendations on sodium valproate. And in January, the Minister provided the government's initial response to the recommendations. However, she only responded to the general recommendations and not the specific recommendations on sodium valproate. The government has since stated on a number of occasions that it will respond in full later this year. So can I ask the Minister, when she responds, if you could answer my questions, which is does the government still plan on making a full response in this year? And will the government address the report's specific recommendations on sodium valproate? I'm just going to make a few brief comments about recommendations 3, 4, 5 and 9 of the report before turning to the sodium valproate specific recommendations. And I would appreciate an update from the Minister on these. On recommendation 3, which is for a new independent redress agency for those harmed by medicines and medical devices, this recommendation, it hasn't been implemented, and it does appear that the government is unwilling to do so. Can I just express how hugely disappointing that is, given the avoidable harm so many families have experienced? The case for an independent redress agency remains strong. Other countries have successfully set up an agency without such a mechanism, and people who have suffered avoidable harm following healthcare treatment have no option other than to go to court, and that is so lengthy and expensive, it's confrontational and it's a stressful process. On recommendation 4, although the government has stated that it's carefully considering a redress scheme for those harmed by sodium valproate, no further progress has been made. And again, I just feel so disappointed, and I know the families affected share that feeling. Patients who have suffered avoidable harm, they need help and support now, and actually we owe it to them. This may take the form of additional financial support above and beyond that which they're already entitled to via welfare benefits and respite care. And the frustrating thing is, Minister, is that many have already waited decades for help. So can I ask what progress is being made to establish a redress scheme for those affected by sodium valproate? On recommendation 5, again, we've just made no progress on establishing any specialist centres for those adversely affected by medicines in pregnancy. The Department for Health and Social Care does appear to take the view that they're not needed. So I do call on the government to commit to introducing a network of specialist centres for those adversely affected by medicines taken during pregnancy, in recognition of the additional levels of support and care they require. Looking at recommendation 9, that the government should immediately set up a task force to implement the review's recommendations. The government is quite clear that it has no plans to establish an independent task force to implement these recommendations. And the 14-person patient reference group that has been established and has had a series of meetings over the course of this year will publish its findings shortly, and I look forward to reading them. But a patient reference group is only able to provide feedback on proposals. And actually, the task force would have been able to implement the recommendations. The government really does need to explain in this debate how it intends to keep patients fully involved as it moves forward in the full implementation of this report. Turning specifically to the valproate recommendations, because the government hasn't responded directly to any of these recommendations. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, they need to, more importantly, they need to implement them. On the recommendation that a clear process should be agreed to ensure that women are able to get counselling related to their epilepsy treatment and contraceptive choices. At the moment, Minister, it is a postcode lottery. So can I ask what progress is being made to ensure that women and girls with epilepsy have access to preconception counselling around epilepsy medicines and contraception? On the recommendation that information should be collected to identify those already affected by exposure to valproate to ensure that they have access to diagnosis and support and plan their service provision, it's still not sufficient, and especially without the redress scheme in place. So can we have a response to that recommendation, please? On the recommendation of a prospective registry that should be established for all women on anti-epileptic drugs who become pregnant, to include them in mandatory reporting of data relating to them and their children. But this registry could potentially be expanded to collect data on paternal effects as well. But at the moment, we're just looking at valproate. So the valproate registry has been established, and it has been confirmed that other epilepsy medicines will be included in future, but it hasn't happened yet, Minister. And this needs to be expanded to include those other epilepsy medicines as a matter of urgency, because we already know that the anti-seizure medication is causing problems during pregnancy. On the recommendation around the stakeholders continuing to work with the patient groups to monitor and improve the pregnancy prevention plans and look at the next steps. All women and girls of childbearing potential have been written to, as I said at the beginning of my contribution, but we really need to do so much more to improve the PPP. It's important that a balance is found between allowing women to make a choice about the treatment and care, whilst limiting the number of pregnancies exposed to sodium valproate and other harmful epilepsy medicines. So can I ask the Minister what progress has been made in making improvements to the PPP? And on the final recommendation, specific on sodium valproate, it's that clinicians should continue to follow guidance regarding the prescribing of valproate and alternatives. While further measures have been introduced to communicate this need, it is unclear, and perhaps the Minister can shed some light, whether or not this is happening in practice, particularly given past concerns about the lack of communication with women and girls. This is a huge concern to myself, and I know many of the campaigners involved. But this is not the first time I've raised this issue in the House, and I just want to put on record my thanks to my constituent, Janet Williams, and fellow campaigner Emma Murphy for bringing this scandal to my attention in my first few weeks as an MP. Since then, I have learned so much about sodium valproate and epilepsy. I'd also like to put on record my thanks to Daniel Jennings from Epilepsy Action for his support in keeping me abreast of this and other issues facing those with epilepsy. But the challenges facing women seeking pregnancy whilst managing their epilepsy, they're not just about sodium valproate. Evidence shows that there are a number of other anti-epilepsy drugs which can cause preventable disabilities in babies when they're taken by their mothers. And we must not forget the women impacted by other anti-epilepsy drugs. We cannot go on and see history repeat itself. And anyone who is watching this debate today and is in that situation, they might want to seek out the Epilepsy Society's Safe Mum, Safe Baby campaign. Because the government needs to consider funding research into safer epilepsy medicines so that babies will not be born with preventable disabilities caused by their mother's life-saving drugs. And whilst some important progress has been made, there are far too many areas where we're still waiting for action and further response from government. And it is deeply concerning that the government so far I've chosen not to respond to those specific recommendations on sodium valproate because it took us 6 months before the government produced their initial response to the Cumberledge report. And after a further 6 months, we're still waiting for that full reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go any further, can I make an appeal to people who are speaking from home to remember that people who are here in the chamber still have to get back to their constituencies this evening, and that usually that which can be said in 10 minutes can be said more effectively in 5 or 6. Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You'll be pleased to know that I will probably only be speaking for approximately 3 minutes, having got used to that time limit. I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak in today's important debate, 1 year on from the publication of Baroness Cumberledge's Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review. I want to thank Baroness Cumberledge and her team for their work, and of course the women who bravely shared their horrific experiences that shone a light on the horrors of the mesh scandal. Without their bravery, this review could not have been possible. It is vital that the government continues to listen to the victims who were ignored for far too long. I was glad to hear reassurances from the Minister for Patient Safety following the publication of the report that the department is committed to doing so. I was proud to support the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021, which established the role of an independent patient safety commissioner in Part 1. That bill makes it clear that the core duties of the commissioner are to promote the safety of patients. If it prevents the repetition of any one of these mistakes from the past, it will have reduced pain and suffering for our constituents, and it will have done its job. In my time as a high street solicitor, I acted on behalf of a number of clients who experienced horrific difficulties as a result of mesh implants, so clearly outlined by my honourable friend, the member for Elmet and Rothwell. The trauma that mesh patients underwent was truly horrendous, and it is shameful that it took so long for action to be taken and for women's voices to be heard. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the announcement by NHS England and NHS Improvements Women and Children's Programme of Care in February of this year, that they are commissioning specialist services for women with complications of mesh inserts. The regional centres will ensure that women receive specialist treatment to mitigate this awful suffering, and I would encourage County Durham and Darlington NHS Foundation Trust to ensure that their patients access the appropriate treatment applicable to the mesh implants that they have and to get access to the justice they deserve. Baroness Cumberledge's review was a powerful reminder of the need to listen to patient voices in safety matters. I am glad that the Department of Health and Social Care has offered an unreserved apology for its mistakes in the past. And I welcome steps that it has taken so far to build upon the report's recommendations. And I look forward to the Minister outlining further response to Baroness Cumberledge's report. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank the Honourable Gentleman most profusely for his brevity. Christian Wakeford.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wasn't expecting to be called just yet. I'm actually going to start by not reading from my notes. For one, there's quite a few people I want to pay tribute to. First of all, the Honourable Lady for Kingston, Hull, West and Hessel, who's unfortunately not in her place, for bringing forward this very important debate. Again, also for the Honourable Lady for Lancaster and Fleetwood, who I'm very fortunate and proud to be a member of the same APPG for those affected by sodium valproate. Between the work that she does along with her constituent and my constituent, they really are a force to behold. But I want to actually turn and very awkwardly to my right honourable friend, the member for Elmet and Rothwell, because he made a very important point, but a very depressing point. Because it does appear that women's health only seems to be paid any real attention when men talk about it. And that is a very, very depressing thought, that not only every man in this chamber, every woman in this chamber, but every woman out there in the country. Because it shouldn't take a man to come forward and say, there's a problem that we need to be listening to. It's the women who are going to their GP, who aren't being listened to, who are being medically gaslighted, and being told, actually, you don't have this, you might have something else, it's just a bad period, why don't you try some more painkillers? And that is wrong. As my right honourable friend talked about, when we come to endometriosis, when it can take nearly 9 years to be diagnosed, the number of women who unfortunately end up taking their own life because they cannot cope with the daily pain, that is something that we should all be ashamed of and do everything we can in this chamber to get right. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to talk about sodium valproate in particular, and I will try to keep my comments more brief because I think what the Honourable Lady for Lancaster and Fleetwood said does actually cover the main ethos of the debate, really. And it all comes down to what Baroness Cumberledge in her report said. For decades, the healthcare system has neglected to inform patients about the effects of valproate on unborn babies. These effects include physical malformations, autism and developmental delay in many children when it's taken by mothers during pregnancy. And for many, valproate provides an incredibly valuable relief from epilepsy and mental illness. So it's a drug that continues to be prescribed because, for some, there is no alternative. But for all these years, there's been no advice to the contrary to say, if you take this whilst you are pregnant, the impact it can have on your unborn child and the development of that child. Unfortunately, that advice has been lacking. So many expectant mothers have been taking this in ignorance, and it's right that that is now started to be addressed. However, we do need to go much further. Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks to decades of campaigning from scientists, from doctors, from charities and affected families, proper mechanisms have been put in place and patients are now warned about the effects of valproate on their unborn child. But not only this, the government has launched the valproate pregnancy prevention programme to ensure that no unborn baby is affected again. But again, we need to make sure that every GP is aware of this, so that not only are patients potentially advised about the negligible impact, but they are actually actively informed when they are being prescribed this medication. Having said that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the time it took for the healthcare system to listen and respond has left acute suffering and serious concern for the families affected. As Baroness Cumberledge said in the review, the system is not good enough at spotting trends in practice and outcomes that give rise to safety concerns. Ultimately, the one message we all need to realise is that listening to patients is pivotal. When many people come forward with symptoms, doctors need to listen. We need to listen to doctors, and we need to send a strong message that we are there to listen and act upon their concerns. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituent, similar to the member from Lancaster and Fleetwood, suffers from epilepsy and needs valproate to treat her epilepsy disorder. It is the only drug that's been able to provide relief for her condition. She has 5 children. All of them have unfortunately been affected by fetal valproate spectrum disorder. And this is because my constituent wasn't given any information, let alone the right information, about what effect this medication might have on her children. And as much as I support the initiatives put in place to prevent future avoidable damage to families and children, we need to support those victims with redress schemes, similar to how we gave thalidomide victims the compensation that they deserved. So can I urge the Government and the Minister to establish a redress agency as set out in the first Do No Harm report recommendations, which I wholeheartedly support, to ensure that the victims of valproate use during pregnancy get the compensation they rightly deserve, and that I can go back to my constituent and tell her that we have listened.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate the Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull, Western Hassel, for obtaining this debate. I am the chair of the All Parties Parliamentary Group on Hormone Pregnancy Test, an all-party group of 135 members of Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is just one of the countless times that I have stood here on the floor of this House on behalf of thousands of victims affected by the hormone pregnancy test drug Primidose, to plead with this government ministers to do the right thing. I think I've used most of my PMQs and health orals on this issue. 1.5 million expectant women in the UK were prescribed Primidose a hormone-based pregnancy test used in the 1960s and the 1970s that caused them to have babies with malformations, disabilities, miscarriages, and stillbirths. For decades, these families have been dismissed and have been told repeatedly that despite all the evidence of cover-up, it's all in their heads, that there is no link. So imagine my relief and theirs when 1 year ago today, the Cumberland Review was published. Madam Deputy Speaker, this review was the most comprehensive assessment of all the evidence on the hormone pregnancy test. And the report said very, very clearly that Primadose caused avoidable harm. It exposed why systematic failings where warnings were ignored. For hundreds of Primadose families across the country who had campaigned for the truth and closure, the conclusion of this report was a significant moment of recognition. The Cumberland Review also said that had the Primadose been removed from the market in 1967, when concerns were first raised, many of these families wouldn't have endured the decades of suffering. And they were very clear that there should be a compensation made available for these people. Today we are in this House to ensure that this report does not gather dust, which the cynic in me would say is the government's intention. And I pay tribute to the noble Lady Baroness Cumberland, who is sitting in the gallery today, for conducting this review, and her colleagues, which was thorough and sensitive over the course of 2.5 years. Baroness Cumberland has been so affected by this report that she has actually set up an all-parties parliamentary group called First Do No Harm. In her review, she found that the root cause was a failure of the healthcare system and by some in the medical profession who have ignored the concerns of women and their families. And from these findings come clear guidance and recommendation on how to support these people and to ensure that these things don't occur again. Now, the Minister will be aware that in Scotland some of these matters have been implemented. So I'd like to ask the Minister why the delay in this department. The government refuses to acknowledge the Primadose families. Instead, they keep telling us we refuse to comment due to an ongoing legal action. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a smokescreen, an excuse, a deliberate refusal to accept that Primadose families deserve justice. Baroness Cumberland remarked in the other place that rumours are rife for ritual burial of this report. And frankly, from the answers to the parliamentary questions I have raised, it is easy to see why this conclusion is reached. So I say to the Minister, today is your opportunity to give assurance to the families that this report will be implemented in full. In one of the letters the Minister wrote to me, she said there is no causal link between Primadose and deformities. And she hides behind the expert working group report to justify her refusal to give the families of Primadose the dignity they deserve and the justice. But is she aware of the fact that the expert working group, which was done by the MHRA, a Department of Health, composed of civil servants and made up of civil servants, who decided who would be on this particular expert working group, was so discredited by academics, campaigners and members of this House? We had an urgent question on this particular report in this House, and I would really ask the Minister to have a look at that particular debate, because every aspect of that expert working group was discredited. And it is surprising that that is the expert working group that the government is using as a reason not to compensate these people. Please remember the Cumberland Review was set up after this expert working group. And the Baroness Cumberland group looked at this particular report with fine tooth and comb. And despite that, with all the other evidence they heard, they came to the conclusion that the harm was avoidable and that there was a link. And in fact, the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Lady for Maidstone, on a Sky interview said that at one point, the report says that they cannot find a causal association between Primadose and congenital anomalies. But neither could they categorically say there was no causal link. It was also found at the time that the initial recommendation of the report had been changed to the final one. So there was, even in that particular report, there were discrepancies. So why does the Minister continue to rely on the finding of this discredited expert working report? And why does she continue to remind us that there is no causal link, when she knows well that there was no causal link for the thalidomide victim and they have been rightly compensated? She also knows that it will be impossible to test these drugs on pregnant women, and so the only ever link could be a possible link. The Minister will know the inspirational campaigner for Primitive Families, Marie Lyon, with whom I've had the pleasure to work for the last 10 years. Marie Lyon will not refuse to let this scandal be swept under the carpet, just as myself and my other parliamentary colleagues as well. We're often reminded that it is the bravery and dignity of the people who have suffered, the families who look after them, including children and older people, that they deserve respect and admiration, and they deserve justice. It is outrageous for the government to suggest that justice for primitive families could be delayed or denied. If they were given compensation, they might not have to consider about any legal recourse. So I ask the Minister again, please do not listen to the civil servants. Do not listen to the MHRA expert working group recommendation, which has been roundly condemned. But instead, please look at the report of the Cumberland Review, which was carried out by a former Conservative health minister, and with the experts that sat with her. They went through everything, and they have made it very clear what needs to be done. So I ask the Minister, please compensate the victims of Primadose and, of course, all the other victims of MASH, as well as the sodium valproate. And I think I would urge the Minister, please stop listening to the bureaucrats, the civil servants in the NHS, and give justice for the victims of Primadose, MASH and sodium valproate.
We now go by video link to Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak in this debate on such an important inquiry. And I also pay tribute to members across the House for some outstanding speeches today, and those who've campaigned for so long to draw attention to the issues that have been addressed in this excellent report, which I think reflects very clearly the distress shared by hundreds of affected patients and their families. I want to focus on problems with mesh implants, which have been raised with me by many constituents, most recently by Nicole McNiven. Nicole has been in constant pain since a mesh was fitted 4 years ago, and she, of course, wants to see action on the back of this report. The timelines of events contained in the report make for salutary reading. In each case, warning signs were dismissed, patient and practitioner concerns disregarded, and those at the heart of the healthcare system allowed professional or commercial concerns to outweigh the interests of patients. And because of this, decisions on harm avoidance were delayed, allowing many more women's lives to be diminished or destroyed, and sometimes also those of their babies. In the case of mesh implants, concern was expressed for many years, but it took until 2014 before the Scottish Government took the lead and called for a suspension of their use, something that the MHRA should have done long before. Baroness Cumberledge's words are very direct and very telling when she reviews the many treatments and devices the inquiry was asked to investigate, but which fell out with its remit. She concluded, and I quote, "Concerns about these point to a healthcare system that cannot be relied upon to identify and respond promptly to safety concerns." That certainly describes the case of mesh implants, and these words should be a wake-up call for the new Secretary of State for Health and Social Care as he takes over responsibility for a regulatory system for the whole UK that is in serious need of reform. As the inquiry makes clear, the healthcare system takes far too long to pull back to a place of safety when warning signs emerge, or as Professor Ted Baker puts it, there is, and I quote, "an insidious culture of defensiveness and blame." And key to the failure of the MHRA has been its lack of engagement with patients. That's what makes the recommendation of a Patient Safety Commissioner so important. And as the Honourable Member for Bolton South East has just set out, I'm pleased that the Scottish Government has consulted on the appointment of a truly independent Commissioner, as recommended by Baroness Cumberledge and endorsed by Scottish MESH survivors. But that is not what is proposed by the UK Government, who seem determined to let the Health Secretary appoint the Commissioner. The recent scandal over how ministers in the Health Department make important appointments should lead to a rethink of that proposal. This is too important an issue to let the usual Tory chumocracy operate. It's taken a long time, but now that the report's here, it is the responsibility of governments to ensure that women like Nicole McNiven get the support that they need and they deserve. The Scottish MESH Survivors Charter sets out some key demands, and this has now been endorsed by the Scottish Government. A MESH fund has been established and steps are to be taken to provide reimbursement for past mesh removal surgery. A comprehensive service for mesh complications and removal is being established, and that will be developed in consultation with affected women. The National Service will be delivered by a multidisciplinary team supported by more than £1.3 million of Scottish Government funding for 2020 and 21. And for those patients who are reluctant to return to the NHS for mesh removal, NHS Scotland is tendering internationally for additional capacity. We've heard so clearly today how the healthcare system has badly let down women damaged by mesh implants. The Scottish Government has appreciated this and accepted its obligation to support these women and to do what needs to be done. So now the UK Government must follow suit and implement Baroness Cumberledge's recommendations. Given what we have heard in the Chamber today, that is the very least that these women should expect.
Thank you. We now go by video link to the SNP spokesman, Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Along with other members here, I took part in the debates on sodium valproate in 2017 and vaginal mesh in 2018, and welcome that Baroness Cumberledge's inquiry covered both of these issues, along with Primidos, a hormonal pregnancy test, which, like valproate, contributed to congenital abnormalities. At the time of our debates, it was clear that the same underlying issues had driven all three disasters, and that there were four main features: a failure of licensing and regulation in the first place, particularly with regards implantable devices like vaginal mesh, a lack of accurate information, so doctors could discuss the risks of these drugs and devices and allow patients to give genuine, informed consent, a weak and poorly publicised system for doctors or patients to report adverse events which would result in action, and finally, the failure of doctors to listen to the affected women who were raising concerns. The report makes 9 recommendations with 2 main aims: the need to provide remedial support and redress for the women and children affected, and how to prevent something similar happening ever again in the future. The report also captures the experiences of women who've been campaigning on these issues for years, which are well summarised on the report's contents page. No one is listening. The patient's voice dismissed. I was never told. The failure of informed consent. Considering the evolution of these disasters, I would perhaps reverse these 2 points, as the problem started with the failure of regulators to ensure these drugs and devices were safe and provide accurate information on which women and their doctors could base treatment decisions. I'll focus my remarks on vaginal mesh, as there were additional issues associated with their licensing and use. In particular, the original trials comparing mesh with traditional abdominal operations didn't have long enough follow-up. This meant that while immediate surgical complications like bladder injury were seen to reduce from 1 in 10 to 1 in 100, the later mesh complications were not identified. This led to the original vaginal mesh tapes being defined as low-risk devices, and gynecologists switching to this approach as it actually appeared safer for patients. The whole issue was compounded by the fact that after that initial research, the Federal Drug Administration in America licensed all similar tapes without further trials, despite the fact that their design and how they were inserted at surgery changed significantly. The products they passed then largely got accepted by the European Medicines Agency and the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. Because late problems such as muscle or nerve damage weren't recognised, gynecologists didn't even have the accurate information to discuss benefits and risks with patients. The Scottish Government was the first to advise against routine use of vaginal mesh in 2014 and established a registry in 2017, but there have been no vaginal meshes inserted since 2018. It has accepted all the recommendations that are under devolved control and is in the process of appointing an independent patient safety commissioner. The UK government has brought in the Medicines and Medical Devices Act, but didn't take the opportunity to establish a registry of all implanted devices to allow long-term audit and patient recall if necessary in the future. There are risks and complications with any operation, and they should be presented clearly and openly to allow patients to make an informed choice of what is important for them. Dr. Wael Agur, a well-known gynecologist involved in the MESH campaigns, works in Ayrshire and Arran, my local health board, and working closely with patient groups, developed a Scottish patient decision aid for patients with incontinence, which was praised in the report. However, there is a need to get consensus on such decision aids and ensure they're actually used routinely. Lack of patient information was also central to the issue of sodium valproate. While it is an excellent drug to control epilepsy, a dangerous condition which kills over 1,000 people a year, sodium valproate has caused developmental delay in thousands of babies and birth defects ranging from cleft lip to spina bifida. While the first case reports were published many decades ago, the connection was missed due to a lack of reporting. Even now, as we've heard today, women and their children are still in danger due to not being given the right information about their medication. All three disasters highlight the failure of the current yellow card system. And while the MHRA plan to introduce AI in the future to recognise common patterns and themes, the adverse events need to be reported in the first place. It's about reporting any adverse event with a possible link to a new drug or any congenital defect in a baby whose mother has received medication during pregnancy. Publicity is also needed to inform patients that they too can complete a yellow card and report concerns directly themselves. A year on from the publication of this report, we need to hear from the government how they plan to take forward Baroness Cumberledge's recommendations, particularly around reform of the licensing and regulation of new drugs and devices and the system to detect and act on adverse reports. But the government also need to lay out how they plan to support the women affected through the provision of removal or remedial surgery and financial redress for the women who've suffered so much. Without their forceful campaigning, even more women would now be suffering. Financial compensation is also crucial for families affected by the use of Primidos or sodium valproate, so they can provide long-term support for their children. As highlighted by the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, at the core of all three disasters has been the failure of doctors to listen to women or to patronise them, dismiss them when they raise concerns. So above all, these three medical disasters should be discussed in medical schools to teach student doctors, the doctors who will look after women in the future, the importance of actually listening to all their patients.
Thank you. Opposition spokesman, Alex Norris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to speak for the opposition in this important debate, and I commend the Backbench to Business Committee for choosing it, and it has been an excellent debate. I think that was started with very much with those who secured this debate, so I congratulate the Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel and the Member for Elmet and Rothwell, both for the securing of the debate, but for their leadership of the APPG as well. And I think there were common themes of the hope we all felt when we read the Cumberledge Review a year ago, but also today how keen we all are to make progress and further progress. And the Honourable Gentleman said he wanted to reinvigorate the debate. Well, I think that's happened today, very much so. I would also recognise the contributions of the Right Honourable Members for Maidenhead and South West Surrey, because we probably would not be here without their personal leadership. And I don't think it's a secret, Madam Deputy Speaker, that sometimes we on these benches sometimes disagree with them on matters of health policy, but not in this regard, and particularly not with their ironclad commitment to patient safety. And I want to pay a special tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Sunderland and Washington West, my predecessor as Shadow Public Health Minister. I think it tells you everything you need to know about her, that she might have gone on to other roles on the front bench, but she's still at it on these issues, because it's never a job for her. It is always a campaign, and it is a drive to do it, and we're very lucky to have her. And she helmed an all-star cast, actually, of people on our benches who've been working very hard on this issue. The Honourable Members for Blaydon and Lancaster and Fleetwood around sodium valproate, the Honourable Member for Bolton South East, and for her leadership and her passion around Primidos, and I thought those contributions were very good indeed. Now, to make a few points of my own. So today is the first anniversary of the publication of the Cumberledge Review. This was a seismic report. It was one that vindicated campaigners, and those campaigners who in many cases had fought for decades. And it showed how they'd been denied, derided and ignored. And crucially, it gave us 9 concrete ways forward, 9 ways to meet the obligation that we have to these women and to the families affected. Now, I wish we'd heard in the oral statement the following day last year an acceptance from the government of all of the recommendations, and I wish we were speaking about the progress we've made in implementing all 9, and I am sad that we're not. However, I will start by recognising the progress that has been made. The apology was very widely welcomed. The Patient Safety Commissioner will have a really big impact in this area. We just need to get on with appointing them. Similarly, I'm very proud of the work that myself and the member of Central Ayrshire did with the Minister, the member for Bury St Edmunds, around the identifiable database for medical devices. That will really prove valuable in time, and similarly the network of specialist centres will be something of great value to those who use them when they are fully operational. But it is still impossible to avoid the feeling that the government is stopping short, particularly on the areas of redress, particularly around independent oversight. On recommendation 3, rejecting a redress agency, something that's used in other countries, I think is short-sighted. It would have consolidated the various schemes and methods available to families in one place and given them a model that suits them rather than a model that seems to suit government and companies more. I hope the Minister, having heard what she's heard today, will look again at this. Similarly, developing that recommendation 4 around redress schemes for each of the interventions, this is of course a good idea, to make it simple, make it transparent, because we know these families are struggling now and need help now. 6 months ago, the government said they were thinking about this. Well, a year is more than enough time. I hope to hear the news from the Minister on this. On recommendation 8, similarly, a year is more than enough time to have scoped out a workable model on the Doctor's Register of Interest, points that I think colleagues made very well. And then on recommendation 9, I think the government were wrong to reject an independent task force. I think it would have given impetus, I think it would have given drive, and perhaps that's why we haven't made the progress that we wanted to. And again, I think the Minister could revisit that at this stage still. I just want to reflect some of the points that campaigners have raised with me in my preparations for this debate. On sodium valproate, it is striking, as we've heard, that still across the UK, approximately 25,000 women are using sodium valproate. Now, there's good reason for this in very many cases, but taking on the report on board, that means 400 exposed babies every year, 200 of whom will suffer harm every year. It's an awful lot. Now, the volumes of research on the topic of valproate date back to the 70s. The causal link is well proven. So it is surprising that there's not better information made available to patients. It was right last month that the NHS England wrote to all women who they believed to be on valproate and maybe of childbearing age. It's clear that this should have happened sooner. Goodness knows campaigners like In Fact have been saying it for long enough. But I'd really like to hear from the Minister today a commitment that this wasn't a one-off and that this is going to be a regular communication, perhaps an annual thing, because it's crucial that we communicate with these mothers or potential mothers. Similarly, communication across government and the health service is crucial too. Now, I'm aware that there are 8 different groups dealing with this issue across government and the department. Now, it's right that this important work is going on, but how is it being pulled together? Who's leading on this? How do we measure the impact? How do we know it works? Turning to Primados. Now, the government continues to refuse to accept responsibility for HPT/Primados families without a proven causal association and continue to rely on the 2017 working group review, which said there was no conclusive association, despite later admissions to the review team that they did find a possible association. Baroness Cumberledge stated that Primados should have been withdrawn from use in 1967 after the first substantial report from Dr. Gow was published. The response from the government was that the IMMDS review did not revisit the existing science. However, although the team didn't revisit the science, they reviewed all the existing documents, including the scientific evidence available at the time, and this evidence formed a solid base for their conclusions. And again, this is what I mean when I say that it feels that the government are just stopping short of doing what needs to be done here. Because where is the proper justice for these families? 10 members of the campaign group have died since the report was published, still without their justice. And that's why a proper redress scheme is so crucial. And I hope the Minister will address this point in her closing. And then finally, on surgical mesh, a point made a couple of times, but I think it bears repeating. The use of such an intervention for stress urinary incontinence was paused for good reason. The conditions for resuming use have clearly not been met at this time, but I know that there is pressure to resume its use. Now, I hope the Minister, again, will use her time today to confirm that this will not happen unless and until those conditions are fully met. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we discussed this a year ago, there was righteous anger and a sense of purpose to put these injustices right. A year later, it's tangible that colleagues are frustrated that we've not made greater progress. We are in danger of letting those affected down all over again. And, you know, talking to campaigners and hearing them talking about resuming campaigning is so saddening. They should not have to. They did everything they need to do. So for Marie, for Janet, for Emma, for Kath, for all those who campaigned across the country over the years, including those we've now lost, to all those affected, we know what needs to be done. We now need to get on with doing it in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Nadine Dorries.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would obviously like to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for Kingston-upon-Hull West and Hessel, and my honourable friend, the member for Elmet and Rotherwell, for securing this debate on the implementation of the recommendations of the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review. Honourable members have spoken passionately today across a range of issues mentioned in the review, and on the main points, I would like to just, before I go into the detail of the recommendations, just to make a number of main points. Firstly, on Primados. The Honourable Lady is quite right. She has mentioned Primados at every time. Sorry, I can't remember her constituency at the moment. Bolton South East. I knew it was Bolton, I just couldn't remember which one. Thank you. And she has raised with huge passion, just as she has today. But I'm afraid I have to rebut her criticism. I am not allowed, as a government member, to discuss an issue which is sub judice and which is a live litigation in the courts at the moment. I'm simply not allowed to do that. And I have made this point a number of times, and I'm afraid I can't say it much clearer, that as a government minister, I'm not allowed to discuss something which is a process. I'm not, because I'm going to go on to the other things, which is a process of live litigation. I would also say that as a government, we make our decisions on the basis of scientific recommendations. And the scientific evidence to us at this moment in time does not support a causal link between Primados and adverse outcomes in pregnancy. And I'm afraid that is actually all I'm allowed to say. So on Primados and those who've raised Primados, I hear everything you say. and I hear the issues, but because it is sub judice, I'm not allowed to comment. But I'm afraid I won't be allowed to comment.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I heard both of the points that she has made. Does she say that if, for example, the legal matters proceedings were withdrawn, then would the victim be compensated? Or is this issue about the expert working group still going to be an obstacle?
I can't answer the question. I'm sorry, I apologise. Okay, so the next point I will go on to are the comments that were made about it in more general terms, and we'll go on to these in more detail in the speech, are sodium valproate. And I've heard the speeches today, and some really very pertinent points that have been raised. I would like to just make the point again on valproate, just an overall point before I go into the recommendations on valproate, and that is valproate is a drug which saves lives of women who can receive no other treatment for their epilepsy. Some women suffer life-threatening epileptic fits of such severity that only sodium valproate saves their lives, and their lives would be lost if they didn't take sodium valproate. Now, I know that, and therefore it will not be possible to ban the use of sodium valproate because those women's lives would be compromised. And there are a number of changes that have taken place. The letter which was sent out to those women who take sodium valproate was to make sure those women were aware, but also other measures have been put in place, which I will discuss in a moment, including ensuring that the prescriptions for sodium valproate go into one box rather than partial prescriptions, and the boxes have very clear and very significant warnings on them. I could go into further detail, but the inquiry covers... Now, I'm not going to actually... the Honourable Lady will be able to respond at the end, and I want to be able to go into a number of points that have been raised. For first, I just wanted to mention those overall points that I can give that I feel that, without going into a huge amount of detail, I think it's important to make those points clear. And of course, I would like to thank Baroness Cumberledge, who is sat in the gallery, who's watching over me, as she does every day, on this report. And I'm not surprised, and I'm delighted that she's here. And of course, we are all grateful to her and all thankful. The report, just to recap, was commissioned by the Secretary of State, the then Secretary of State, in response to public concern. It examined how the healthcare system in England responded to reports about harmful side effects from those three specific subjects which have been discussed today. Baroness Cumberledge was asked to chair the review. It took 2 years. It was incredibly thorough. And I would just say that in order to do the review justice, it just isn't possible that a review took 2 years, that listened to so many voices on so many complex issues. It just simply isn't possible overnight. And there is no review which has been undertaken by any government on an issue such as serious as this, as serious as these are, that was implemented rapidly. They take a lot of discussion, time, evaluation and implementation via the NHS. The review was published on the 8th of July 2020 and contains 9 strategic recommendations which have wide-ranging implications for the healthcare system. That is why it is not possible to implement them rapidly. But I would want to pay a tribute to the women and families who bravely shared their experiences and brought these issues to light. The number one recommendation was an apology. And a year ago, I made that apology, and I will make it again. I've met with the patient reference group members. I've spoken to those who've been harmed myself. I've read the report. It makes very harrowing, really, reading. And I want to make that apology again. I am desperately sorry. I have heard the stories of harm. They are harrowing. I am desperately sorry for those women who have been harmed. And of course, we all want to ensure that this ends and this never happens again. The government absolutely recognises the need for effective and patient engagement to begin to rebuild trust and to ensure that we get the implementation right. That's why we established the patient reference group to work with the department to develop this response. We've been meeting with the group, and officials and myself have met with the group regularly to gather their insights to ensure that patient voices are heard and were heard as we progress towards the full response. And the full response will be given at this place in this dispatch box before the end of this year. Recommendation 1 was the apology. Recommendation 2 was the establishment of a patient safety commissioner. And I have to say, it isn't true to the members who have said today that none of the recommendations have been implemented or that we haven't paid attention to the recommendations. That just isn't true. Recommendation 2 is the establishment of a patient safety commissioner, and I happen to know from discussions with Baroness Cumberledge that this was a prime concern of hers, that we establish the role of patient safety commissioner. And as part of the written ministerial statement that I published in January, I announced that the government has tabled an amendment to the Medicine and Medical Devices Bill before the Christmas recess to establish the role of the independent patient safety commissioner in line with the recommendation number 2. It is now in law and has been legislated through the MMD Act, and the Commissioner, now that it's law, and the Commissioner will promote the safety of patients who use the medicines and medical devices to ensure that the views about those medicines and medical devices and the wider public are heard. I have heard what members say. There would be absolutely no point in having an independent patient commissioner if that role was not fully independent, and that's what we're working on now and putting in place now. And I would also like to say that on that post of the independent commissioner, a public consultation is currently open and is running until the 5th of August. And so I would say to all members who have spoken today, all members who have constituents who have been affected, that I would urge you to respond to that consultation which closes on the 5th of August and make sure views are known through that consultation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can see is looking at her watch. I think I'm going to have to speak very quickly. Recommendation 5, specialist centres. They are opening, they are in place. There are 8 specialist centres, another that will be opening in the southwest of England very shortly. And recommendation 6, MHRA reform. I announced that the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency has begun a substantial programme of work to improve how it involves patients in all aspects of its work to reform systems. Recommendation 7 was the Medical Device Information System, again through the Medicine and Medical Devices Act 2021, in line with Baroness Cumberledge's 7th recommendation. This will mean that the NHS can track patients' outcomes and spot issues, and work is underway to build, test and cost options for how a medical device information system could be embedded into the UK healthcare system. The recommendations that we do not accept. I was honest and I stood here and said how desperately sorry I am and how harrowing those stories are. And I'm not going to stand at this dispatch box and say that we are reviewing all the recommendations, which is what has happened. That I'll be honest, we are not going to accept the redress agency as recommendation 3, and also the task force. No government has ever asked someone to chair a review or to undertake a review and then ask those people who conducted the review to implement the recommendations on behalf of the government. It's never happened before. It's our responsibility as ministers, responsibility opposition to hold me to account, and our responsibility as ministers to implement the recommendations that the government sees fit to implement. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Cumberledge report is a document that vividly shows the importance of patient safety and of listening to women. And it is incredibly important that we listen to women, and many people, and I am delighted today that many people have highlighted the adverse situations that many women experience, suffer and have to endure because they are women. And it is absolutely right that women, and Dr. Whitford highlighted this, many women are not listened to. It's the substance of the report by Baroness Cumberledge. Women are not listened to. They have not been listened to. And the Women's Health Strategy, which was not a recommendation, but was seriously influenced by Baroness Cumberledge's review. That is why I established the Women's Health Strategy. 112,000 women responded. That is also a recommendation not made, but we have implemented, because women's voices have to be heard. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everybody who has taken part in this debate. And particular thanks again to Baroness Cumberledge, and may you continue to look over and down upon the Department of Health in ensuring these recommendations are hopefully at one point enacted. I would like to make a point in regards of valproate, that the Cumberledge Review did look at the expert working Frito report and did say it was flawed. And on that point again, Epilepsy Action was mentioned by myself, who were looking into a campaign called Safe Baby, Safe Mum, for alternative medications for women to use. And one of the campaigns is to ask the government for money to help fund some of that research. And I do hope, in light of the comments that ministers made regarding valproate, that is something that the government will look kindly upon. I think the comment made by the previous Secretary of State for Health stayed with me. He said there's a lack of, it's not just about the lack of justice, he said, it's the risk of repeat. And that is why these recommendations matter, not just for the justice for the women harmed, but the risk of repeating it again. And so I look forward to, I hope, maybe not having to hold this debate in the next year's anniversary, but I'm sure if necessary we'll all be here, same time, same place next year, and hopefully see a few more of the recommendations enacted. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order papers. Now, is that opinion? Say aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to bring forward my first Chamber adjournment debate. Ideal it wouldn't be this time on a Thursday, but beggars can't be choosers. But this is a long overdue debate on need to reform the grid charging regime. It's an issue that's been simmering for a long time now, and it's actually now reaching a critical period whereby if change doesn't happen, then renewable energy investment and job creation in Scotland will be put at risk. Needless sums will be added to consumers' electricity bills, and the UK Government's pathway to net zero will be put at risk. I'm going to get into further details on this, but there is one key issue as well, which is that the UK Government doesn't seem to understand the problems, nor have the desire and willingness to change, and that as a result also means the remit of the regulator Ofgem is not fit for purpose either. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just myself that says change is required. Wider industry is saying this too. Scottish Power, SSE, Vattenfall, RWE and Red Rock Power, amongst others, have all called for changes to the grid charging regime. So therefore, I hope the Minister will take these matters seriously and going forward hopefully engage with industry to find a solution. Madam Deputy Speaker, the National Grid System was effectively founded in 1935, and then there were massive and significant upgrades in the 1960s, effectively giving us the footprint that we still have, though of course there's always been ongoing upgrades. And with the Privatisation Act in 1989, systems had to be developed to create a framework for the private energy market to operate in. So in 1992, a charging system was developed that is still with us to this day. So this means we have a system and a charging regime that is still aligned with the concept that electricity is generated from coal, gas, oil or large nuclear stations. And this means that the charging system is actually still geared to incentivising power generation sites close to centres of population, or to be more accurate, the closer to London the better. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it beggars belief to me that 3 decades on from when this system was devised, based on factors then, we're still having to highlight the absurdity of this to the UK Government. So what this means in reality is that instead of having a long-term plan for where the best location is for the generation of renewable energy and the system required to facilitate this, we have one that does the polar opposite. The Minister will be aware that Scotland's got 25% of Europe's offshore wind potential, but yet at the moment, offshore developers connecting to the north of Scotland will pay the highest connection charges in the whole of Europe. So that's the whole of Europe. But meanwhile, connections to the south of England results in generators actually getting paid to connect to the grid. So this in itself shows how wrong the system is. Now, I understand it can be argued that there's transmission losses when moving electricity long distances, but this aspect is actually dealt with separately via the transmission loss multiplier, which is applied to Scottish generators. And I know it can be argued that the further away a generation site is, then the more extensive the National Grid network needs to be, and there's associated maintenance costs with that. But I would argue that geographical charges is not the best way to deal with this. Why penalise developers for constructing in the areas best placed to give maximum power output? And also, the charges cannot be reflective of true costs either, because clearly it's impossible to have a negative cost of operation, which is effectively the payments to southern connections would indicate. Madam Deputy Speaker, what this means in numbers is that a 1 gigawatt offshore wind farm in the north of the North Scottish coast will pay £38 million a year to connect to the grid. And yet a similar sized offshore wind farm connecting to southern England actually will get paid £7 million per year. So that's a £45 million a year differential between the same size Scottish and English offshore wind farms. So over 20 years, this would equate to nearly £1 billion of difference between the two. And the reality is that Scottish offshore wind farms are now 20% more expensive than those in English waters. And when lowest price is the winner takes all in the contracts for difference auctions, then this is clearly a major issue. It means investment in offshore renewable energy in Scotland is at risk, which means less direct jobs and less supply chain work in Scotland, but also it potentially hampers the just transition for the oil and gas industry. And the effects on the charging burden in non-Scottish projects can already be seen. In the 2015 auction round, Scottish projects accounted for about 40% of the offshore wind contract awards made. In the 2019 round, it was less than 10%. Surely this isn't an intended consequence of the charging regime. And worse, if nothing else is done, in the next few years, grid charges will be charged at a rate which is equivalent to 50% of the current offshore wind strike rate, and that would make it utterly impossible for Scottish projects to compete with those bidding in English waters. And what this also means is that the most appropriate, efficient locations for renewable energy are not going to be utilised and maximised, which risk net zero targets for the entire UK. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll be aware that achieving net zero is now legally binding, and it's accepted that net zero is required by 2050 or 2045 in Scotland to mitigate the effect of climate change and abide by the Paris Agreement. But yet there's no net zero plan in place, and we have a regulatory regime that isn't fit for purpose. It makes no sense the government has set a legally binding net zero target, but as yet hasn't made net zero a statutory consideration for the regulator. And this clearly affects the long-term planning for the grid transmission network. It could lead to short-term investment that actually then needs further future upgrades, costing bill payers even more money. And both the Infrastructure Commission and the Bees Committee recommend that Ofgem is mandated for net zero. So could the Minister advise when she thinks Ofgem will be legally bound to consider net zero? Now, the UK Government initially set an ambitious target of 30 gigawatts of offshore wind deployment by 2030. Then last year they increased this target by 33%, so the new target is now 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by the end of the decade. So far so good, that's a welcome target, except then we realise that the policies do not match the target. To achieve this 40 gigawatt target, the UK Government does need to mandate changes to the grid charging regime as soon as possible. It also needs to rapidly increase the current auction caps, or quite simply not enough offshore wind contracts will be awarded to meet their own targets. Now, I'd say to the Minister, how difficult is it to look ahead and work out how much future capacity needs to be allocated in the next few years? It's not difficult, and a severe hint is it requires 4 gigawatts a year from 2025 onwards, and that means doubling the existing 20 gigawatts of offshore wind that's consented in just a 5-year period. So again, if there's no changes to the current policies and systems, it won't happen. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, we come to the next contradiction of policy failure in the mix, and that's of energy interconnectors. They do not pay connection charges. Indeed, the Minister confirmed this aspect to me in a parliamentary question, that this is part of the signed EU trade deal. But this is clearly a disadvantage for companies looking to construct in the UK. It means a multinational company is now effectively incentivised to build in another country with zero connection charges, and then their surplus energy can be exported to the UK, undercutting renewable projects here. Now, I do appreciate the advantages of a wider interconnected grid, and given that Scotland's a net exporter of electricity, then Scotland might in itself benefit from this. But it still doesn't seem right to have an uneven playing field that it's possibly impacting on projects here. And worse, for me, there is no control over the source of any imported energy from interconnectors. Again, the Minister knows this, but it also means while the UK is supposed to be going green, we might end up having imported electricity that's generated from gas in the continent, which undermines the cost of renewable energy here. So again, that's a paradox that the Minister needs to consider. So for me, these examples illustrate how dysfunctional the current system is, and that's why the UK Government needs to do something about it. The one focus I have that I return to is nuclear energy, but this is another policy that actually adds to our electricity bills. Now, they've committed to Hinkley Point C, and this week reinforced their commitment to sign a deal for another £20 billion project, nuclear plant at Sizewell. It's so obvious that this £20 billion would be better invested in grid upgrades, long-duration storage such as pumped hydro, or even battery storage and hydrogen. So why the nuclear obsession? And they cannot stick to the baseload argument, given that 75% of the existing nuclear fleet will be offline now before Hinkley even starts generating. So that proves beyond doubt to me that large-scale nuclear is not required. Indeed, a report recently published by Good Energy in conjunction with Energy Catapult Systems demonstrates that the UK could be operating a net zero electricity network in 2015 based on 98% renewables, the other 2% being provided by Hinkley just because I assume that will be there, not because I think it's required. So hopefully the Minister could consider that report as well, but I'd also ask her to consider the report published by Imperial College that demonstrates that the use of new pumped storage hydro could save nearly £700 million a year in system costs by 2050. And just one other thing on nuclear in terms of grid charging. Another frustration for me is that EDF is actually going to be paid money to connect Hinkley Point C to the grid. So will the Minister acknowledge that this is effectively another hidden subsidy over and above the 35-year deal to pay £92.50 per megawatt hour, when the strike rate for offshore wind now sits at £40 per megawatt hour? And could the Minister advise where does the risk for changes in the grid charging system sit? Does it sit with EDF, or does it sit with the Government? And has the grid charging system been discussed with EDF as part of the current negotiations for Sizewell? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we return to renewable energy, Scotland leads the world in the development of wave and tidal energy generation, but yet the UK Government has refused to consider a proper route to market at the moment, meaning that the technology development and investment could be lost to countries such as Canada. So will the Minister tonight confirm they will ring-fence a portion of capacity, 100 megawatts is the request, in round 4 of the auction process? And will she properly discuss with Treasury the development of an innovation power purchase agreement to allow companies to enter into agreements to purchase electricity from these emerging wave and tidal companies? And does she understand that if this technology does scale up in the way we want and generation cost of this technology comes down, then they too will be at the mercy of the grid charging system unless changes are made? And will she please open discussions with the European Marine Energy Centre on the funding they need to replace existing EU funding streams? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, one final point about the current charging system is price volatility. Although the actual cost of maintaining and operating the grid remains stable year on year, the charging prices actually vary every year. And so this is another example that the system isn't fit for purpose. Prices can vary by an astonishing 500% in 1 year. So as companies cannot predict these fluctuations, it's actually a risk they need to factor in capital costs of projects. And it's estimated that by the end of this decade, the cost of this risk will be £400 million a year. So that's £400 million a year going to companies so that they can hedge against the risk of price fluctuation. So that's money added to our energy bills for no reason at all. Money that would be better off either in our pockets or, at worst, if the £400 million realised, at least used for investment purposes. So can the Minister address this as well, please? Now, in the mix, one small positive is that Ofgem have now recognised there is an issue, and they've proposed changes with the targeted charging review and their ongoing consultation, access and forward-looking charging review. But the downside is that Ofgem's current proposed changes doesn't actually resolve the problem. Indeed, their new proposals could prejudice existing embedded renewable energy sites in Scotland. So what assessment has the Government made of Ofgem's minded to implement proposals? And will the Minister finally admit it's for the UK Government to take charge of the process and make the necessary changes for Ofgem to follow, rather than continuing to say it's for the regulator, which is actually just passing the buck? So to sum up, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've got a list of questions for the Minister to consider. I'm sure she would love to answer them. So will she consider the impact of the current locational grid charges that make Scottish offshore wind farms 20% more expensive than Southern English ones? Does she recognise that the charges applied to Scotland are the highest in Europe? Does she accept that the projections going forward that the charging burden could go as high as half the current strike rate that's received or paid to companies? Does she understand the impact of the price volatility could cost £400 million a year by 2030, and what's going to be done to assess that and mitigate it? Does she understand that the current Ofgem proposals could adversely affect 6 GW of embedded energy projects? And will she consider the cost savings and system benefits that would arise from getting more pumped hydro storage added to the grid? And finally, again, that she must realise it's for the Government to set policy and regime for Ofgem to implement, and a new policy statement is long overdue. I really hope the Minister can address these points, and hope she will work with industry and the regulator going forward to shape an electricity system designed for the 21st century, and one that will lead us in our pathway to net zero.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my friend, the Honourable Member for Kilmarnock and London, for securing what is a very important debate. Network charging arrangements are central to the delivery of a secure and affordable net zero energy system, and the Government absolutely understands this. By law, network charging is a matter for Ofgem as the independent regulator. Network charges are governed by the principle that the user pays. So for the transmission network, this means higher charges for generators in Scotland, as much of electricity is sent over long distances to centres of demand in the rest of Great Britain. In contrast, homes and businesses in Scotland pay lower transmission charges than consumers elsewhere in Great Britain. This cost-reflective approach ensures the efficient use of the network and keeps costs down for all bill payers. But Ofgem recognises the critical importance of charging arrangements in progressing to net zero, and last week it published this consultation on a number of reform proposals as part of its Access and Forward-Looking Charges review. These include a proposed reduction in the upfront charge paid by generators and demand users connecting to the distribution network. So Ofgem's consultation also noted potential issues with transmission charging arrangements and signalled that it is considering a wider and more holistic review of them. As the pace of the energy transformation accelerates, it will be important that Ofgem has clear sight of the Government's policy priorities for energy decarbonisation. We have therefore committed in our Energy White Paper to consult on an Ofgem strategy and policy statement in 2021. It will set out the strategic priorities of the Government's energy policy, the policy outcomes sought, and the role of Government, Ofgem and other parties which are collectively responsible for delivering these goals. So for the Government's part, we remain firmly committed to the rollout of renewable generation projects, and we are taking a number of measures to support this. We will continue to support low-carbon projects across Great Britain through our Contracts for Difference scheme, and Scotland has benefited significantly from the scheme since its inception in 2015, with 34% of all projects located there, and the next round will open at the end of this year. We have launched the Offshore Transmission Network Review to improve the delivery of transmission connections for offshore wind generation, and we are working very closely with the devolved administrations on this. Yes, of course.
About the Offshore Transmission Review, which, it means a lot to my constituents because they strongly support net zero, and offshore wind has been an amazing achievement in East Anglia, but is bringing new infrastructure, and we have the threat of new pylons across open countryside. In terms of pricing, is it not true that whilst one should look at the charging, one should also look at the expenditure on those capital items that are relieving that infrastructure pressure? For example, the Eastern Link, which is a huge undersea cable off the coast of Scotland, which will relieve pressure on the countryside, is going to be over £3 billion. And people in East Anglia will hope to see similar expenditure, so they have a defrayment of the same other infrastructure that otherwise would be going over the countryside.
My honourable friend, Madam Speaker, is a doughty campaigner on this matter and continues to drive those of us in the department to make sure that we are moving forward the offshore transmission network review at pace to find the right solutions that work for the whole country. So we will be working on the review to improve that delivery. And I would just like to close because, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will reply in detail in writing to the honourable member's very long series of questions and to ensure that he gets as full an answer as possible. But in closing, I would just like to emphasise the importance of those network charging arrangements which support the delivery of net zero in a fair and efficient way. And the reforms which Ofgem is progressing will help us to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. Ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order. Order.